Like, listen, all right, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the
them
only person
books
I have
with
banned
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes. Spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to
nature of
understand
American
that
culture.
it's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
be with you,
Okay,
it's
just-
called Stanley versus the world.
and just assume their character by stereotype.
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Do I think it's okay?
All right, everybody, welcome back to the podcast. I'm happy to welcome back contributing writer at The Atlantic and senior fellow at Brookings, Jonathan Rauch. He's out with a great, insightful, controversial, thought-provoking new piece at The Atlantic called Yes, It's Fascism. Jonathan Rauch, welcome back to the pod.
Well, I'd say I'm glad to be here, but considering the subject, I'm really not.
Totally understand. It's crazy times. I do want to start with in the past, you have decided not to use the F word and instead used a term called patrimonialism to describe Donald Trump's policies. If you would tell us about those two things, your decision not previously to use the F word, and what is patrimonialism?
So fascism has never been a well-defined term. Scholars can't figure out what it means. Not even fascists agree on what it means. It was different in Germany, from Italy, from Japan, from Spain, and so forth. Plus, until recently, I would have said there were some major hallmarks of fascism that we were not seeing from the Trump administration. Plus, it's such an overused term. Progressives use it to describe, pretty much any conservative or Republican. So I just thought it would do more harm than good and just obscure what's really going on. The word that clearly does apply to Trump, did and does, is patrimonialism. And that's the system in which the state is run as the family business and personal property of the leader. And he's clearly doing that. That's like, when a leader gets up in the morning and says, I think we'll raise tariffs today. Or I'm going to order up a prosecution, or I'm going to go and solicit $1 billion from the Saudis, whatever it is. That's patrimonialism. It's a very traditional form of government. We were clearly seeing that.
Well, and again, it's hard to define fascism, but I will say you've come up with 18 criteria, shall we say, that I think would be hard to argue with. That certainly, if you were to call someone a fascist, these 18 criteria would fit into the definition. And I want to go through some of them. Some of them will linger on, others we won't. By the way, I numbered them. I don't think you numbered them, but I counted 18. I might have miscounted. One is demolition of norms. That's been around for 10 years now with Donald Trump, but clearly he has demolished norms. The second one is glorification of violence. I think that one has been around for both terms. The third one is might is right. And I want to ask you about this one because I think Donald Trump has always had a might is right worldview, but we just recently heard Stephen Miller articulate this when he was talking about Greenland. But if you would talk about this and why this is something that we should be concerned about.
Yeah, this was a striking moment, Matt. I should say that a leader can be a patrimonialist and a fascist at the same time, but fascism, it's an ideology, it's aggressive, it's revolutionary, at least in its early stages. It has content, whereas a patrimonialist is just about making sure everyone's personally loyal to him. And one of the things that flipped me to thinking, my God, this is really fascism, is when the actions of the administration follow the famous motto of the Athenians in Thucydides: the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. Fascism is all about might makes right, strength makes justice. And we heard that articulated by Stephen Miller, the president's most powerful aide, this month, when he said, and I quote, "We live in a world that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world that have existed since the beginning of time. Those are words that literally could have come out of the mouth of any fascist dictator, and they are words that are fundamentally incompatible with the liberal worldview that America has devoted itself until now.
Number 4, I think, is a new one meaning the second term, politicized law enforcement. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but I think the rise of ICE and the funding that ICE has received and how big and powerful they are, they seem to be like a personal army for Donald Trump. But talk about that if you would.
Well, there's two things there. One is ICE, which you just mentioned, which is new to this term, and that's the establishment of a national paramilitary police force that reports directly to the person in charge, effectively directly to Trump, because the people running it follow his orders. This country's never had a national paramilitary police. Policing has been done at the state and local level with rare exceptions, and when the National Guard has to go in, it follows policing rules. This is different. This is people going in from the federal government essentially with the remit to go anywhere in the country. And they have been told that they have immunity and impunity. This is, again, straight out of Fascism 101. The other thing you mentioned, Matt, is politicized law enforcement. And it's related but different. And that's where you take prosecutors and you order them to go after your political enemies. We did not see that in the first term. Trump wanted to do it, but the Justice Department refused to comply. Well, now he's got the Attorney General and the FBI Director who will do it and have done it. He has specifically ordered from the White House that his political enemies be prosecuted, and the government has complied. And that means we now live in a country where the rule of law is what the leader says it is. That's new. And if he had done nothing else but that, right there, Trump would have taken us a substantial amount of the way down the road to fascism.
Number 5 is dehumanization. He's used the term vermin, garbage, poisoning the blood of our country. I might add human scum for people like you and me, unhumans. But let me ask you this.
Forgot that one.
Yeah, it's not in here. But let me ask you this. I think that narco-terrorist and domestic terrorist, the word terrorist is serving a similar function. And whether we're talking about Venezuela and Maduro, or whether we're talking about the streets of Minneapolis, you call someone a domestic terrorist or a narco-terrorist, you have dehumanized them. It's not the same as vermin, but I think it's a permission structure to do whatever you want to them.
Yeah, the way I put it in the article is fascism draws its legitimacy from its claims of defending the people from enemies who are animals, criminals, and brutes. And you could be a narco-terrorist, it could be a literal animal, but it's someone who enjoys no rights at all and enjoys no respect at all. And that's how he's characterizing his enemies.
Maybe I got ahead of myself. Number 6 is police state tactics. And here you're talking about ICE. So maybe I jumped the gun and conflated number 4 and number 6. But do you have any more on that one, or did I just mess that up?
Well, just that it's a very big deal. We've seen some what look like deeply disturbing abuses out of ICE. And we should note that he got Congress to hugely increase the scope of this agency so that its budget is larger than the entire military budget of all but 15 countries. Its budget is larger than all other federal law enforcement agencies combined. By the time it gets done hiring, it's already doubled the number of people it has, many of them apparently not well trained. But by the time it's done hiring, experts say you can pretty much assume that every community and every city and most Americans are going to be coming in contact with this national police force that reports to Donald Trump.
Let me just say we're about a third of the way through the list. And I just want to reiterate, like, if you're like, is Trump really a fascist? Am I like overwrought? Is this, am I exaggerating this? Pay attention to this list. He's got the receipts. Number 7 is undermining elections. I don't think I have to talk about that one. That one's kind of obvious. Number 8, what's private is public. This one's intriguing. What does that mean, Jonathan?
Yeah, this is also a new one, I think, from his second term, which is Mussolini famously said under fascism, quote, no individuals or groups outside the state. The government is all encompassing. Now, in the United States, Trump can't do that. But what he has done, beginning right at the beginning of this term, was use government power to commandeer private sector institutions. So the first thing he does is he goes after TikTok and he says, even though Congress made requirements about selling TikTok, I'm not going to enforce that law because I don't feel like it. Then he goes after private law firms and private universities and private corporations. He demands shares of corporations. He says, I'm going to turn off all your grants, universities, if you don't do what I want. He says, I'm going to eject you from being able to enter federal buildings, law firms.
Welcome to Stanley versus the world. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button as you're coming in. And if you would, share it out. Share the love and joy and warmth with your friends. Speaking of TikTok, just happened to see a news alert saying that they settled a lawsuit. Somebody sued them, or maybe it was a class action, saying that they intentionally made the app addictive to kids. So they settled it. So I don't know if that is an admission of guilt or not. So let me say hey to everybody before I restart this. This is fascinating. This interview is fascinating. I tend to agree. We are there, folks. So let me say hey to everybody, and I'll restart this. Hey, Chalk, it's good to see you. Have you ever been over here before? But anyway, it's good to see you. Candy Cane, Slick Rick, good to see you all. And Brian was here. I don't know where he got off to, but anyway, listen closely to this. I'm afraid that we have crossed the event horizon into our American version of fascism.
You don't do what I want. This is anathema to the way we've run the country in the past, where there are boundaries on how far the government can go to order around and commandeer and just take portions of private companies.
It's not as private. Well, news media is private, but that's number 9, attacks on news media. And, we saw what happened with CBS, and he's threatened broadcast licenses and all of that. But he was attacking the news media in the first term, as I mentioned, with the human scum. So let me ask you, as we head into number 10, do you have a sense of how many of these are new to the second term versus the first term when you did not use the F word?
Well, you can argue about that. For example, in the first term, he repeatedly often went after the news media. I mean, it was right after taking office in 2017 when he used the phrase enemy of the American people to denounce the news media. That's right out of fascist Europe. What's different about the second term is he's acted on that. So he's actively threatened broadcast licenses. He's fired exorbitant lawsuits against media companies. He's abused regulatory authority, manipulated ownership deals, blocked journalistic access, searched a reporter's home. So he's doing more of it in the second term, but you can see the groundwork in the first term. So I don't know, but I think a third to half of the items on this list are things that we've seen only in the second term, I suppose.
Wait till you get to the third term. It's going to be insane in the third term, but we'll get there. Number two,
wash your mouth out with soap.
I think you're right, though, that they're all a matter of degrees, because number 10, territorial and military aggression. I remember him talking about Greenland in the first term and sort of threatening Canada and Greenland and places like that. But I think it's been ramped up a lot more in the second term.
Well, yeah, for sure. No one, I think, among our allies was seriously concerned about an American invasion in the first term. And he wasn't knocking off foreign heads of state and grabbing and kidnapping them. In his second term, he's actually done these things. Now, I should say, in fairness, that many presidents have deployed force, often in controversial ways. George H.W. Bush went and grabbed the dictator of Panama. What's different about Trump, and what rings true with the description fascism, is he's doing this in an explicitly predatory way. He wants to grab other people's resources and territory. Germans call that Lebensraum.
Living room.
Living room, yeah, more room to live.
Yeah.
So he says what he wants from Venezuela is their oil. He says what he wants from from Denmark is their territory. And he claims to be willing to back that up with force. And in the case of Venezuela, he did. So once again, you see him doing what he only gestured to in the first term.
Number 11 is transnational reach. Talk, if you would, of what is that? And is this something that, like, if you were worried about fascism, like historically, is this an ingredient we should be concerned about?
We should certainly be concerned about it. And this is, again, one of the things that set off alarm bells to me, that the second term is different and that we move beyond patrimonialism. I said patrimonialism has no ideology. It's basically interested in greed and corruption and the loyalty of everyone in the machine to the person on top. It's usually pretty happy to just steal a lot of money. Fascism, on the other hand, fascists like company. The world is safer for them when there are fewer democracies and more authoritarian countries. So they tend to cooperate, Hitler, Mussolini, Japan during World War II and that era. What we've seen in the second Trump term that we didn't in the first was he breaks with longstanding US policy by dialing back support for human rights and for democratic countries. And he goes out and he actively supports authoritarian populists, illiberal nationalists, and far right-wing parties in countries around the world. So Serbia, Poland, Hungary, Germany, Turkey, El Salvador, Slovakia, among others. He's weirdly deferential to Vladimir Putin in Russia. This is, of course, America switching sides as a matter of foreign policy, but this is also characteristic of fascism. You want to try to spread it other places.
So I saw number 12, blood and soil nationalism, and I'm like, yeah, it's true, but it's sort of a cliche at this point. But then I read what you had to say. A fascist trademark is its insistence that the country is not just a collection of individuals, but a people, a Volk, a mystically defined and ethnically pure group bound together by shared blood, culture, and destiny. And keeping with that idea, Trump has repudiated birthright citizenship, and Vance is called to, quote, redefine the meaning of American citizenship in the 21st century. Again, if you're following along at home, it starts to get a little scary here, Jonathan.
Yeah, America's been a creedal country in which we're united by our common dedication to the founding ideas of the Republic, namely all men are created equal and so forth. Well, there's a very different, much older view of what makes someone a citizen or a member of the country. And it's what you just said. It's that we share a culture and a bloodline that goes back a long time. That's a very fascistic notion. Of course, we saw that from Hitler and Mussolini in the 30s. We see it from other countries today. And we've seen the vice president give a speech saying that special priorities should go to Americans with longer historical ties, the people whose ancestors fought in the Civil War, for example. And there's a big wing of the MAGA movement that proposes what it calls heritage Americans. These are Americans who would, again, they get special priority as citizens. This is something very new in American thinking. And again, it's alien to our American liberal tradition, but right in line with the blood and soil nationalism of right-wing movements in Europe.
14 is mobs and street thugs, which I do feel like more a first-term phenomenon because we got ICE now. So we we don't need these militia groups or whatever that Trump. Am I wrong about that? And why? I mean, it's scary, obviously, but is that a first-term thing or not?
Well, yes and no. We saw in the first term, really staggeringly, that Trump was very capable.
Let me address my buddy, unapologetic manhood. Yes, I am anti-Trump. I am biased. And I will also remind you that Biden hasn't been president for over a year now. So I find it pretty pathetic that every time I criticize Trump, you have to bring up Biden. Take that trash logic to your buddies where it works. Over here, we concentrate on the present, not the past. But other than that, good to see you there, unapologetic.
of encouraging a mob to form, use violence to try to overthrow the government, overthrow the Constitution. And needless to say, that's never been tried in America before. It's just breathtaking. But it's in the second term, as I think one of his acts on his very first day.
Oh, and by the way, it is sad to pick on an old man like Trump. So let me take that back. Let me retract my words. I'm not anti-Trump. I'm anti-MAGA. But I'll remind you that more than likely when Trump goes, wherever he goes, MAGA's going to go with him. It will not live much longer after he is out of the picture. So wanted to add that for you there, unapologetic.
Okay. That he pardons all the people, including the violent people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th, 2021. And that's sending a clear message of support.
So you're saying might stand back and stand by or whatever, that these people, we might not have seen them lately, but they're still out there and they can be unleashed again.
And he's saying, I can pardon you. So I can do this again and I can protect you. So yeah, this is a message to his supporters, but also to the world that mob violence and street thugs remain very much in his vocabulary.
Number 15 is leader aggrandizement. And it's just, there was a picture in like 2015, maybe 2016, but I think 2015 of these women in the audience just looking like, it was like he had a halo around him and they were so, he was a celebrity. And I remember as like a conservative person,
well, that was his hair.
Conservative anymore, but as a conservative person, I just have always been concerned about someone who's super popular, super charismatic, and has people kind of falling at their feet, worshiping him. But, it almost seems like obvious now, the leader aggrandizement, but you end this section saying this is fascism 101.
Yeah, you want to create a personality cult around the leader. That's going to solidify the leader's rule. It's going to deter political alternatives, marginalized political alternatives. And of course, we've always seen these narcissistic tendencies with Trump, and we've always, to some extent, kind of laughed about them because it can be so ludicrous, covering the Oval Office with gilding, for example, or illegally renaming the Kennedy Center after himself, or, for heaven's sake, accepting someone else's Nobel Prize. And yet
that one was
laugh about this
that Nobel Prize
because
thing.
the American
that Nobel Prize thing, dude, that was like that was kind of like a participation trophy, to be honest. It was so sad. So I don't know what to say about that. And I was about to type an answer to you, Slick Rick. That is our 7th president, Andrew Jackson, who, by the way, I think he's Trump's favorite president. He has a portrait of Jackson hanging in the Oval Office, I believe. So that's how it is. That's who it is. Where are you, Slick Rick? I don't even know where you are. We got, to be honest, we got a bunch of rain, and it got down to, I think it got down to like, shoot, it was in the teens. It was like 14 or something. And then, but it's supposed to warm up over the next few days. But that we didn't get any sleet or snow. Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you? Yeah, I need to call my father-in-law, Slick. He's up in Oak Ridge. So I didn't even, I need to call him probably in the morning. But yeah, I figured Tennessee, probably anywhere like northeast Georgia and above there would be right in the bullseye.
American tradition is that we expect our leaders to serve the public and to serve the Constitution. Servant leaders, that's the tradition that George Washington so firmly established. And what Trump is doing goes fundamentally against that. He's saying it's all about me. Since I wrote the article, something that came to my attention, which I would have included, is you've heard about the Board of Peace that he's establishing. which is going to govern Gaza and, according to Trump, apparently the whole world.
Mm.
So the chairman of the Board of Peace will be Donald Trump, not the president of the United States, but Donald Trump for life. In other words, he personally will run the substitute United Nations that he is creating. That is never something that you would see in a liberal republic. I mean, far from it.
Number 16 is alternative facts. You mentioned Orwell and Hannah Arendt here, but you don't have to look far for this, right? We just saw alternative facts in Minneapolis, right? The guy that they killed, Alex Preddy, was a domestic terrorist who pulled a gun on a cop and was probably there for a mass shooting. If you believe Kristi Noem and the official,
Just a quick note about that whole Preddy incident. One interesting thing that I literally just saw a news article on, his GoFundMe for his family basically is at $1.2 million. People have just been, really outpouring, their money for this really egregious and tragic event. And we are going to talk about it in detail. The New York Times basically did a frame by frame, and it is not looking good for those agents. I don't see how they don't wind up in a courtroom somewhere. Trump's going to have to whip out his auto pen to to sign several pardons. It's not looking good.
Stephen Miller and the official statements coming out of the administration. Alternative facts.
Trump's very first action in the first term was to lie about the size of his inauguration crowd and whether it rained. And this is something dictators do. They take control of truth and they say, who are you going to believe, me or your own two eyes? And it better be me. What's different in the second term, Matt, is what you just said, which is in the first term, it was mostly Trump personally doing this stuff. Vice President Pence wasn't doing it. The Justice Department wasn't doing it. The FBI wasn't doing it. Now we see the institutionalization of alternative facts all the way down the chain. So when we see video of what happened in the streets of Minneapolis, we immediately hear an account that pretty obviously doesn't match what our own two eyes are telling us. That, again, that is something that we see in traditional fascist forms of government. Believe me, not your own two eyes.
Which makes me wonder, when Trump leaves, does this leave? Probably not, because it's now been so many years and it's inculcated in the Republican Party.
Well, I wrote a book about that, came out in 2021, a long time ago. It's called The Constitution of Knowledge. But one of the things it says is that the kind of propaganda that we see this administration using is very well known from Nazi Germany, but before that, Russia, going back to the czars, and it's very effective. And the best way to avoid it is never to start using it, because once politicians realize they can lie and lie and lie and create confusion and disorientation and cynicism and fear, it is hard to stop them. So no, I don't know that we'll be able to get out of this.
17, politics is war. A distinctive mark of fascism is the concept of politics best captured by Carl Schmitt, an early 20th century German political theorist whose doctrines legitimize Nazism. I remember, I think it might have been Andrew Breitbart. I don't want to pin this on him if it wasn't, but I started seeing the hashtag war on Twitter thing pop up. Maybe it's before Trump, probably during the Tea Party. And that is a bad, dangerous one. And as you noted, it comes from, well, pre-Nazi Germany. Number 18, I think our last one, governing as revolution. Talk about that.
This one's really interesting. I put it last for a reason. Last is sometimes where you get some emphasis. In a liberal democracy like ours, you prize continuity, stability, and incremental change guided by reason and deliberation. And that's especially true if you're a conservative. Fascism, in contrast, is a revolutionary doctrine. We know this because Mussolini told us and other fascists told us. It's trying to uproot the social order and replace rationals, deliberation, balance of power, consultation with Congress, that sort of thing, having a policy shop in the White House with exhilarating action, unshackled to rational deliberation. The leader acts charismatically and impulsively, and we follow the leader. Well, in the second term of Trump, again, not so much in the first, we saw some of that, but he was restrained. But in the second term, we're seeing exactly that kind of behavior from Trump. He wakes up in the morning and takes some impulsive revolutionary action. More to the point, his, I think, most intellectually formidable cabinet member, Russell Vought, the director of the Office of Management and Budget, has explicitly outlined a theory of what he calls radical constitutionalism, which would end a lot of the checks on presidential power, in which he says, president needs to be able to move, this is not a direct quote, but move as fast and aggressively as possible and put the executive agencies in trauma. That's the way you talk if you're coming from something more like the fascist tradition than the American tradition.
Which is weird because Russ Vought came up in the Reaganite conservative movement. So I don't know where he got that, but it is what it is. I do want to quibble with one thing you write toward the end. You said there are elements of the classical European fascism that are not found in Trumpism. And in parentheses, you say mass rallies and public rituals, for example. And I think Trump has had the mass rallies and the public rituals, the red hats remind me of the brown shirts, but
okay.
Hasn't he had mass rallies? What's the
He
difference?
he also missed the lock her up chant at these MAGA rallies. Yeah, they're there. They're as a matter of fact, I know American Man, I remember I think he called into this show once. He was on his way down to see to attend a Trump rally. I think it was either in North Carolina or South Carolina. So I think he's got those two elements. I have not heard from Nightish. I know. Well, his other channel is still up. The hobbies and reviews channel is still up. I don't know if he can go live on it or not. I'll email him. I meant to do it today, but I've been a little busy. But I'll get around to emailing him at some point. Why? I didn't watch the whole show. Was it Sunday? The second show? I watched like maybe 30 minutes of it, and then I went to bed. So hopefully he's okay. I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows exactly what happened, but I'll catch up with him. So I think we've probably gotten all we're going to get out of this. Jonathan Rauch is a writer for The Atlantic, and Matt, damn it, I was going to say Matt Walsh. Matt, why can I not remember his last name? Man, I'm having a senior moment here. Matt Lewis. I actually watch him regularly. He is a non-MAGA conservative. He was basically, a Reagan youth. And apparently the party has left him. He didn't leave the party. So, and I want to reemphasize, I probably watch more conservative or right-leaning media than I do left-leaning media because I know what the left thinks. So, to be effective, I need to know what the right is thinking. And say in the case of an unapologetic or a cellulite, I need to know their arguments. If you could call them arguments, I need to know their arguments better than them. That's why it's so easy for me to humiliate them when we talk politics. I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will have other ideas. Humiliated. Humiliation is probably not the word they would use, but I'm going to do it just to poke the bear. What's up, Queen Sunkissed? Let's see. No, I think CT's still around. Bob's still around. Big J is still around. So I'm not the last one. So let's see, what else do we have here? I'm going to go right in. This is my favorite female historian, Letters from America, from an American, Heather Cox Richardson. I just highlighted some things that I thought she said were interesting. She's talking about, the Preddy and, the Bovino gets sent home, all that stuff. And I'm just going to read excerpts from it. I'm not going to read the whole thing. She says, in response to Attorney General Pam Bondi's suggestion on Saturday, shortly after Preddy's killing, that Governor Tim Walz could restore the rule of law in Minnesota by handing over the state's voter rolls. Walz's response is classic. What do the voter rolls have to do with anything? And it's the federal government doesn't need voter rolls. Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, responded, I think everybody understands that last request for voter rolls was totally unrelated to anything on the voter files. This is, again, Donald Trump telling everybody that the election was rigged. I would just give a pro tip to the attorney general. There's 2 million documents in the Epstein files we're still waiting on. Go ahead and work on those. And that's very true. They need to get the Epstein files delivered. States, by constitution, they're in charge of voting, with some exception. There's federal election law, but the federal government does not need voter rolls. That's strictly controlled by the states. It would be you could probably make the argument that it's unconstitutional to hand them over to the federal government. So, expect a lawsuit if anybody does that. So she's going to say farther that Trump is supposedly wrote on his media account. He had a good conversation with Mayor Jacob Fry of Minneapolis. And Fry responded, I spoke with President Trump this afternoon and appreciated the conversation. I expressed how much Minneapolis has benefited from our immigrant communities and was clear that my main ask is that the Operation Metro Surge needs to end. The president agreed that the present situation cannot continue, whatever that means. Some federal agents will begin leaving the area tomorrow. I'm not sure that that's true, but I know Bovino, if he's talking about Bovino and a few others, yeah, they will be leaving. And he also, the mayor of Minneapolis also says Minneapolis will continue to cooperate with state and federal law enforcement on real criminal investigations, but we will not participate in unconstitutional arrests of our neighbors or enforce federal immigration law. Violent criminals should be held accountable based on the crimes they commit, not based on where they are from. So that's kind of the where that stands. I don't know if Tom Homan has made it there yet, but I want to talk. This particular article literally came out about 30 minutes ago. The New York Times, basically their evening newsletter, is saying Trump changes course in Minnesota. Also, large parts of the U.S. are dangerously cold. We don't need any of that. So this is just a quick news summary. So this is Greg Bovino. He's basically been put out to pasture. He's going back to wherever it was he came from, and he'll be retiring soon. I heard that they have restricted his access to his government social media accounts. So that doesn't sound good. So the New York Times is saying, faced with the broad outcry over the killing of a second protester in Minneapolis, President Trump announced today that he was sending his border czar, Tom Homan, to oversee the immigration crackdown in Minnesota. Gregory Bovino, the senior Border Patrol official who has become the face of the administration's aggressive enforcement efforts, is expected to be reassigned out of Minneapolis. Trump also backed off his criticism of Minnesota's governor, Tim Walz, a Democrat whom he blamed for the killings of 2 U.S. citizens by federal agents. He's going to have to back off. Trump said today he and Walz had a very good call and seemed to be on a similar wavelength. Walz's office said the two had agreed to discuss the possibility of independent investigations into the killings and to look into reducing the number of federal agents deployed to the state. Well, the FBI should have been there the whole time, but I'm going to tell you right now, I think the any FBI investigation, in my opinion, would be tainted. It's the Trump administration investigating the Trump administration. And I personally don't trust Kash Patel to have the capability of conducting an investigation. But that's just me. So this is a new video analysis reveals flawed and fatal decisions in shooting of Preddy. And I previewed this. I don't think there's anything that's particularly graphic in it. So let's see, how does this look on the screen? Let's see if I can enlarge it a bit. So we'll run through this. If it'll run. I don't know. It may have been disabled. Let me reload it right quick. Here we go.
When federal agents shot and killed 37-year-old Alex Preddy in Minneapolis on Saturday, officials said he approached agents with a handgun intending to massacre them.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
But a Times analysis of video footage from the scene and the moments when 2 officers opened fire clearly contradict federal government statements. Preddy does not appear to pose a threat to agents. In fact, at several critical junctures, he's outnumbered and under their control. Here are the key moments that reveal what happened. We see Preddy walking about filming a group of protesters who are speaking with a federal agent. He's holding a cell phone in one hand. The other hand is empty. It's just over 30 seconds before the shooting when a protester is pushed to the ground. Preddy steps between her and the agent who'd shoved her, briefly putting his hand on the agent's waist. The agent pepper sprays Preddy's face. We can see Preddy is still holding his phone in one hand while holding his other hand.
Yeah, this is literally, you can see his open hand and you can see the phone and you can see separation between him and the agents. They are just, I don't know how you can possibly be more wrong. Trump better break out that auto pen to sign some pardons.
Up to protect himself against the spray. Contrary to statements by federal officials, he's made no threatening movements towards agents. Preddy, who had a firearms permit, carries a gun holstered on his right hip, but he doesn't reach for it, and it appears agents are unaware the gun is even there. He reaches toward the protester, apparently trying to help her up, while agents begin grabbing him from behind. He tries to pull away, and again, he makes no threatening movements towards the agents. But agents pull him backwards and force him to the ground. Then, shots ring out. Now we'll slow things down so each moment is clear. Here is Preddy. Several agents are restraining him, and this...
Yeah, I'm not going to go through it again, but let me make one semi-comic comment on this. I'm surprised that these Keystone cops one of them didn't get wounded by friendly fire. They look totally out of control and incompetent. And yeah, these guys are dangerous. And I wonder if they're not a danger to themselves. So it is what it is. And I'll remind everybody that all these links, at least well, so far, all the links that I'm going through are in the show notes. So if you want to go back and look at any of this stuff, you can do it on your own. So next, we'll talk a little bit about Greg Bovino. Now, by the way, it wasn't ICE that was involved with ending Preddy's life. It was the Border Patrol, and ICE was I think ICE was the first one. Border Patrol is the second one. So Greg Bovino, who was the local commander of all the ICE people, basically was in charge of the Border Patrol part. He might have been overall in charge of the operation because it involves ICE and the Border Patrol. But anyway, Greg Bovino loses his job. Kristi Noem's going to lose hers too, I think, because it was Bovino and Kristi Noem that were like the masterminds behind the tactics on the ground. So the Border Patrol chief has been ousted from his role as commander at large and will return to El Centro, wherever the hell that is. It's either probably Texas or California. Yes, California. So it says here Greg Bovino has been removed from his role as Border Patrol commander at large. It will return to his former job in El Centro, California, where he's expected to retire soon. According to a DHS official and two people with knowledge of the change. Bovino's sudden demotion is the clearest sign yet that the Trump administration is reconsidering its most aggressive tactics after the killing Saturday of 37-year-old Alex Preddy by Border Patrol agents under Bovino's command. Earlier today, President Trump appeared to signal in a series of social media posts a tactical shift in the administration's mass deportation campaign. Trump wrote that he spoke with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, whom the White House has blamed for inciting violence, and the two men are now on a similar wavelength. So that's kind of a repeat of the New York Times stuff. But here's the interesting part. So Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and her close advisor and boyfriend, by the way, Corey Lewandowski, who are Bovino's biggest backers at DHS, are also at risk of losing their jobs. Two of the people told the reporter. And I think she was in Congress today, but she's been called to another committee. Yeah, I actually thought it would be Kristi Noem and Kash Patel and what's her name, Tulsi Gabbard. I think those three are going to be, they need to perform in an outstanding manner to keep their jobs, and I don't think Noem. I think Noem's going to have to go, even if it's just as a scapegoat. So, let's see. Let's go to my conservative subscription over at the Washington Examiner. Yes, I subscribe to a conservative paper or two. Let's see here. Let's clear off some tabs. So we're going to watch their assessment of it. And I'm very curious. I haven't listened to it. So let's see what they have to say.
This week, it's the tragedy unfolding in Minneapolis and the killing of 37-year-old Alex Preddy by U.S. immigration officials. So set the scene for us, if you don't mind. What exactly happened, and who, in your estimation, is responsible at the absolute most granular level?
This is a very difficult shooting to follow. Even if you've seen all the video angles, we're going to take it second by second. So we know
Oh,
that
they're going to
Preeti
do the
winds
same
up
thing the
being
New York
shot
Times
by
did.
multiple Border Patrol agents in Minneapolis. He is this VA nurse that apparently was filming behind two, anti-ICE.
Oops, damn it. My bad. You know what? I knew I thought maybe he was a volunteer or something at the VA. So he was actually employed by the VA. Oh, shit. That is not good. I wonder if he was former prior military. I know some VA like male nurses who were medics in the Army, and they're top-notch guys. I mean, they know some shit. And if he was an ICU nurse at the VA, damn. He was not your usual this is not looking good.
Quote unquote legal observers who are filming DHS trying to conduct what they say is an arrest of an illegal alien wanted for a violent assault. In this frame, you can't see the suspect, but that's what DHS says the Border Patrol agents in question were in Minneapolis for. So a targeted active enforcement. So Preeti, 28 seconds before the shooting, he's about 10 feet behind the legal observers. It looks like the Border Patrol agents, one of them shoves one of the legal observers to the ground. Preeti jumps in and he physically goes in between these legal observers and the agents. And the agents are trying to use pepper spray on these legal observers. They push one of them down. Preeti tries to help one of them back up, and then they try and subdue Preeti. The argument that law enforcement is making is that Preeti was trying to obstruct an official federal law enforcement proceeding. Preeti's on the ground and he's subdued. He has a gun. It is a Sig Sauer P320 in, it looks like his pocket or his holster. One of the agents grabs the gun from his holster, and now this is where it gets really confusing. But from best we can see, after the gun is removed from Preeti's possession, and it doesn't look like he ever grabs the gun goes off, so it seems. And this Sig Sauer is famous for apparently accidentally firing. The technical term, I believe, is negligent discharge.
Okay, so the fucking agent grabs the gun and has a misfire? Holy fuck. These guys are Keystone cops. So you grab the gun. The federal agent grabs the gun and it discharges accidentally? Dude, how does that work? And I'm just going to assume that the pistol has a safety catch. Did the guy have a round chambered? How the fuck does that happen?
That triggers panic. One of the agents yells gun, and then you have a bunch of Border Patrol agents fire at Preeti, ultimately killing him. The best way we could probably describe this is a really tragic accident. Unlike in the case of Renee Good, who was the other anti-ICE protester killed in Minneapolis by federal law enforcement a couple weeks ago, unlike in that case, it doesn't seem like Preeti was trying to use any violent force against the agents. The argument again is that law enforcement is saying he was obstructing a federal law enforcement proceeding. That's a reason to subdue someone. It's not necessarily a reason to use lethal force. The only justification for the use of lethal force is that Preeti's gun accidentally fired. So that brings us to what everyone is saying about this.
Yeah, but idiot, he's not the one who fired it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and stop this insanity right here. It's pretty cut and dry. Those guys are toast. And like I said, Trump needs to pull out the auto pen on this one. So in a related story, the ICE chief in Minneapolis, basically the judge orders the ICE chief to appear in court, threatens a contempt ruling. There's just a bunch of shit that ICE is doing against court orders. So this is short. We'll just listen to it.
You're listening to U.S. Judge orders ICE chief to appear in court, threatens contempt ruling, a news story written by Jeremy Roebuck and read by Antony, an AI-generated voice. Minnesota's chief federal judge has demanded the acting head of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement personally appear in court Friday to explain what the judge described as repeated failures to comply with dozens of court orders amid its enforcement efforts in the state. The court's patience is at an end, U.S. District Judge Patrick J. Schiltz wrote in a remarkable filing late Monday, summoning acting ICE Director Todd M. Lyons to his courtroom. The judge threatened possible contempt proceedings against Lyons over several instances in which Schiltz said the agency failed to grant detained immigrants bond hearings that had been ordered by judges in Minneapolis. The court's order set up a yet another potential showdown between the federal judiciary and Trump administration officials, who have sought to paint judges who question their tactics as liberal activists. It was not clear Tuesday whether Lyons would comply with the order to appear or whether Justice Department attorneys would seek to block it in court. A spokesperson for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The court acknowledges that ordering the head of a federal agency to personally appear is an extraordinary step, wrote Schiltz, an appointee of President George W. Bush and a former law clerk for Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia. But the extent of ICE's violation of court orders is likewise extraordinary, and lesser measures have been tried and failed. Since the Trump administration surged thousands of ICE agents to the Minneapolis region this month, the federal courts in the city have been inundated with suits filed by migrants seeking release from immigration detention, even as federal prosecutors have flooded dockets with efforts to charge people protesting ICE's efforts. In recent rulings, several judges have expressed frustration over the government's tactics and posture in court, including this weekend, when Schiltz penned an exasperated letter to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Eighth Circuit, questioning unusual moves by government officials to charge demonstrators involved in a church protest in St. Paul. Other judges on the city's federal bench have questioned the government's willingness to comply with its orders, especially in cases involving migrant detainees. In instances Schiltz cited Monday, immigrants who had been granted bond hearings by the courts had seen their detentions extended instead or had been flown to Texas, despite orders that ICE keep them in the state. Schiltz said that the court had been extremely patient with the government, even though it decided to send thousands of agents to Minnesota to detain aliens without making any provision for dealing with the hundreds of habeas petitions and other lawsuits that were sure to result. This is a developing story and will be updated.
The holidays may be over, but smart savings can still
these
continue.
damn commercials.
Right now, you can unlock your first 6 months of access.
All right. Well, I just got this story from Axios. Hakeem Jeffries. He's telling Trump, fire Christie Noem or we will move to impeachment. So yeah, it's not looking good for Secretary Noem. And the thing is they can try and blow this off, but come November, depending on what happens with the election, yeah, Trump needs to cut the dead weight now. Christie Noem, they've already got Bovino out of the picture. Oh, by the way, I let's see, is it here? There's a comment that I read about Tom Homan, the border czar who's coming up to take over. Someone made a pithy comment that, if you're sending Tom Homan to clean up the mess, you've pretty much hit rock bottom. Tom Homan's just gonna fuck it up more. The only thing that he's got is he's basically been the voice of reason, if that's even possible in this Trump administration, the voice of reason over what's going on in Minneapolis. So who knows? He may calm things down. I will say that he is pretty good about working with locals. Um, he worked with Eric Adams and some other places, so who knows? But Kristi Noem, I think her days are going to be numbered. Trump doesn't want the bad publicity of them trying to impeach Kristi Noem, and they won't succeed in doing it. But it will be a big dust up, and it'll stay in the news for weeks. And I'm sure Trump just does not want this. Hey, Shara, how you doing? You have come to be bored, have you? So let us move on. So the FBI is investigating Minnesota signal chats tracking ICE. Once again, Kash Patel is just a failure. This is a First Amendment issue. There is no way people can't go into an app and say ICE is here. That's First Amendment. No way you win that case. So investigate it all you want. The criminal charges will not stick. I know Patel probably wants to call it obstruction, but it's just not. Why do I need an account to do this? I do this all the time. Let's just pick some stuff out of here. I've used NBC News before. This must be something new, and I'm not creating an account on the fly. So FBI Director Kash Patel said Monday that he had opened an investigation into the Signal Group text chats that Minnesota residents are using to share information about federal immigration agents' movements, launching a new front in the Trump administration's conflict there with potential free speech implications. And I don't know, King Pix, are you still in the chat? Oh, there you are. This is exactly what I mean. People like Kash Patel are more loyal to Donald Trump and his agenda than they are to the Constitution, than they are to the First Amendment. Why would you be dealing with First Amendment issues? It's going to come to nothing. It's really just a waste of taxpayer money. What the FBI needs to be doing is investigating these shootings. This motherfucker wants to investigate an app, and people are dying in the streets. Priorities there, Cash. So he's going to be the next to go. Let's see here. Anything else interesting in there? Patel said in an interview with conservative podcaster Benny Johnson, oh my Lord, there's a meeting of the minds, that he wanted to know whether any Minnesota residents had put federal agents in harm's way with activities such as sharing agents' license plate numbers and locations. Good luck with that. You cannot create a scenario that illegally entraps and puts law enforcement in harm's way, he said in the interview, which was posted on YouTube. Should we watch it? Nah, I don't think so. And Patel is actually a law school graduate. I don't know why he doesn't understand that this is really just a waste of time. So this is an editorial that I read in USA Today early this morning, as my mother used to say, faux day in the morning. And I really should have thought to read it. Should have read it beforehand. And you know what? I may just do that. I will just, because I don't think it has an auto voice thing here. No. Well, you know what? It's called Trump is Right. Civil rights made some white people feel bad, which made me laugh. To believe Trump's worldview, you'd have to, as many people do, close your eyes and lock your doors to the race-based injustices King and so many others before and after him have worked against. Basically, Trump made a statement the other day that civil rights, while it did some good things, hurt white males in particular. And that's literally just racist 101. The civil rights, the bottom line is white males in particular are butthurt that they don't have an automatic advantage over white women and other, black people, etc. It used to be, and any loss of power is going to be, it's going to feel like it's unfair. So, I mean, I kind of understand, but sharing power is essentially something that has been pissing people like JD Vance off for quite some time. And I don't know if anybody here has read JD Vance's Hillbilly Elegy, but it doesn't surprise me that he would make statements like you don't have to be ashamed to be white anymore. It just doesn't surprise me. He's got redneck roots. His people are from the holler, and sometimes that stuff just kind of it's in the gene pool. So I may come back and I may come back to this tomorrow. I don't know that I want to read it at this point. So this one I did read, and I had the foresight and the time to actually do a video clip in OBS. So let's test this out. Instead of doing an auto reader, I just decided to read a bit of it myself. So this is something I've actually probably should have thought of before. Oops, I didn't mean to bring this one up. But there is progress. So let's test this out. Let's see if it's worth the time. I can remember how to play a video file. What's up, Mike? 1, 2, 3. Where did I put these? All right, well, let's check it out. This is The War of Southern Aggression by Michael Podhorzer. So let's see how this goes. Confederate apologists often claim, as Nikki Haley did during the 2024 Republican primary campaign, that the Civil War was fought over states' rights. Southern Rebellion was indeed about states' rights, but only in the sense that it was about Confederate states' right to determine who is an American citizen and interpret the Constitution to its own satisfaction. Yeah, a lot of that nullification stuff that Henry Clay was all into. That's why Confederates inverted their succession as the War of Northern Aggression. Yeah, see, we have volume issues here. Come into focus once we understand that we are well into a war of Southern aggression, a neo-Confederate project to remake the entire country in its own image and win the war the South never conceded. As I've argued, here, let me go ahead and summarize this nation within the American nation, because the volume's not right. I thought I had the volume correct. Essentially, what this guy is saying, and I 100% agree with him, that MAGA is essentially the South will rise again ism. the war between the states uh, never really ended. A lot of people would agree with that statement. And the civil rights movement really was kind of like a nail in the coffin for some of these people. And that's why Trump and J.D. Vance and John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, they're basically trying to roll back basically the civil rights movements, at least the ones that they have a problem with, not all of them. I'm sorry, civil rights law, at least the ones that they have a problem with, voting rights, for instance, anything that basically curtails white power, they're going to try and curtail. And to be honest, if they had their way, they would take it all the way back. They take America back before the New Deal. New Deal and the civil rights movements are basically their two big enemies. And it's really, to be honest, it's anti-liberal. And in my opinion, it's un-American. The Civil War had consequences in the South, and people who sympathize with the South have never been able to come to terms with that loss. So that's pretty much the upshot of this. Probably should have done just a standalone video. I might actually just release it as a standalone video just to have something to put out there. So let's see, where are we going to go next? We're going to shift gears here and talk about some foreign policy / global stuff. And what I want to do is play, because I haven't played my buddy Professor Zhang in a while. So let's have a look. Let's have a listen to. Okay, and this is called "Is It Time for the Great Global Reset?" And the reason I think this is appropriate is apparently Donald Trump seems to want to just go back to a spheres of influence sort of foreign policy. And I don't know if that's even possible, especially because I don't think he's going to do a third term. And I don't think MAGA is going to exist once Trump is out of the picture. It's a cult of personality. And J.D. Vance, neither J.D. Vance nor Marco Rubio, have the personal appeal to lead a bunch of yahoos. Let's see. Sorry about that. Let me see. Can I do that? Do this. There we go.
New game is about to emerge because this game right now is not sustainable. Okay. And so these three things, okay? Finance, the Bank of England basically, schooling, or the idea of soft power, British culture, English, okay? And the third thing is the Navy, created really the world's first great world empire. So as you can see, Britain spread all around the world, okay? And so even though the British Empire is no longer around, it's now the American Empire, even though the opium trade has stopped, what's important for us to understand is the game is still being played today, okay? So let me give you an example of this. This is a drug trade in the world, okay? And as you can see, the drug trade, okay, primarily cocaine. We're talking about cocaine. There are other types of drugs as well, but let's focus on cocaine. You can see it's a global network. Just like a lot of cocaine is produced in Colombia and South America, and then it just travels all around the world. It's a very sophisticated system of trade. Okay? But what you need to understand is none of this would be possible without the British financial and legal system. Okay? Because like, why are people taking such a risk and selling drugs? Because it's so lucrative, it's so profitable. But you can only have this market if it's being protected by a legal and financial system, okay? People only participate in this trade. It's dangerous, but they will only participate in this trade if they can be guaranteed that they can make a lot of money, and they can use this money and protect this money, okay? So what protects this money, of course, is the offshore financial centers, okay? So the green are areas in the world in which you can place your money. They won't ask where the money came from. They don't care where the money came from, and they will clean it up for you, okay? Money laundering. They will use their sophisticated legal and financial systems to clip your money, and then they will help you invest it elsewhere, okay? Does it make sense? So guess what? Look at this, guys. Where are the major global financial offshore centers? Well, they're in the Caribbean, okay? They're in Panama. They are in Northern Europe. They are in the Middle East. They are in Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Singapore, Japan. Guess what, guys? This used to be the former British Empire. Okay? So the British Empire is still around today. But they transformed from one that is overt and that uses military power in order to control the world to one that is covert, that is secret, and that uses financial and legal means in order to control the world. Okay? And it's still the game that we play today. All right? Now, there's a question that someone asked me. Okay, it's a very good question. The question is this: if offshore financial centers like Hong Kong and Dubai are so profitable and it's such easy money, why doesn't everyone do it? Right? It's a good question, okay? And the logic is very simple. We know that gambling, prostitution, human trafficking, slavery, all profitable. Why doesn't everyone do it? Because it's immoral, okay? As a society, you need morality in order to create energy, openness, and cohesion, right? People want to feel as though there's part of something good, that we're striving for a higher cause. And if you're all about slavery or prostitution or gambling or money laundering, people won't feel good about themselves. In fact, their souls will become corrupted, okay? So the classic example is like Hong Kong, right? Have you guys been to Hong Kong? One of the wealthiest cities in the world, right? Lots and lots of skyscrapers. But guess what? The people there are disgusting. They're depraved, they're unethical, they're disgusting. There's actually no culture to the place. There's no morality to the place. It's actually disgusting, okay? I don't want to live there. And if you live there, guess what? Your soul is going to become corrupted. So this is almost, you would say this is a demonic system. This system is not only evil, but it facilitates evil. It is the work of Satan. Okay? But unfortunately, this is a system that we live in today. So even though everyone will say this system is demonic, it's really underpins the world today. Because if you think about it, okay, all this corrupt money from China, India, Malaysia, they go to these places, but then this money then goes where? It goes over to Australia to invest in real estate. Okay? Do you guys know what the biggest industry in Australia is? It's banking. Okay? Banking. Which means that Australia also engages in money laundering, but they clean it up so people aren't aware of this. Do you understand? The same thing happens in Canada as well. Canada, United States as well. So this entire world, it's based on stealing from the third world and transferring this money to the first world. That's all it is, okay? It's not complicated. But this has led to a huge problem. The problem is what we call over-financialization. But over-financialization, it's a very similar concept where there's too much money, so people become corrupt, lazy, arrogant, and insular. And that's what's happening in Canada, in the United States, in Britain, in Australia. Okay? And so really, an empire must collapse at some point. So the British, the Western world, they are a victim of their own success. Okay? So they stole all this money from the rest of the world, but this money has made their people lazy, corrupt, and arrogant. And that's why we're seeing so much conflict right now in the Western world, because this money has created a lot of inequality in the world, in the Western world, right? Where maybe 1% of all the money, 9% have very little to get by on. But you also have a lot of corruption, where the political system no longer serves the interests of the people. They only serve the interests of the rich, okay? And then you will also have immorality, where nowadays people only are concerned about making money. They don't want to contribute to the community, okay? So yes, we can say that the Western world, it's evil because they've stolen all this money. But really what's happened is that they've corrupted and destroyed themselves because this model has been too successful for them, okay? And that's why we're seeing so much chaos in the world today. So we are really at a game reset or a game's end. And a new game is about to emerge because this game right now is not sustainable. Okay? All right. Any questions? Yeah.
So if the success of Western world leads to the corruption and, the fall of Western world.
Okay. Ryan, have you heard about Trump's Board of Peace? It's not China that wants to rule the world. It's Trump. He is going to be the president of this Board of Peace. And, there are all kinds of wild theories floating around about it. But the one that I found most disturbing is that he personally will be the chairman of it, not as president of the United States, but as Donald Trump. So this is disturbing. China ain't got nothing on Donald Trump, in my opinion. And yeah, unfortunately, I am biased. I'm a capital L liberal, like a liberal democracy kind of guy. And anything other than that, to me, is basically no, I'm not wrong, Ryan. Don't say you're wrong. Do you even know what the Board of Peace is? But anyway, I'm just reporting what I've read. Don't shoot the messenger, Ryan. But anyway, as the president or whatever. Oh, and by the way, as head of the Board of Peace, Donald Trump gets to pick his successor. So, it's going to be, Jared or, just somebody, that's his personal pick. So it sounds like that Board of Peace could be world government to me. They're just going to go all around the world, spreading, quote, peace. Peace at a price. I bet that's going to be their motto. But yeah, I'm biased. I don't think Trump is a good president, possibly the worst president we've ever had. The one exception might be Andrew Johnson. So everybody knows how I feel about that. No need for me to act like I'm neutral.
Can we generalize that, after success, people will fall? Then what's the meaning of success?
Yeah, anything.
Okay.
Anything that's not far right MAGA is Marxist. I get how it works in that MAGA mind. You know, the only thing worse than the MAGA blacks is the MAGA mind.
Okay. That's a great question, okay? So if we know that if you become successful, you will not be happy, why do people go and succeed? And, okay, this is a really hard question to answer, okay? So let me explain different layers. Okay, the first layer is this. Why people know that wealth doesn't lead to happiness, right? What leads to happiness is family, love, community, meaning, purpose, generosity, okay? That's what leads to happiness. The happiest people in the world tend to be religious, they tend to have families, and they tend to be very kind-hearted people. So why do you have rich people? Because the game is structured so that everyone is forced to play. Okay? Meaning that we only care about people like Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg. We worship the rich, okay? And we hate the poor. So if you're homeless, we think it's because you deserve it, because you're lazy. It's because you refuse to work, okay? So the game is set up so that we're focused on making money. Then the question then is, why do we have this stupid game? And the answer, unfortunately, is that what we figured out is that this game, in the short term, not in the long term, okay? We're talking like decades, not centuries. In the short term, it's what makes your people the most energetic, open, cohesive, and the most likely to win against other nation states. Okay, does that make sense? So in the long term, you get destroyed. Your people are destroyed. You're corrupted by this game. But in the short term, it allows you to defeat other players. Okay, that's how the British were able to create the empire, because they defeated the French, then they defeat the Germans, then they defeat the Russians. Okay, and that forces the other players to play this game as well, because in the short term, this game gives you huge advantages. Okay, so think of it's a zero-sum game. So think of a Olympic game where, okay, everyone's going and competing in the 100-meter sprint. And we know you shouldn't do drugs because drugs will destroy your body, right? And you could have a heart attack when you're 40. But they're like, no, I really want to win this game. So one guy uses a drug and he wins. And the other players know about this, and now they're forced to also use the same tactic. Okay, do you understand? So it's a really unfortunate system in that this system can only lead to the unhappiness, corruption, and immorality of people. But people are too concerned about short-term rewards. Okay, if you don't play this game, then you get eliminated. Okay.
Oh, wait, you know what? I wasn't going to watch this, but since Ryan and Mike want to just go hard in on this MAGA stuff, this is called A Candid Apology for Voting for Trump. And I think it would be instructive to hear one of your kind apologizing. So stand back and stand by for this apology.
Back in 2024, about 6 weeks before the election, I released a video about the enigma of Kamala Harris, detailing a little bit about how unknown she was and how little there was out there about her background and her family and the questionableness of it. And there was another candidate at the time that was promising America first and secure borders and freedom, for me especially, as a God-fearing First and Second Amendment loving guy, and Fourth Amendment too, which comes into play later. I believe we have some really good founding fathers who wrote some great constitutional protections, and I believe that they need to be uninfringed. And back in 2024, I felt the Democratic Party was a greater risk of infringing my rights than the Republican Party. And I voted for Donald Trump. He promised America first, was going to look after the concerns and prosperity and security of our country. Fast forward to the last, 2026, really, the last week and a half in Minneapolis. I've seen things I wish I had never seen happening. It started with execution of Renee Good in her car. Probably guilty of a traffic violation. The ICE officer drove past her, stopped after getting past her, which kind of defeats the argument she was blocking the road, and then gets out of his car and circles around. She's nice to him. The next two officers come up and approach, and their first orders are get the F out of the car and start reaching in the door handle. And the car's in gear at the time they're saying this and approaching her all masked up, faceless, nameless, nothing cordial about it, not asking her to move, just get the F out. The shooting officer steps in front of her vehicle at that time when the car's in gear, and she proceeds to roll out because she's freaked out. The only officer to draw his gun is the guy who stepped in front of the car while it was in gear, and he proceeds to put one bullet into the windshield while the other ICE officer had his arm in the door, probably scaring the crap out of the other ICE officer, and then he proceeds to put two more rounds through the driver's side window and kill the woman as she leaves, driving past him, which defeats the argument she was trying to run him over. The fact that she turned away, and she wasn't turning after she was shot, she was turning before she was shot. Because after she shot, she was dead. There's no argument she was trying to get out of there because she was afraid. And she was afraid because they were rushing her car with masks and guns and stepping in front of her trying to impede her. She couldn't move. The guy was circling around her car. Where was she supposed to go while he was walking around? Back up to the side? They put her in an impossible situation and they shot her for it. The only guy afraid for his life was the one that drew his gun, right? None of the other officers were afraid. None of them even reached for a gun. That tells you how scary she was. If she was threatening or scary, more.
I made that point. And it, if he was overly sensitive because, whatever happened to him in the past, that's fine. But he was the only one. And he pulled that gun after he was out of the way of the car. And this is a MAGA guy. So y'all can y'all can howl all you want in that chat about being muted and stuff like that. Sorry, but sometimes I need to get the panel under control, and I will use the tools at my disposal to do so. And Mike, you especially. As a matter of fact, I released a short. Your behavior was so atrocious towards Queen Sunkissed. So I don't give a fuck if you're upset. The words, your demeanor, your disrespect, your ungentlemanliness, you can be butthurt all you want. I don't care.
One officer out of the 10.
Learn how to behave, sir, and I won't have to mute you. You too, Bardwell.
To reach for their sidearm. So she was shot down, executed, because the dumb officer stepped in front of her vehicle trying to stop her. Cowboy hero. Violating, I'm sure, several procedures.
Well, Sin, you ain't white.
Later on in the week, I see a 17-year-old kid working at Target in the middle of the day. Up rolls a bunch of SUVs on the side of the parking lot there, and he's out there, and out comes the Homeland Security boss and some goons. And they ask him, hey, we're, basically American citizen. He's like, hey, but none of your freaking business. I'm just working here, and I'm going back and work, basically. Screw you. He's mad because they're harassing him. They engaged him asking about his citizenship. And he's there working. He's at Target. Why don't they ask Target about his citizenship? Ask Target if they're employing illegal immigrants. I'm betting they're not. I'm betting he produced ID and got a job with Social Security numbers like the other people there. Go ask Target.
One other point I want to make. When American citizens have to walk around with their papers, like this is Germany, 1940s Germany? The fuck? Why would American citizens have to walk around with passports? And from what I heard, I think it was Christy Noam said that I forget what it's called. Hold on, let me grab my license right quick. What is this called? There's like a star. There's like a star on my driver's license that's supposed to be some sort of like um some sort of like I guess just a verification that you're actually a US citizen. If you're not a US citizen, you don't get the star on your license. And I think I heard Christy Noam said that that's not good enough. Um, and I'll be damned if I'm walking around with a fucking passport. They can just take me to jail and then I'll sue later.
You don't need to harass a 17-year-old kid. And he's scared, right? So he starts retreating to the store, and big tall Goonie dude.
It is dude, it is absolutely a race thing. It is absolutely a race thing. The people that they're stopping, what's it called? It's called a Kavanaugh stop. Mike, Google Kavanaugh stop, like as in Justice Kavanaugh, and you'll know what I'm talking about. Essentially, it's allowing racial profiling.
In the doorway to the store, and with 6 other officers piling on top of him, while the other officers protect the entrance and exit,
Yeah,
so they can pick him up and drag him out.
I think she is, Shara. I don't know if you heard, but Hakeem Jeffries basically has told Trump, you either fire her or we're going to start or attempt to start impeachment proceedings. And I bet there's going to be a couple Republicans that'll be on board with that at this rate. So yeah, she's going to be gone, but you know, there's plenty more that need to be gone as well.
Only to find out he's an American citizen and dump him off later down the road. 17-year-old kid at work, American.
You know, Ryan, I'm actually glad you brought this up. There's a video that I want you to see, and I just don't know if we'll get to it today, but that never leaving my house thing, it's a wonderful house. Why would I leave it? I have food here and I like to cook, and I'm 10 minutes away from a 10 or 15-minute walk from a fishing hole. I can't imagine. I got rocking chairs on the porch. I can get my beer, I can get my groceries, all that stuff delivered. I'm in heaven. My house is not my castle. My house is my heaven, my sanctuary. So no, why would I leave home when I have everything I need here or can get it? I leave home sometimes, but very rarely. Usually the only time I leave home is when I'm going to Savannah. Or, I mean, I walk out to the end of the driveway with the trash can, you know, the trash bin. But thanks for reminding me though, Ryan.
Just because they don't like the way he looked? That's stupid. That's illegal. That should be illegal. Those guys should every one of those guys that tackle them should be facing some kind of consequence. The boss should be fired for letting those guys do that. No cause, no suspicion other than what he looked. What could they know about him? He didn't like them, and that he looked not like them. That's all they know, and they acted. There's no denying it. Watched another guy going to church on a Sunday morning in a F-150 like I'm sitting in right now.
Oh, that's what it's called, real ID.
He's going to church in his neighborhood. They get out, and the guy on the driver's side pounding on his window, cussing him out. The guy on the passenger side has his gun drawn. The guy's in his neighborhood going to church on Sunday morning. They're cussing him out, telling him to go home and stop following. They don't ask him if he's following, they just do it. Another lady sitting in the car in a traffic jam going to the doctor's office. They drag her out because she's not happy. She's a disabled lady going to the doctor's office. I watched her get dragged out and cuffed. Protesters protesting, just saying mean words. They get brushed and tackled and knocked down and arrested for saying things, making noise. Just for words. Watched them tackle a guy at a gas station and asking about citizenship. Kids at a school asking about citizenship, just on the sidewalk. Want to know where people are born. Based on what? All those arrests are illegal. Fourth Amendment protects you from illegal search and seizures. All these ICE professionals, they should have to go before a judge. They should have to identify who they're after, go before a judge, get an arrest warrant, go arrest the people listed on a warrant, and leave everybody else alone. Act professional. If you don't like what somebody's saying, just do your job and ignore it. You're entrusted with a gun and a badge. You have to be in control of your emotions. If you can't control your emotions, you should not be wearing a gun and a badge. If you can't take somebody saying something you don't like, and you can't handle a little bit of noise, and you can't handle a little chaos, you should not be wearing a badge and a gun. You should be able to remain calm and do your job, period. And if you arrest somebody, you should have a warrant. Or they should be doing something wrong right in front of you, really wrong. Not just saying something. Or turning the car sideways, or something silly like that. That's a civil infraction that should have been left to the Minneapolis police. They should just asked her to move and drove around her. It was one car, one lady. She would have moved. I guarantee she would have moved. They had the patience to wait. She would have moved, but they didn't have it. This is not what I voted for. This is nothing.
You know what?
I
Hey,
voted
Rick, you know what? I never watched Family Guy when it was on the air. So I didn't even make the connection, but you know what? Why can't that be a show title? It made me laugh. This guy here is an unreliable narrator. All narrators are unreliable, to be honest. And Mike, it was an actual question. I thought when you said that Nightish, you were going through all your heroes and mentors have been taken off the air. I thought I saw you say Galt. So it was a question. I don't know why you're getting all oh, you don't know? Okay. I thought you still went over there. My bad. I didn't mean to offend you, for real. Oh, is he? 2 weeks? That's all? Wow, 2 weeks. That's not very long. So anyway, apparently everybody's unhappy with the Family Guy here, but the point is you know, it's a candid apology, but you know what? It's too little, too late, in my opinion. So, you know, so long, and we thank you for, you know, the apology, but the damage is done. So I'm going to go through some international stuff here right quick. And I guess this is more or less international, but first wrongful death lawsuit filed against Trump administration over drug boat strikes. On January 27, 2026, the families of Chad Joseph and Rishi Samaru filed a wrongful death suit in Massachusetts over the October 14 missile strike that killed 6, including 2 Trinidadian men. The October 14 strike targeted a boat traveling from Venezuela to Trinidad and killed all 6 aboard, with the Trump administration framing it as part of a campaign since early September that hit 36 boats and killed at least 125 people. Damn. The lawsuit contends the killings occurred outside armed conflict and invokes the Death on the High Seas Act and Alien Tort Statute, noting the Trinidadian government had no information linking the victims to illegal activities. The case could give courts a first look at the strike's legal justification, as the lawsuit filed by the Center for Constitutional Rights and the American Civil Liberties Union seeks only damages, and the U.S. Defense Department declined to comment. Oh, they're still calling it the Defense Department. Somebody's gonna lose their broadcast license. Family members urged accountability. Bahar Azmi called the killings lawless, and Sally Kaur Singh said if the U.S. government believed Rishi had done anything wrong, it should have arrested, charged, and detained him, not murdered him. Wow. Oh boy. So that is going to be rather interesting. Because he was fined by sunrise. I'm sorry. I guess I lost track of what's. Oh, gone. All right. Well, if it's only 2 weeks, he'll be okay. As a matter of fact, I have someone sent me a clip of John on Philosophical's channel. Maybe I'll show that just to satisfy everyone's galt jonesing. This is a story I meant to do last week and never got around to it. Trump administration's defense strategy tells allies to handle their own security. And there's a reason I'm reading this. Late Friday, the Pentagon released a 34-page national defense strategy that reorients U.S. priorities toward dominance in the Western Hemisphere and is the first since 2022. Rooted in the administration's America First philosophy, the strategy calls for a sharp shift as allies take more responsibility countering threats from Russia to North Korea, with South Korea leading deterrence. Amid a week of diplomatic friction, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's plan offers credible options to secure U.S. access to Greenland and the Panama Canal, though Danish officials say formal Greenland talks have not begun. That sounds like they could begin. Strategy directs the Pentagon to recalibrate U.S. force posture in Europe, reducing troops on NATO's borders with Ukraine while treating China as a power to deter and omitting Taiwan. Interesting. That's not well written. It omits Taiwan and treating China as a power to deter. Coming after a tense week that included a Davos clash with Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, the strategy courts cooperation from neighbors from Canada to Central and South American partners and touts an operation ousting Nicolas Maduro earlier this month. So that is leading me into this. Countries are moving on. India and EU clinch the mother of all deals in a historic free trade agreement. So India and the EU are apparently getting along and have a free trade agreement. And I'm going to be honest with you. This, what I was talking about, the spheres of influence that Trump is initiating here, it's how we got into the world wars. So Trump has taken us back to a time when, Trump, it's an idiotic plan, in my opinion. And hopefully it can be undone. But the problem is, the volatility of American politics where, you can do 4 years one party in one philosophy and 4 years of another party in a totally different philosophy. And quite frankly, it is a weakness of liberal democracy. Let's see. How do I feel about Entwine? So let's see here. What else do we have here? Iranian government braces for possible attack as U.S. Navy arrives in region. American forces, aided by Israel, could have enough firepower to mount attack designed to topple regime. Now, see, this part I don't really get other than, hey, let's just, make let's just go ahead and make Israel give Israel a little bit of a sphere of influence in the Persian Gulf. I don't know how this is America first, I guess is what I'm saying. See, this is from the flight deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, my cousin used to be stationed on the Lincoln. So we're gonna switch gears to the effects of MAGA. So when I say white pride goeth before the fallout, I'm talking about Minneapolis. I'm also talking about some things that would be surprising. So at Yosemite, rangers are scarce because of cuts, and visitors have gone wild. After the Trump administration's cuts, workers at the national park are spread too thin to stop people from littering, flying drones, and cliff diving. So, I kind of look. I've seen people cliff dive, but apparently these national parks are just wide the fuck open for people to do whatever they want to do. So, unfortunately, there's no auto reader here. What's up, Mike?
Hey, first off, I want to give a shout out to Donald Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, Stanley, but you're talking a lot of nonsense right here, and I know
Am I?
you're gonna put me down. Yeah, I know you're gonna put me down, but you gotta do what you gotta do, G. But don't be talking about Trump and you showing these clips just to fit your narrative, Stanley. And you showing one clip
Whoa,
here,
whoa,
one
whoa,
clip
whoa,
here.
whoa, whoa, whoa! You're
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
Okay, no, I will put you in
No,
the
but you
back.
see, this the shit.
No, what you're gonna do? You're
This
accusing
is the
me of
shit
shit.
this is
You
why I
are
said I just
accusing
stay in the
me of.
motherfucking chat.
Okay, you
Why
are
you just can't say, hey, I disagree when
you are going on and on and on accusing
why
me
you
of all
just can't
this
say,
stuff.
hey, I disagree when
Okay, because it's a fucked up comment is why. And I have more I more than disagree. That's why.
Well, what do you disagree on?
I will be as biased as I want to be on my own show and my own panel. I don't
You're not gonna speak
seek
that fake news out here, Stanley. You're not gonna do that.
I will do what I want to do.
No, you're not gonna keep putting fake news out here and want somebody to respect
I
your
bet I
narrative.
will. I
So
bet
do
I'm
you
going
put
to
fake news on there, Stanley?
I am going to put out the New York Times, the Washington Post, all credible news sources that, by the way, while I'm thinking about this, all these news sources that I pay for, support the show by supporting the host, and give me a hand with all these credible news sources.
Fuck that shit.
The paper. I don't know why you're interrupting.
Well,
me.
but you,
The
Stanley, you
paper-
can't keep coming up
the
here talking
paper-
like
the paper of record.
you're not
The
gonna keep coming up here
Washington
talking like that.
Examiner. It's the Washington Examiner, which is the Washington Post counterpart. Because I don't like I'm sorry. I don't like the. I can't think of it. There's another conservative paper in DC that I think it's just horrible. So the
Why
Washington
don't you get
Examiner,
in the Democrat paper, Stanley?
What?
Why don't you everything you get is conservative. You hate Trump so much you got to keep track on him. Everything you get and you show you hate him so
wait,
much you
hold
got
it.
to.
You're calling it keeping track. I'm saying be informed. Okay, Trump is president, right?
He is, and what I was calling
Okay,
is
so
Stanley,
wrong? What's wrong with keeping up with the president of the United States?
Well, you didn't have all this energy for Sleepy Joe.
No, because I agreed with a lot of.
You
his
thought
policies.
everything he did was correct and right, and he
I
wasn't
don't think
even the
what he did on
president.
the border was correct and right.
Oh, so you agree that he let all these millions of people in? You agree?
No,
with that?
I agree.
You just said you agree what he did on the border
I
was right.
literally don't get to answer. You ask me
You
a
already
question
answered
and I
it.
try to answer, and
Now you're trying to cover it up with
you
another
keep
answer.
blathering on.
You're trying to cover it up with another answer. You
No,
already
you know,
answered it.
you're about to get your ass put in the back and your
Well,
feelings
do what you
hurt.
gotta do, G.
If you cannot
I'm just
get
saying, but
control,
you trying to
I
answer it with
need
another
you
goddamn answer,
as
Stanley.
a man to
You trying
get
to answer
control
it
of
with
your
another answer.
emotions.
You're trying to
Get
answer it with. You
control
said
of
you agree
your
with everything he did on the
emotions.
border. You said
Get
that.
control of your emotions,
You
or I
said you
will.
did. You agree with everything he did on the border. You said that, and now you're trying to cover it
All
up
right,
with another answer.
this motherfucker just wants to blather
Call it
on,
what you want, G.
and I keep
I'm gonna let you
telling
speak.
him to
I'm gonna
get
let you speak,
control of
but
himself
don't forget what you
as a
said.
man,
But
and he can't
you can
do
say
it.
well,
So
all
I
that
just turned
bullshit you
down his
want, Stanley,
volume a
but
bit.
don't forget what you
So
said.
here's the deal. No, shit, I think Joe Biden's a racist or a reformed racist or something like that. He's better than Trump. That's why I voted for him. I have issues with Kamala, but she's better than Trump. That's why I voted for her.
You had your goddamn mind, cackling Kamala. Yeah,
Yeah, well, you
Stanley,
can
I
go
think you're
in,
an
you can
undercover
go.
conservative, Stanley.
Okay, see, I literally just explained my
I think you're
logic,
an
and
undercover
little
conservative, Stanley.
hurdy pants here
Call it
can't
what you
seem
want, pimp.
to. Little hurdy pants wants to fuss and yap like a little chihuahua.
I just think you're
I
an
know
undercover conservative, Stanley.
cold. I know that cold weather in Texas has got you a little discombobulated, but get a hold of yourself, man.
Shout out to Greg Abbott.
Yeah.
But Stanley, Stanley, you're an undercover conservative, and you know you are. You just got to come on here to play your little character to push back at something. That's all you do.
You
You
done,
want to
Mike?
you dislike Trump so goddamn much. You have all this hatred towards Trump, but you're steady
Well,
watching every
there are a
fucking
lot of
move he makes.
conservatives. There are a
Well, if
lot
you
of
dislike
conservatives.
somebody, don't that
Oh my
mean just
God,
leave it
this
alone,
dude just
Stanley?
yaps like a puppy.
Stanley, if you dislike a person, don't that mean just leave it alone, Stanley? Leave him alone
Okay, I
altogether.
don't dislike Trump. I dislike his personality. I dislike his policies, and I dislike his administration.
Well, you're mad because he's implementing all these policies and doing what he's doing with
That
his
I don't
administration
agree with.
that
Yes,
you
I'm
didn't
mad
see
about it.
Sleepy Joe do.
Okay, you know what?
Sleepy Joe didn't have these
So
balls to do none of this stuff.
what you're saying is Sleepy Trump is better than Sleepy Joe. Gotcha.
Shout out to Donald Trump.
All right. So anyway, I was going to read a little bit of this Yosemite thing, but I got sidetracked. But I think the title pretty much says it. Trump has basically presided over. Basically, he's gotten rid of
Everything got to be about
25%.
fucking Trump,
Oh my
and it's
God,
nothing
I can't
towards
even
the
read.
party that you voted
Okay,
for. Why
Mike,
can't you?
Mike, why did you
call
come
out these
up
people
here?
that you voted for, Stanley? Why can't you just focus on that?
Why did you even come up here?
Well, why can't you just
To
focus
fuss?
on goddamn getting the Democrats back in line? Why you can't do that? You work so much focused on Trump.
Because they're
You
not
need
in.
to help your
They're
party
not in.
get back in line.
They're not in power mainly.
They were in power, and now you use
But they're
that they
not
wasn't
now,
in power,
Mike.
but they
Trump
were in
won,
power.
Mike. Trump won.
It
He's
doesn't matter.
president.
It doesn't matter. But y'all was in power, and then now you're falling out of power, never gonna get it back, and now you're worried.
Yeah, I'm sure that makes sense. You know, is this what happens when you get cold? Is all
It's
this
not. You
is
can call
is
it what
all
you
this
want, Stanley.
chatter you
Don't try to
shivering?
derail what I'm trying to say, Stanley.
Is this what happens when it gets cold in Texas?
Don't try to derail what the hell I'm trying to say, Stanley.
I have no clue what you're
Focus your
trying to say, but
energy
I
on
know
your
I would
party,
like to
making your
move
party
on.
better, and you might do something, fool. But Mike 123 is done for now. I interject when I'm ready.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure you will. That is dark. There was sin.
Shout out to Stanley Cross.
So anyway, Trump basically has reduced the park service by 25%. Yeah, but these guys don't care about the environment.
Shit, ICE just need to keep doing what they're doing. Did you see the headline where they're going to be at the Super Bowl?
What does ICE have to do with Yosemite?
I'm asking you a question. Did you see the headline where they're going to be at the Super Bowl enforcing immigration customs enforcement? Did you see that headline?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay, so what do you think about that?
I think it's a stupid idea.
Well, I don't. I think they're doing the right thing. Shout out to
I
Trump.
think what
Shout out to
ICE
Tom
is going to
Homan.
do, I think ICE is going to get there and they're going to shoot up the place. They have a problem with
See,
guns.
you done lost your fucking mind, Stanley. Shout out to Tom Homan.
I think people are going to get shot at the Super Bowl.
Nobody's gonna get shot at the Super Bowl. That's Stanley, and you laughing at this shit. That's not funny, dude. You don't really care. You don't have a heart for nobody, dude. I know you think I say some hateful stuff on here, Stanley, but I wouldn't say nothing.
What's
like
up,
that.
Brian?
But
Hey,
shout
this
out
is
to
gonna
Donald
this
Trump.
is gonna be the Super Bowl 60 shootout.
See, and you making a joke out of this shit, Stanley, but it's not funny, dude. It's not funny, dude. You got to be smarter than that, man.
I think it's hilarious.
You got to be smarter than that. You read all these goddamn books and you want to go and say some funny shit like that.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you got to make a joke just to
Well, it's not. This is not a joke, Stanley. You got goddamn immigrants cross.
Oh my
all
Lord!
These people, all these goddamn immigrants cross the goddamn border. Is you cool?
Have you been able to work in this weather, Mike?
I've been going to work every day, Stanley.
Okay,
Money
because it
don't
sounds
stop on
like
Mike
you
122.
got cabin fever.
Nigga, is you cool?
Yeah, we don't use the N-word on this panel. We have
that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Goddamn, let Mike apologize. But is you cool, Stanley?
Cool with what?
God damn, you tripping on Trump. I don't like this shit, man. You gotta, Stanley, you a conservative, man, and I think it's 2026. It's the beginning of the year, Stanley. This month ain't even over with. You still got 4 or 5 days for you to come on out that closet.
Hey, Savage, I can't, I tried to remember his email address. I'd go back to another show, one of the old shows, and see can I find it in the chat. But have you talked to Nightish Savage? I assume you mean when you say he's golden, you mean Nightish.
Nah, he talking about me, G.
Okay.
Don't be all in your feelings like that.
Does he have Instagram? But anyway, I'll get a hold of him.
Stanley, why you so fucking worried about another goddamn the leprechaun looking motherfucker?
Oh my Lord. Man, do you have any sense of decency?
Well, I've been trying to talk to you with some goddamn sense, but you keep Stanley. Everything Mike says is a goddamn fool. He's a fool. He don't know shit. You don't know how to carry on a conversation. You just want me to fit your narrative, and I ain't gonna do that. Shout out to Trump.
Yeah, all right. What's up, Richard? You know what? I was actually feeling pretty good until I'm having this is like the Solid Snake substitute. That's what Mike is turning out to be.
See, Stanley, don't compare me to nobody else, man. See, that's
what's up, Herbie?
That's where you fuck up, Cross. You don't compare me to nobody else.
I'm glad you're here. Let me Herbie, it's good to see you.
Please don't compare me to nobody else, dude.
God damn it, dude. I can't even host this show.
All right, but you gotta understand, stop comparing me to somebody else, dude.
All right. So Herbie, it's good to see you. Don't be a stranger. And CKJ3, your video I pushed off till tomorrow because I've got some other videos I want to show along the talking about the Michael
CKJ3. Is you cool?
I'm talking about the Michael Imhotep video. I've got some other things that are, I want to show along with it. I was going to do it today, but there's so much Minneapolis stuff going on. I just decided to push it off a day. So I haven't forgotten you. But, when I do it, I want to kind of concentrate on it after the headlines. So it's coming. It's actually already planned out. I just haven't had a chance to actually do it. So let's see. What else do we have here?
And see, Stanley,
this
real
is
quick, if you don't focus so much time on Minnesota, dude, you can be helping your party in between this time that you spend so focused on Trump and ICE. You could be helping your party get back on track. Why you don't do that?
why would I?
Why can't you rally voters who agree with you? You can take them to the polls in 28. Put them on a goddamn walker of yours. Put some.
You mean like souls to the souls to the polls?
Souls to the poll, whatever the fuck you want to call it, Stanley. But why don't you focus your
if
time?
If I could do it from my laptop, I would.
Why can't you just start
mean,
another fucking channel?
That would mean
Stanley?
I'd have to get up and go outside.
Why you got 3 or 4 years, right? You got about 3.5 years, Stanley. You could start you another channel. Get you the people who agree with you, you fucking liberals, people who agree with y'all, and you in particular, but people who agree with you. Listen,
why would I
listen.
want a channel where everyone agrees with me? Where's the fun in that?
Well, that's what you like. That's what you like. You put everybody who disagree with you, you kick them off, and then bring them back. Kick them off. Bring them back.
No. You get me all wrong. I like. If you would just drop it in the chat for us. I'll email him. I appreciate that. I was gonna say it's much more fun, like tweaking the noses of the MAGA blacks. So why hang out with people I agree with when I got MAGA blacks to stomp?
Why so much hatred? Why so much hatred towards the blacks who vote for Trump? Why so much hatred?
Oh, I don't hate. How could I hate? My show pretty much centers around the MAGA blacks.
Well, when you focus all your time
how could I hate
somebody,
the MAGA blacks?
Well, when you focus all your time on belittling Donald Trump and talking this and that instead of goddamn getting out here and supporting it, because we got all these illegals. It's not right, Stanley. No matter how you look at it, it's not right.
I'm going to talk about that at some point. Just give me a second. I got a news story where I'm going to talk about this. But I also want to say, just before I play this article by Stacey Patton,
yeah, I'm not going to interrupt you this time.
Some of my best friends are MAGA blacks, so it's not that I hate them. All right, so
but the policy needs to be enforced. The policy needs to be enforced, and it's like y'all have a problem with that. You keep saying support the laws on the books, and that's what we're doing. Supporting the laws that's on the books. You interfere, you antagonize.
You know what?
Provoke these officers.
Tell me what law was enforced in killing Alex Peretti. I think a few laws were broken.
Stanley, this man sat in this fucking house.
Okay,
he got
dude,
up and put a fucking gun. You told me to tell you, didn't you?
They've already.
You told me to tell you, and now you're mad at how I'm telling you.
Already fired Greg Bovino.
You're telling me to tell you, but then now you're mad at how I'm telling you. So this guy got up off his motherfucking couch. This guy got up off his motherfucking couch. It was -22 outside. He put a gun on his hip and went out there and antagonized these people and provoked them.
He has a Second Amendment right.
He had a choice to stay at home.
He has a Second Amendment right.
It doesn't fucking matter. He had a choice to stay at home. He had a choice to stay at home.
MAGA blacks.
He chose violence.
Blacks can't.
He chose violence, and now you're mad.
If you have a right to carry, then you have a right to
and you're
carry.
mad, Stanley.
Having a MAGA black come in and tell someone what they should or shouldn't do, dude, y'all don't give a shit about the Second Amendment.
Well, you're mad, Stanley. He was wrong. He got up
I
off his
am
couch,
not
put a
mad at
goddamn
all.
pistol on his
The
hip.
man
If he wanted to
had a
protest that bad,
right.
why take a
The
gun to a protest?
man
Why take a
has
gun to a
a
protest
Second
if you're trying to
Amendment
goddamn
right.
let people hear your voice out? Why take a gun to a protest if you want people to hear you? You're looking for
Ask
trouble.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
That's way different story, Stanley. You know
No,
that.
it's not way different.
Yeah, yes, it is. It's a way different story.
No, it's not. No,
Well,
it's not.
just because it didn't fit your narrative and you want to turn it,
And
I'm talking
just
about.
because it doesn't fit your narrative.
I didn't mention Rittenhouse. I didn't mention Rittenhouse. That's a whole totally, completely
if it's
different thing.
Kyle Rittenhouse, you have a right to take an AR-15 to a goddamn protest. But if you are a
I wasn't
VA,
a protest. They were
if
looting
you
and
are
all this
a
other type of
VA
shit.
ICU nurse who didn't even unholster the weapon, he didn't even go for it.
It doesn't matter if you're a nurse or whatever you want to call it, Stanley. It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
Mike,
He could have been here today.
Mike,
He could have been here
I
today
hate
had
to
he
tell
not put
you,
that gun on his hip and went to a
the
protest.
MAGA blacks
Well,
and their masters
on
do
this
not know
subject
how
here,
to
Stanley,
think
one of us
critically.
is a damn fool.
You
and it ain't
literally
Mike.
sound like someone, talk about being biased.
Well, we're not gonna get nowhere with this, Stanley.
No, we're not.
Okay, so I'm asking
It's
you
Second
to go ahead.
Amendment. It's second, Mike.
And
Your
now you're still
motto
talking. I
is,
had just said we're not gonna
oh
get nowhere.
motherfucker, I'm hosting a show. If you
But
don't
we're not gonna
mind,
get nowhere on this subject.
okay, then we're not. But I'm gonna keep talking.
Go ahead, and if I hear you say something stupid, I'm
So
gonna
these
interject.
MAGA blacks are Second Amendment for me, but not for thee when it comes to Alex Peretti. And I think it's
Stanley,
disgusting.
y'all were the ones that kept saying, y'all didn't
Who is y'all? Who is this y'all you're
liberal
talking about?
Democrats, I call them Democrats, but y'all was so goddamn anti-gun and all this shit, and now when it's in your face, now you're trying to spin it
Okay,
and
now all I have to say is maybe, Minnesota, and this is a very rough comparison. I'm sure somebody could come and just like call me crazy for saying this, but Minnesota is the liberal Texas. Okay, they are not anti-gun in Minnesota. A lot of the state is just in the middle of nowhere. Those people hunt and fish, ice fish. They do all kinds of shit out in the woods, and they're not anti-gun. That a liberal guy was exercising his Second Amendment right. He has the same rights that he would have if he was in Wisconsin or Texas or somewhere that wasn't more or less liberal. And y'all need to get it through your thick MAGA black skulls.
so
The man did nothing.
you'll take your
The
firearm
man
to a
did
goddamn
nothing.
protest.
The man
Would you take your
did
firearm to a protest?
Depends.
Would you take why would
I
you need
per-
a
I
firearm at a
personally
protest?
wouldn't, but God damn it. See, these sorts of this is exactly what I'm talking about. And as a matter of fact, you're forcing me to talk about anti-intellectualism, especially in the black community, but in America at large.
Well, talk
Dude,
about what you want.
your argument is literally just full of fallacies.
Just say,
if
hey,
you
I
wanna be
disagree with your
technical about
argument.
it.
Don't say it's full of goddamn
I
whatever
think
you
it's a
called it.
bullshit argument. Is that
Well,
good
don't.
enough for you?
Okay, that's all you got to say. I think your argument is bullshit. So what makes you so right and mine so wrong? Because I could think the same about your argument.
I'm right and you're wrong. That's
Well,
what
you
makes
don't.
it.
You're not right, Stanley.
We're just gonna take the quality of the
That's what I said.
argument
On
and
this
the
topic, one of us is a
we're
damn
going
fool.
see, dude. I'm gonna have to put you in the back if you keep
Do what you do,
interrupting.
G.
Seriously.
I'm not doing nothing but responding.
Okay. The
Just say,
man,
hey, I don't like your response.
based on just looking at it objectively, though, should he have done it? That's literally immaterial to an objective evaluation of what happened. Okay, and if you weak-minded motherfuckers want to go on the woulda, coulda, shoulda, that's your problem. But to a person like me, you sound like a fucking 15-year-old.
Now, can I have my rebuttal?
Sure.
So Stanley, what all this shit you talking, is bullshit. It's nonsense, Stanley, because you don't really believe all that shit you just said. You don't believe that.
Dude, how are
You just
you
want to
telling me
call.
what I
See, I didn't
believe?
interrupt you when you just spoke all that bullshit.
So now you're telling me what I believe?
Yeah, well, you
Dude,
said
you
it.
are
That
out of
mean you
your
believe it,
mind.
don't it? If you said
Oh,
it, that
wow.
mean you believe it.
Ooh, boy.
So what I was going to say, Stanley, all that shit you talking, Stanley, it's okay. It's your narrative. We're not going to get nowhere on that. So what I want to know is, would you take your firearm to a damn protest
What does
somewhere where
that
you're
have
trying
to
to be
do?
heard and you're trying to make a
Tell
difference?
me the relevance of what I would do.
So the question I
Tell
asked
me
was,
tell me how it's relevant.
well, it's relevant because the average blow Joe blow, whatever you want to call it, they're not gonna get off their fucking couch in negative 22 degrees and take a firearm to a protest and protest something that you disagree with, if you're not looking for trouble. That's my opinion.
Noted.
So you could
So
call it
this
what
is
you want. So both of these shooting incidents,
all I said is
they should be
noted. I'm
justified.
ready to move on.
They
Can I
should be
move on
justified.
now? Can I move
Yeah.
on now?
Well, I told you to move on an hour ago. You still wanted to keep talking.
And by the way, I looked at what Irby says here. In America, you have a right to be stupid.
Well, he's just as dumb as you.
Uh-huh. So anyway,
Stand down, Herbie.
This is Stacy Patton, who to remind everybody, she's got a PhD in history, but she teaches something in the communications department of Morgan State University, I think. But she does she's actually really funny. She's really good with words, and I pretty much subscribe to her Substack. She's actually really clever. Don't always agree with her, but most times I do. If for no other reason, she makes me
Who the
laugh.
hell do you agree with?
Me. I agree with myself.
Well, and yourself, I'm here to tell you. Mike is here to tell you, Stanley, stop agreeing with yourself and maybe you can move forward. No, I don't think nobody ever told you that, have they?
No, I can't say anybody ever has, Mike. And give me a second, folks. My my browser just locked up.
Learn how to use goddamn. Always someone with these goddamn boomers,
it'll
man.
figure out what it's doing here in a minute.
Always someone with these damn boomers.
Yeah. Let's see. My actual, oh my Lord. So it's just the browser.
And I don't think Kristi Noem, I don't think she's going to get shit. Kristi Noem is going to stay throughout the term of Trump's. Watch and see what I tell you. She going to stay. She haven't done nothing wrong.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you there.
Well, you don't agree with anything I say, but
the puppy killer took those tactics to Minnesota.
It's not her.
When you're
those
people are not puppies.
Those two people engaged in violent activities on those days.
People are not puppies, and Kristi Noem's just
those
about
two
to
people
learn
chose
that
violence
fact.
on those days rather than just comply. Why don't you just comply with law enforcement and argue it in the court? Why is it so hard?
Like I said, he did nothing wrong. He didn't.
Why is it so hard for you to comply with law enforcement and take it to court?
What are you saying here?
Well, I'm asking you the question. Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard? Hear my question. Listen. Hear my question.
God damn
Listen.
it, motherfucker! You are just scattered. Okay,
listen, I'm asking you a question.
Your brain. This is your brain.
Something different.
Your brain is a scrambled egg. It's
so let me ask you the
unorganized
question.
and.
Call it what you want, G. Let me ask you a question.
What did Alex Peretti? How did he not comply?
Why can't people just comply with law enforcement and argue it in court?
What
You're looking for
talking
trouble.
about?
That's what they do. They go out looking for trouble.
Okay, I need you to tell me what exactly Alex Peretti in particular, what did he
Well,
not
Mr.
comply with?
Peretti chose to go out and look for trouble with
Okay,
a
that has
firearm.
nothing to do with
He
complying
did
with the
not
law.
comply with the law enforcement officers. He was
What?
trying to tussle and he did
Yeah,
not comply.
okay. You
He
know
was
what?
tussling.
You know what? You must have been drunk when you watched the video I just showed. So I'll just chalk it up to that.
Well,
So
chalk it up
this
to
is
that, but if that's what you want to call it.
right. This is Stacy Patton. This is a little bit longish, but she's a pretty good writer. Let's hear what she
I
has to
should have
say.
been I should be his defense lawyer.
Listen to them, y'all. They are not isolated lunatics, and they are done pretending. They're done with the soft talk about border security.
Where do you
and the
find these
rule of
sick ass
law.
videos at,
These
Stanley?
racist degenerates are
Why are
saying
you
to us,
talking
plain
over this?
Well,
The
because
fuck is
you
wrong
have to
with you?
explain this
Okay,
shit
no.
before you show it.
No. Now you're
Explain this shit
interfering.
before you just show.
Now you are interfering with the flow of my show, and I will not have that, Mike. The video is playing. Wait till it's over to comment, please.
Well, I'm asking, shouldn't you explain before you show it?
You don't seem to get what I just said.
Carry
Do
on,
not
man.
interrupt. Do not fuck with my show, son. The video's playing. Wait till it's over to comment.
As day is that the people they call illegal are an invasion, a contamination, a threat to the nation itself, and they must be removed. Removed fast, by force, by whatever means necessary. Listen to them resurrecting evil ass Andrew Jackson like a canonized butcher. They're out here holding up this racist, sadistic mass killer as proof that ethnic cleansing is not only acceptable, but a patriotic duty. They're fantasizing about a coming of age of remigration and picture its enforcers being crowned as war heroes with medals glinting over the wreckage of families and histories. They hawk spit words like sovereignty, purity, inheritance, and civilizational survival with the fever of crusaders announcing a holy war.
Yeah, that's a
This
goddamn
is
enough,
a
man. I'm
settler
sorry, but that's
society
enough.
finally dropping the mask, y'all. To them, America is only America when it is being cleared, purified, and locked down. And their shrill cries of invasion are all projection. They're flipping the crime scene. So the descendants of the only real invaders of this land and longest running squatters in history can pose as the victims who are under siege by the darker races, which is why this question has to be asked as indictment. Deport white America? I know. That question sounds incendiary as hell. I know it hits the ear like heresy, like treason, like something we ain't supposed to even think about, much less say out loud. But once you actually look into it, the question stops being outrageous and starts being logical as fuck. Because the entire architecture of the American immigration debate is built on a claim of moral legitimacy, meaning that borders are sacred, sovereignty is inviolable, trespass is a crime, and those who arrive without permission must be removed. But if we actually take those principles seriously and don't treat them as convenient props, but as real moral rules, then logic forces us to reckon with origins. So tell me, who crossed oceans and borders that didn't belong to them? Who arrived with guns, germs, and a Christian God and called it their destiny? Who took land without consent? Who stayed by force? Who built a whole nation on top of millions of people they expelled, killed, or confined? Who declared inhabited land empty so theft could be renamed discovery? Who wrote laws after the crime to make the crime look legal? Who turned conquest into citizenship and called it birthright? Who still profits from the dispossession and calls it heritage? Who now polices illegality while standing on the original crime scene by the very standards now being screamed about: legality, sovereignty, original belonging, permission. The founding population of this country
See, this is shit he
fails
want us
to
to listen to, and all this
gesture
goddamn shit
about
here.
supporting white America isn't absurd. It's structurally consistent. It applies the same.
Am I holding you hostage?
Well, no, I'm just saying, Stanley, you didn't even explain what
Okay,
you were showing before
I
the
need
fuck you
you.
showed it.
I need you to answer
You
my
didn't
question.
explain what you were showing before you showed
Okay,
it.
I am literally asking you if I am holding you hostage on this panel.
And I'm literally telling you, Stanley, that you before you show something, maybe you should explain what you're
Okay,
showing.
motherfucker,
Don't
it's
just show something and then
self-explanatory. It's self-explanatory. It's not my problem if you're not that good at speaking English or understanding it.
well, it's just to fit your narrative. It's just to fit your
Yes,
narrative.
yes, exactly. It is
So
to fit my narrative.
and
It is
so you
literally okay.
it goes.
See, yes, it's to fit my narrative. This is a news, politics, and culture show. Okay. And the host has a perspective as a 60-year-old man. And it seems to be like my opinions are water on the Wicked Witch of the West with guys like you, Mike. Fucking grow a set. And if you got a counter opinion, can you present it like someone who is an adult with a brain? Too many of you don't. And it does get boring. All you're doing is just blathering on about every word you don't understand. What is your argument?
What word
You
did
know
I
my
say I didn't
perspective.
understand, and how
Other
am I
than Trump
blathering
good,
on?
what is your nuanced perspective?
So Stanley, what you need? Well, what I think is, and it's my opinion, just like you entitled, I'm entitled. So you saying all that bullshit you said, it was bullshit. But this goes back to my argument what I made 20 minutes ago when I asked you, why don't you spend your time focusing on your people and now you, and then
Who are my people, Mike?
you fucking liberals. What
Who
you
are
call
my
yourself?
people, Mike?
You liberals and you democrats is what I call you. So why don't you spend this time instead of worrying about so
Well,
much of
Mike,
Trump?
it does it comfort you to know that I think a lot of Democrats are as stupid as the MAGA folks? Would it comfort you if I said that?
No, it really wouldn't, because Stanley is the MAGA people. You a hater, Stanley. You're an undercover conservative, and you hate that Trump is doing good. You hate it. Wait,
Trump
you
is
got a
doing
severe
good.
case of TDS. You got a severe.
People are being shot like Christy Noam's
They chose
puppy in the
violence,
streets.
Stanley. They chose violence.
People are being shot like Christy Noam's puppy in her driveway in the streets. And what the hell are you talking about, Mike? Trump is not doing good.
Stanley, the two people who got deleted, they chose violence them days. Why couldn't they
There's
just
been
comply?
more than two, Mike. There's been more than two.
All that's national is two. So whether you want to believe it or not, and the two that went national, the two that went national that everybody's talking about, these people could have been here today had they just complied and argued in court later. And that's whether you want to agree with it or not.
Okay, see, this is what a lot of black conservatives want to do. And this is a little bit off topic. Hey T, how you doing? Look, if I get the argument from a lot of people, black people who call themselves conservatives, that hey, you just have to suck it up. The racism, the racists, just suck it up. You know, you can work hard and you can work harder and you can succeed. Not everybody wants to eat shit in America. That's what you got to fucking understand.
But
not everybody,
these people knew
not everyone likes to present a shit-eating grin like the fucking MAGA blacks and the black conservatives. Some of us have pride.
But Stanley, these people, they
Don't
had
give
a
me a
choice.
but. I need you to
They had a
address what
fucking
I
choice.
said. Do you have any pride in yourself at all, Mike?
I do. You just laughed at when I said the immigration is going to be enforcing at the Super Bowl. You said, "Oh, there's going to be another shooting." So you laughed at it being another fucking
How
shooting.
many undocumented aliens are going to be at the fucking Super Bowl?
How many did Biden let in?
Okay, literally, can you answer the question? How are they having the Super Bowl on the border or what?
Yo, Stanley, Biden
Okay,
let
see,
all these
you
people
can't
in.
answer the question.
You don't have a question.
How many illegal immigrants are gonna be at the Super Bowl?
There could be tens of thousands of illegal immigrants at the Super Bowl.
You know what? That sounds crazy as fuck.
Well, you asked the question, I gave you the answer just because you don't like it.
That
Just because you
sounds
don't like it or
crazy
agree
as
with
fuck.
it.
And Brooklyn Watson, this far right narrative that the coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Well,
Okay,
call it what
these
you want.
people.
I gave you an answer.
Okay, damn it, dude, you're just annoying right now. These people have rights, and for you to tell a grown man what he should have done is bullshit. They had a right to be there. What they should have done has nothing to do with what happened. If for some reason or another the MAGA blacks cannot engage or be objective about jack shit, it gets boring when I have to explain what objectivity is to the MAGA blacks.
Stanley, we know they had a right to be at the protest, but why would
Okay, then that's all you need to know. You're fucking moralizing. Your moralizing is boring. It's school marmish, and it does not address the harm and the wrong that it was done. This fucking moral high horse that you MAGA blacks want to get on, you sound white, to be honest.
If it was a so-called peaceful protest, why take a firearm? Why block the road with your car? Wait, if it's a so-called peaceful protest,
because he had a right, because he had a license to carry is why. What a person does with their rights is none of your concern, Mike. It's his right, not your right. You don't get to judge.
That's just like saying, hey, just because I got a license to drive a car and I choose to walk. See, Stanley, you're so fucking stupid. You're so fucking far gone. Why can't you just admit these people chose violence? They could have obeyed and they could have been here today, whether they was right or wrong. Why can't you just understand that? What's so hard about that? They interfere with a federal investigation, and now you all got your panties in a bunch. This is the type of shit that these liberals and these Democrats, then they want people to respect their argument, but shout out to Mike 123. Think this boomer having a little problem.
Well, folks, Mikey is mad now. Dude, I'm gonna get what I want to say off, and you just have to wait.
Same moral grammar
So what I
backwards.
want to do is just finish this up, and then we'll move on. But just the gall, the moral superior, the moral high horse these people get on telling a dead man what he should have done, dude, that is just so disrespectful. He had a right, and people have a right to do stupid things, by the way.
Instead of only forward. It exposes that illegal is not a neutral category, but a time locked one that's designed to start counting after conquest has already been
And
completed and laundered into
let's
laws.
see what Sin says here. Sin says, I'm not following ICE agents around though. Well, Sin, you have a right not to
That's
follow them
provoking
around
and
if you
antagonistic.
don't. You have a right to not follow them around, just like that guy had a right to follow them around. People have a right in a liberal democracy to be stupid. And you cannot deprive them of that right to be stupid either, unless you're their parent.
Just because a person has it right doesn't mean it's right.
Yes, Mike, but that little pithy aphorism means nothing. They're an adult.
And they chose violence.
Yeah, Mike, whatever.
Protect what they took. The word illegal only works if you pretend like history begins at a convenient point after the land has already been stolen, after the borders have already been drawn by force, after the bodies have already been cleared, after the violence has already been legalized. So, when the state calls somebody illegal, it's saying you violated borders that were created through violence, laws that were written by the victors, and a sovereignty that was established by erasing the people who originally had it. To apply that same logic backward is to reveal the scam. By the very definition being used today, the first people who will qualify as illegal are the settlers themselves, and their descendants are not innocent bystanders to that history, but the beneficiaries of it, living inside a legality engineered to erase the crime that made all their inheritances possible. The category of illegal collapses once you stop letting conquest hide behind time and paperwork. Deport white America is absolutely a logical question because it uses the system's own moral language and turns it toward its origin, where it was never meant to be applied. What is being defended by these racists and descendants of colonizers is not law, but inheritance. It ain't sovereignty, but spoils. It's not borders, but the insulation of an origin story that cannot survive its own rules being applied to itself. So, when these racists scream about illegality, what they're really doing is performing historical ventriloquism. They are shoving their own filthy origin story into somebody else's mouth. They are projecting their ancestral crimes onto people whose very presence is the consequence of those crimes. These online rants aren't about borders. This is about innocence. White America is desperate to believe that history can expire, that after enough generations, theft can simply become naturalized as inheritance, that after enough time, blood can become soil, that after enough forgetting, invasion and genocide can become founding and destiny. It's too unbearable for them to confront the past and admit that their presence here is not the result of consent, but of conquest. That this nation's wealth is not the fruit of hard work alone, but of stolen labor. That the nation they're trying to defend is not the child of liberty, but the bastard child of empire. So instead, they want to criminalize the living to avoid judging the dead. They want to cage migrants so They never have to indict settlers. They want to deport the displaced, so they never have to name the displacement. So deporting illegals is their ritual of cleansing and a way to symbolically expel the original sins they refuse to confess. Every brown body removed is a temporary psychic and spiritual relief from the knowledge that this entire American project rests on a mass grave. The obsession with who belongs is the obsession of a people who know deep down that they never asked. The paranoia about replacement is the anxiety of a group whose own arrival replaced entire civilizations. The panic about erasure is the echo of the erasures they performed. This is the psychic core of the whole thing. A civilization built on removal can only imagine the future as removal.
How much
A
longer you
people
got on
born
this?
of displacement can only conceive of security through expulsion. So they patrol borders, they build walls, they offer up migrant
What?
children as
Are you hating it?
sacrifices to the god of national innocence.
Yeah, it's
And
getting
then they
stupid
call
now,
it
Stanley.
law and order.
Well, then I got a lot more
So what
time.
does it mean to say deport white America? It means throw their own language back at them and refuse to soften it. It means that we say if removal is your highest moral principle, if go back to where you came from is your ultimate answer, if borders are sacred and trespass is unforgivable, then let's stop fucking pretending those rules only run in one direction through time. Return what was stolen, return the land, return the authority, return the lie of original innocence. Return the treaties that were broken. Return the names that were erased. Return the children who were taken. Return the languages that were beaten out of mouths. Return the bodies to the ground they were worked to death on. Return the wealth siphoned from stolen labor. Return the histories buried under monuments. Return the sovereignty smothered by flags. Return the futures that were stolen before they could be imagined. Return all the truth that conquest tried to kill. Deport white America means that we tell the heirs of conquest exactly what they tell everybody else. You are illegal. You are here because of violence, not permission. You are here because of theft, not destiny. You are here because borders were ignored, treaties were shredded, children were slaughtered, and whole worlds were erased. And if leave and come back the right way is the standard, then your arrival fails every test you now impose. And the bitter truth underneath all of this is there is no right way back into a story that began in invasion and blood. There is no paperwork that can launder genocide, no waiting in line that can cleanse stolen land, no oath, no flag, no constitution that can undo the fact that this entire project was born in expulsion of Europe's worst impulses, its wars, its plagues, its religious fanaticism, its caste hierarchies, its sadistic public murders, its hunger for land and domination, all of it exported across the Atlantic and refashioned into a nation that pretends to be some kind of model of egalitarian democracy. So when we say deport white America, what we are really naming is the impossibility of innocence. We are saying that the only true corrective would be a kind of moral exile from the fantasy of entitlement itself, an unhousing from the theology that taught them they were chosen, a stripping away of the psychic armor that made conquest feel holy and other people's suffering feel like the cost of just doing business. Because for the descendants of colonizers to come back the right way would require something history has never seen, which is generations of white folks willing to sit with the full weight of what was done, to relinquish the spoils, to unlearn the catechism of white supremacy, to purge the trauma from their own bodies, to purge the sadism, the greed, the God given alibi that once pushed them out of Europe and gave them permission to turn somebody else's home into their forever. Deport white America? I know that question burns. not because it is impractical, but because at the level of moral logic, it is devastatingly fair.
I kind of like that ending there. um, Sin, let me find your thing because that was actually a good idea you had. So any excuse me, any comment there, Mike?
Don't ask me for the comment, then fucking interrupt me, Stanley.
If you make
Just
it
so we're
quick, I
clear.
won't have to.
So whatever the fuck she said, Stanley, this the type of shit, and then you want to go and see this. I'm gonna go off the rails, and you go put me in the back. I already know it.
Yeah,
So
okay. Well, don't go off the
yeah, I
rails,
won't
and I
do
will.
that. So I might as well just be
Don't
quiet.
go off the rails, and I won't have to put you in the back.
So I
See,
might as well
as
just
a
be quiet.
man, can you control your emotions?
Well, see, this the type of shit that you
As a
goddamn
man, can you? Would you?
Stanley,
Please
don't talk
do.
to Mike 123 like that, Stanley. I
I'm
thought we
just
got that
assuming
clear at the
you're a man.
beginning of the show.
As a
Didn't we
man,
get that clear?
control your emotions.
So, yeah, these people, man. And then why? That's another question I got. Why is it the local police? You got these goddamn protesters out here blocking these streets. That's goddamn city. Why is that? That's because Tim Ross.
Okay, do you have any comments about the
Fuck the
essay I
video.
just
I'm
played?
asking you a question. But Tim Walls, he gave these people directives to go out here and antagonize and harm these ICE officers. That's not right. And then he told the local PD to stand down, but they're not enforcing the laws up there. You got people blocking roads and all this type of shit. So how's that? How's that right? How's that right?
How is what right? I stopped listening.
Well, keep listening. You've been listening, but I'm asking you, how is it right for the local law enforcement to stand down at the order of Tim
They
Walls?
didn't.
He wants this shit to
They,
go on.
according to the mayor and the governor, that's fake news.
Tim Walls wanted these people to go out there and
Okay, I
antagonize
need
these ICE
you
officers.
to address what I just said. According to
It
Tim
needs no
Walz
addressing.
and
I'm
Matt
telling you what I
Fry,
know.
they say they did no such thing.
Oh, they did a such thing, Stanley. You just are ignoring it.
Okay, you know what? I don't live in Minnesota. I'm
Well, why you
saying
even
the
talking
mayor.
about it then?
I'm saying the mayor and the governor
Well, why
said they
are
did
you
no
talking
such
about it
thing,
if you don't care?
and you, with your Fox News wet brain, are saying they did. We're
I
not
haven't
going to
watched
get
Fox
anywhere.
News in so
So
long,
what I
dude.
would like to do is move on.
Oh, when you know you're wrong, you move on.
Yeah, sure. So this just came. I just got this on my phone. A federal judge has blocked the possible deportation of a 5-year-old and his father for now. This is a result. This is fallout from Minneapolis as well. Many of you may have heard that story about like a 5-year-old had gotten home from school with his Blue Bunny hat in his backpack. And ICE basically used him as bait to go up to a house. I guess it was his house, the house he lived in, and knock on the door, trying to lure like people they suspected weren't legal out. So
They didn't deport no fucking 5-year-old.
okay, I don't
Stanley.
need you to interrupt. You'll get your chance to respond.
They
On
didn't deport
Monday,
that.
yesterday, a federal judge temporarily stayed any removal of petitioners Adrian Conejo and Conejo Arias in LCR, who's a minor child, and barred transferring them outside the Western District of Texas.
How
In
many days
January
this gonna take to
2020,
read?
okay, I do not know why you're interrupting me while I'm trying to read a news story.
Well, I'm just saying
Can
you're
you
moving
wait
slow,
till,
Stanley. You
can
can
you
read faster than
wait
that.
till the end, please?
Read faster than that.
Dude, in your feelings get hurt when I bounce your ass?
I
On
wouldn't care if
January
I'm here or not, G.
2026, officers in the Minneapolis suburb, Minnesota, took Adrian Conejo Arias and his son into ICE custody, and DHS said the father is an illegal alien from Ecuador, moving them to the South Texas Family Residential Center in Dilley, Texas. I bet you live in Dilley, don't you? Family attorneys say
It's always
Liam
some queer with this fool.
Conejo Ramos, LCR 5, wore a blue bunny hat and a school backpack last week while pursuing asylum and attending immigration court hearings with family attorney Mike Prokosh, noting the father lacks a criminal record. The father has sued senior federal officials, including DHS Secretary Kristi Noem and U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi, while Columbia Heights Public Schools say recent detentions have shaken families last week. The January 20 operation in Minneapolis involved thousands of federal immigration agents, and Sergio Mescua, pastor, he's a pastor, I guess, said Liam's mother was terrified as ICE agents were trying to use the baby for her to come out of her house. So here's the deal. They were trying, they're like here seeking asylum. They have a legal status. They're not getting due process. That's why the judge has stated these immigration officials are yanking people in the middle of their legal process. You come here and seek asylum, you actually have a legal status. And if you're showing up to court, why are these people waiting outside? Once you walk out the courtroom, they're saying you're illegal and just absconding with you.
How are you so for certain these people
Okay,
show up to court?
That was a rhetorical question. Thank you.
Well, I wouldn't give a shit. I'm asking you a question.
This is
how would you so sure that these people show up to court?
Is not something that should be happening.
Well, how are you so certain that these people showing up to court? Just because you see one or two don't mean all of them showing up.
Mike, unlike you, 90% of the time I trust what I'm hearing, especially if I hear it from several sources.
That's the problem.
Okay, dude, I don't like being interrupted like that. I don't just trust one source. I will look at several sources. It is not my problem if you are one of these people who says, well, if I wasn't there, it didn't happen. You probably think when trees fall in the forest, they don't make a noise. Well, I'm here to tell you they do. So you can
it's a bullshit argument.
You can
Stanley.
lose me with that anti-intellectual.
Yeah, it's a bullshit argument because Stanley,
lose me
just because you see one or two people get snapped, that don't mean that
MAGA black stuff.
Well, call it what you want, but just
I
because
called
you
it
see
what
one
I
or two
wanted,
people
Mike.
showing up to
Now,
court,
what I would
yanked,
like to do is move on.
all these people don't have real asylum cases, Stanley.
Sin, to your point,
And all you do is cry.
Sin, to your point about would I let my son go to a protest? Well, he's 19. I would tell him, do you know what, or I'd ask him, do you know what you're doing? If I were you, I wouldn't do it. It could be dangerous. However, he's an adult. I'm not going to stop him.
See, that's stupid shit, Stanley.
Okay,
Why?
God damn it, dude! Why are you not?
I'm saying I gotta have a pushback on that.
Wait till I'm done, please.
Oh, I thought you were done. You took a pause.
Okay, well, you thought wrong. Sometimes people have to take a breath, Mike. We're not.
Now you
we're
get
not
where I'm
fucking,
coming from.
We are not.
When I take a breath, you think I'm done.
As I said, a minor child is different. If he were 16, I would forbid it. If he's 19, I just recommend. I am parent emeritus. I advise. I don't parent. So, like my father used to say, we'll scrape up the body. So
why
I'm
would
done,
you
Mike.
allow? Why would you even see? And if you know you're not going out there to make a change at a so-called peaceful protest, why would you need for a gun and a goddamn
What
vehicle?
change ever happens at a protest, Mike?
Well, isn't that
the
why people go to
purpose-
protest
is
to
the
inflict some
purpose
type
of
of
a
change?
protest? Okay, dude, You just don't
Isn't
get
that
it,
why
do
people
you?
go to protest to inflict some type of change?
Eventually, but it's not. I don't know that there's ever been one protest that, like, okay, the president goes, okay, I'll change just because of this one protest.
No, why do they always call it peaceful, and then you get these agitators with a vehicle and a firearm coming to a peaceful protest?
Well, they called January 6th a peaceful protest, was it?
It was peaceful. Trump just said, "Hey,
Okay,
we
then
all
we
gonna
can
walk
stop
down to
there.
the."
Let's go
You
ahead and
asked me a
end the
question. I'm
discussion
trying to
there.
give you the
If
answer.
you think January 6th was peaceful, now I know I have an idea of what you think is peaceful and what's not.
No, because you're trying to make it seem like Trump
Okay,
incited
I'm not
violence. He
trying.
didn't.
I
He
just
didn't.
asked you a question,
No,
Mike,
and
and
I've
you
given you
answered
my
it.
answer. You just cut
I
me
just
short
asked you a question
just
and you
because it's not as
answered it
short as
to
you
my
wanted.
satisfaction. Stop making this into a big deal.
Because didn't Trump not say during that? He said, "Hey, we're all going to march down to the Capitol. No violence, or whatever. In the other terms, no violence and no bullshit." He said that, and whether you want to overlook it and roll with that, whatever you want to roll with, you overlooked the fact this man ever lied, Stanley. Shout out to Trump. And these two agitators they got deleted. These two they chose violence on those two separate days. They chose violence. They could have complied, and now you're making it out of something that you don't even know what the fuck going on. You wasn't there. I asked you the question: would you take your vehicle or your firearm to a so-called peaceful protest and disobey legal action?
No, I probably wouldn't, but if others want to, it is their right.
But would you agree that you choosing violence at
Okay,
that?
god damn
You
it. I answered your question.
Well, you
Why are
didn't.
you
I'm asking you another
belaboring it?
question. Would you
And
agree that these
Kimmy,
two people?
Kimmy, hold on one second. Kim, if you think January 6th was peaceful, then God bless you.
Would you think these people are acting violently rather than obeying the law, Stanley?
I have there were no laws broken.
So blocking
Except by the
public roadway,
shooters.
blocking the public
And I
roadway,
need to address this
and
comment
bringing a
on the
gun
screen
to
if
a
you
fucking
can.
piece.
I need to address this on the screen. Chuck, it may be a little bit more difficult for a mother. Look, I raised look, my son, I'm just a little bit more look, he's a smart kid. Like I said, he doesn't he's off in school. He could fucking go to a protest and I wouldn't even know about it. I don't see him on a daily basis. But I will tell you a funny story. Years ago when I was at the University of Georgia,
Nobody
Forsyth
wants to hear
County.
funny stories, Stanley.
Okay, god damn it, dude. Why are you doing this?
Well, nobody wants to hear a funny story,
Okay,
Stanley.
you want me to flush you like
I
a
wouldn't give a
stinky
fuck what
turd.
you do, G. Tell you the truth.
Okay, well, if you don't give a fuck, I just did it. Okay, so I years ago, this is like shit. Back I don't it was in the like late 80s maybe. Oprah uh Forsyth County, Georgia hadn't had black people living there in like, since they were run out in the teens or the 20s or something like that. So there was like a big protest over this. Joseph Lowry, Oprah, it was an Oprah show talking about, hey, blacks haven't lived here, since the early 20th century. So after that Oprah show, there were protests and they were going to march through. I think it's Cumming, Georgia, is like the county seat of Forsyth County. So a bunch of white kids and all these kids from the different colleges were going to go and protest. It was a cold, rainy January. I think it was either January or February. I know it was cold and I had a cold. So one of my friends calls me and goes, well, hey, aren't you going to the protest? I'm like, what? For what? Number one, I have a cold. And number two, if they don't want me fucking living in Cumming, Georgia, I'm okay with that. What the fuck's in Cumming, Georgia? So, I had my chance to go to a protest and my parents wouldn't have known whether I'd gone or not. I'm not really the protest type, and it was cold and I wasn't feeling well. So, my point being is if my son went to a protest, if he wasn't injured or something like that, I probably wouldn't know. And if I did, I'm parent emeritus. I will advise him and I will go, hey, look, I think you're an idiot for doing it, but he's gonna be 20. If he wants to do it, I am not going to bar the door or anything like that. He's
That's
he's a
dumb
young
parenting.
man. He's a young man. Sometimes young men have to make their own mistakes.
Just like the
And
two individuals did.
sometimes those mistakes will cost you your life.
Yep, just like those two individuals. They chose
Yep.
they chose violence instead of obeying the law. Whether you agree with it, argue it in court. That's just like getting a speeding ticket. Why argue with an officer on the side of the road if you know you're not wrong? Usually people when they're wrong, they like to argue, they gonna overtalk. Usually that's how it usually works. So why not just say, hey, I'll pull my car over, get out the fucking
Let me
car. Why
put
were
it
you in the
let me
car
put it to
anyway?
you this way, Kimmy. Um, if he can afford to go to Minnesota, I'm not giving him money. And if he gets stranded up there, and I would tell him, you know what? You're going to pay for it. And if you get stranded out there, you're going to be hitchhiking your way back in the cold.
Stanley, you
You
don't
know,
even believe that.
okay, I don't motherfucking understand why you have to overtalk me constantly. Are you jealous or what?
No, but you telling a lie, Stanley.
Why am I telling a lie, Mike?
Because all this shit you talk about your son. If he gets stranded, if he was to go to Minnesota, he gets stranded. You gonna be in a safe place
I
out.
actually would not.
You're telling a lie, Stanley.
All right. So this was an interesting story that intersects with this immigration issue. There'll be people who kind of applaud this story, I'm sure. Let me
Shout out to
shrink this
Trump.
so I can get it all up on there we go. Let's see.
Get these
I'm gonna
motherfuckers
get
out of here.
this. Okay, so U.S. population growth slows sharply in 2025 as immigration drops under Trump policies. Well, here's the deal. The growth rate for 2025 was 0.5%, and it's usually around 1 point something. Yeah, 1.3 is kind of like the usual number. I actually think that Trump's deportation policies are going to come back and kind of bite America in the ass, given that our birth rates are so low. And I understand maybe the intent is to kind of bring in the people that white people like Trump think would contribute. But it's going to come back and bite us. If
it won't,
you're not going to be able to get people to have babies when they don't want to. There are underlying problems that deportation isn't going to fix. America has a culture problem. And I say this constantly. I've said it several times. American culture is a white people problem because they are the vast majority. The culture problem, the American problem, is a white people problem. And
Just
for
say you're
some reason or
racist, Stanley.
another, I do not want to be interrupted, Mike.
Well, I
I'll let
wouldn't
you
give
know
a
when I'm
fuck, man.
done.
Just say you're racist.
I
If
will
I get
let
something
you
stupid,
know. Okay, dude. I don't appreciate the disrespect, okay? It's a white people problem, and they know it. They started the country. If you go into the halls of Congress, it's overwhelmingly like 90 some percent white. They have the keys to the car. what they cannot figure out is they are their own problem. The immigrants are not white people's problem. Black people are not white people's problem. White people are their own problem. And if you go back and look at American history, they always have been. America has a habit of looking at everything else outward, but never taking a look inward. And this isn't like a religious sermon or anything. I'm not particularly religious, but white people need to realize y'all are the problem. You're your own worst enemy. Electing Trump, the worst thing white people could have done. Letting people as old as Trump and Biden and Barbara Boxer, letting these politicians stay in until they die in office, that's a white people problem. Letting Ruth Bader Ginsburg, like letting her die in office, was actually a catalyst for a lot of the problems we're having right now. That's a white people problem. And black people are right to sit on the sidelines and just kind of eat popcorn. I saw that picture of the young black women sitting on top of the building drinking wine while off in the distance the city's burning.
That was
I kind of feel that way. I kind of feel that way about this topic. And funny enough, Mike is asking me, well, why don't you go and help your people, the Democrats? A lot of them are white and are part of the problem. That's why, Mike.
But you're a part of it too. Don't put it on them. You're a part of it too. You're a part of it too, Stanley. And I want you to understand
I
and
don't
know
know
that.
that I agree with that take,
Well,
but whatever.
of course you're not going to agree because you're so fucking caught up in what Trump is doing. Get your people together first, like I told you a while ago. And y'all try to do some build from there. But you're
Mike,
so
you know
fucking in
what?
disarray.
You know what? I wish Christy Nome were here right now to treat you like a puppy.
She wouldn't do that. She wouldn't do that.
Oh yes, you know what happens to
Sugarfoot
you
wouldn't
know
do
what
that,
happens to Christy Nome's puppies, right?
No, when Sugarfoot hear my name,
They don't
when
survive.
Sugarfoot,
They don't survive once they
see, and that's
start
what
being
these haters
annoying.
do. They try to deflect. See, these goddamn haters, they try to deflect. He threw me off to my train of thought.
Don't
But
be Christy Nome's puppy.
Yeah, Sugarfoot, she wouldn't do Mike like that.
Sugarfoot.
But
All right, well,
Stanley,
let's
you part of that
see.
problem, though, Stanley. Don't try to make it
I
seem like you
can't
just.
even remember why are you talking while I'm
Well,
talking.
you asked me the
It
question,
is
and
so annoying.
now you
I can't
deflected, and I'm
imagine.
coming back
I
to it. What do
can't
you want to do here?
imagine anything more annoying.
What do you want to do here, Stanley?
Than a weirdo yapping when I'm yapping.
Call me what you want, player. But
I called you what I wanted, Mike.
Look here, Stanley. What you got to understand, you part of this problem too. You can't act like you just gonna throw it off, and Stanley is not a part of it. So you got to own up to the mistakes that you Democrats made. You guys
All right.
made a
Well,
lot.
this
you guys
is just
made
going
a
to
lot
be
of
a
mistakes,
little
and
bit.
now Trump is cleaning it up. You got a problem with it.
Trump is literally part of the problem.
Just because you don't like how he's doing.
People like Trump who are anti-American and want to just act like the Constitution is optional are part of the problem.
Just because you have a problem with how he's doing this, Stanley, you got to admit Trump is cleaning this shit up.
No, Trump is blood in the streets. That's what they're going to call
it's
him.
not how you want
They've called some presidents and generals blood and guts, whatever. Trump is brain and blood. He is literally
call it what you want, but you can't
literally
override the fact.
he's literally up there fucking up Minneapolis, and he's not smart enough
he's
to
not
figure
doing
out.
that. These illegals fucked up
Not
Minneapolis.
smart. Trump does not have smart people around him. He did in the first administration. That's why he couldn't run amok. Now he's got a bunch of brain dead yes men around him, and he is just run. Actually, there are people who don't think he's running shit. They actually think Stephen Miller's running shit, the domestic policy anyway. So
That's fake
in
news,
any
Stanley.
case,
Don't put that out there. That you know that's fake news. Trump is very coherent. Just because your president wasn't coherent, Stanley, we didn't even know if we had a president in fucking 4 years. And now you didn't have all this energy for Sleepy Joe, Stanley, or cackling Kamala. You didn't have all this energy for them. But now you want to track Trump and find out everything he's doing so-called wrong just because you got a problem with it. You can't put that narrative on everybody.
well, according to the polls, a lot of people have a problem with
And
what
how
Trump's
many?
doing.
They don't choose every American for those polls. You know that, right? That's just a handful of people, Stanley. And the handful of people that they choose for these polls is undercover Democrats. And just like you, Stanley, you're an undercover conservative, but you got to play your role, G. I get it.
Gotcha. Your advice, I will take your advice and think about it. So this is something that Fred sent to me over the Discord that we're on. I don't have a Discord. I actually have a Discord channel, but I haven't used it in a while. And maybe one of these days, because I threatened to do it earlier, but it's too much work to administrate a Discord, and apparently nothing good happens on Discord. So, maybe one day, but not now. But this is something that was sent to me, and John makes a guest appearance, and it's kind of interesting because John, I never agree with much that John says. The problem is the people disagreeing with John, they don't know much either. So it's like a weird fire fighting fire. It's just really,
So
it's really
why did you
interesting.
bring John into this?
Because I have this clip.
See, this the type of shit, Stanley, that you do. This the type of shit that's make Mike 123 go blunt fucking crazy on your stupid ass. Stanley, I be trying to hold back on your stupid ass because you know what the fuck you doing. You try to get people all riled up and all this and that with your conservative ass, and you just can't accept the fact that people talk down on your demon crap party, Stanley. But you're not making a change for them. You're making it harder for you fucking Democrats, Stanley.
All right, so this is philosophical. And by the way, I just subscribed to his channel. Oh, I didn't. I'll subscribe and check it out for a little while. I've seen him in chats. Never really, I don't know what his content's all about. But the title of this is Black Landlord Prefers White Tenants, ? Says Black Incels. John's going to be John, but I don't know that anybody on this panel provides any sort of counter argument.
Shout out to
Good,
John
bad, or
Goeth.
indifferent. So we'll listen to it.
75. Yeah, 75.
That's like smack dab in the middle of the change, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
And by the way, I really hate, where they do the little highlights thing at the beginning of the show, then they do the introduction, and then they play the full clip. I hate the previews. Just play the goddamn clip.
See,
that's
and
kinda
Miss
how I
Brooklyn,
am.
she's spot on in the comments, Stanley. Miss Brooklyn. Shout out to Miss Brooklyn.
What does she say? You care to read it, or you expect me to read your mind?
Well, bitch, this is your channel, ain't it, motherfucker?
Why
You
are
read
women
every
going
comment
to
people
work
send you.
12 weeks? Yeah, well, talk to the insurance companies.
Well, she
Jimmy.
asked you the question, why did you go back 12 weeks after you gave birth, Stanley?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Play your video, dude.
Young, right? You gotta be
No, I'm
young.
saying, but you was born on the tail at the beginning of the decline, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
I mean, it's a small town, so it may not have been as
Bro, I'm just
I wouldn't have
story
seen it. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I wouldn't have seen it.
Now, this point that Philosophical is making about the decline, I have no clue what the fuck he's talking about. Supposedly around 1975, there was some decline. I think he might be talking about the generational wealth gap, but I think that's really just kind of like a dumb point. Who cares? The gap was a gap. It was closing and then it stopped closing. That's not like a sea change or anything. I don't get what his point is, and he never really clarifies it. But he beats John up for not reading books. However, he never mentions the books he's getting this from. So it's really just.
Oh, you don't either.
Sure, I do.
Well, Stanley, do you think your alphabet brother?
Unsubscribe?
Do
Wait,
you
hold.
think your alphabet
Stan-
brother Stanley should be going to jail for what he did to that church?
What?
Your alphabet boy Don Lemon. Do you think his whole ass should be going to jail for what he did to that church? Since you like him so much.
Well, you know what? I have suffered greatly by not following Sin's advice in the past. So unless somebody can convince me, I was just gonna check
Well,
it
see,
out for a
Sin is
little
one of
while.
these people that
Okay, I don't goddamn know why you feel the urge to just
I gotta
yap
tell you about these people,
incessantly.
Stanley. You don't. Go ahead.
Why
get
do
it
you
out,
think I
Stanley.
should say? Apparently you have. Do you know who Philosophical is?
Well, I do not know who that is, but from the name
Okay,
of it, it
well,
sounds
I'm
fucking
being told
philosophical.
to unsubscribe and subscribe. If you have nothing to contribute
So
to
just
whether I
because
should stay
somebody
or
else
go,
dislikes somebody,
why
you
are
gonna
you?
take their advice.
Damn, dude, I am trying so hard
Well, do what you gotta
not to
do. I'm
just.
asking you a question, Stanley. Just because somebody else disagree with somebody or don't like them, that means you have to do the same.
Okay, I didn't even get a chance to ask why. You
Well,
just
we knew where you were going.
like the little chihuahua brain you are.
We knew where you were going with that.
You just start yapping. I can understand why Christy Nome would treat you as her puppy.
At the year he was born, can
Shout
you
out to
admit
Miss
that that was
Nome,
kind of like the
Sugarfoot.
beginning of the social
Give me a
decline in
call.
black community?
I don't know what the 60s were like. I wasn't here.
So you don't have a book. You don't have the ability to read and look shit up.
I haven't really paid much attention to it.
Bingo.
I guess after personally.
Hey, Nightish, what's up? How you doing?
I'm good. I guess after personally come up here and ask y'all to sub.
Man,
I'm
see, this
good.
the shit right here. You let these leprechauns come up here without dressing Mike
what the
123.
fuck? What? Okay, dude, I don't know. Did somebody put
Well,
like
this leprechaun should have
vitamins?
addressed Mike
Did
before he
somebody
started
put
talking.
vitamins in your puppy chow or
Well,
what?
he needs to learn how to address Mike 123 when he comes on this goddamn
He wasn't
panel.
even talking to you.
It doesn't give a fuck, but I was here. That's disrespectful. That's
Jesus
disrespectful.
Christ, man.
You're
You
not
got a
allowed to
leprechaun
do
up
that,
here.
What are you on?
Mike, you got to
That's
get your weight
disrespectful,
up
Stanley.
first. You got to get your weight up first. I'm talking to the man on the channel, Stan the man. I don't know who you are.
See, your stupid leprechaun ass. What happened to your channel, first of all?
It's
Is you gonna get
gone.
into that
It's
or what?
gone. It's gone.
So why did it get gone, Nightish?
Because of dudes like you.
So dudes like
Oh,
me,
wow.
what about it?
Yeah.
How did they
Okay,
remove your
dude,
channel, you fucking idiot?
Mike, we
Yeah, I
are
don't like
not.
nighties, leprechaun
This
looking
is
ass.
not the Inquisition.
Yeah,
All right, fuck him, Stanley. I'll let you talk to your buddy,
You
pal.
want to
Okay,
be
God
helpful,
damn
go
it.
sub.
I'm done with that shit. Nightish, just drop whatever you need to into the chat.
I did.
Tell us. Okay. Yeah, do it constantly. Whatever you decide. But
What's going
I'm
on with
subscribed to the channel. Y'all subscribe to
Oh, no,
it's
that old
Nightish
channel's gone.
Hobbies
The old
and
channel's
Reviews,
gone.
right?
That's gone. All of the old
What?
stuff is gone. It's gone. I'm
Holy
starting from
fuck.
scratch. I got 2 subscribers.
Okay, well, Did you drop it into the chat? Because I missed it.
I'll do it again. I'll do it again.
Yeah, do it again, and I'll just put it up on the screen.
All right. Let me go back over there. Let's see.
And I'll push it. I'll get a banner or something.
All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Let me see.
Oh, you're welcome.
Don't subscribe to this bullshit, man. He just like Stanley. Feed y'all bullshit. Just like Stanley.
I
Don't subscribe to this
what you, dude, you don't sound as drunk as usual, but you got to be sipping on something. Is it cold in the house?
I'm not sipping on anything, Stanley. I just call it how I see it, and you get mad. You get all your little panties in a bunch just because I'm calling it how I see it.
Hey,
I don't rock with
Nightish, if I type, unless you deleted it, I tried earlier thinking you would be going live on the backup.
Oh, no.
channel.
That whole thing is gone. That whole thing is gone.
Oh, wow.
The whole channel is gone. Now I'm wondering, am I gonna get my money? Because I had a bunch of money I made on my birthday.
Yeah, you ain't getting that. You might well chalk it up.
Okay, Mike. Let me just put the foot down here. You're pissing me off. Actually, you just crossed the threshold, Mike. Just don't talk about this Nightish stuff anymore. Just keep your yap shut. Okay.
Yeah, keep your mouth
Stanley,
shut.
you don't talk to me like.
Know your
Yes,
place.
I do talk to you like that, Mike.
Son.
Fuck that.
Know your place, son.
There was something. Oh, Entwine wants you to make him some music.
Okay. Is he in the chat? Oh, this is Speak Radio.
No, it's Speak Radio. Actually, Entwine's been in my chat. For some reason, he thinks I'm evil. I have no idea why. But he thinks me and 777 are buddies or something. Because I went up and did an interview when 777 first started his channel. But he and I have we're not buddies. I'll just put it that way.
I didn't know he had a problem with 777.
I didn't either until he brought it up. I mean, Entwine, the only reason I know who he is from Bob's channel.
Yeah.
And I literally never go to Bob's channel. So every now and again I would go over there and just troll. That's all I did. The only time I've ever been up on Bob's panel, it was Bob, and one morning, early morning, Bob and Black Suit Defy were up on the panel. And I'm like, you know what? These guys are cool. I'll just hop up there and chat with them. But the rest of them, nah, they're not my cup of tea. They're weirdos. And now me, I'm a little judgmental. But
I think you keep it pretty balanced. CK J3, just subscribe to Knight's Lair.
Did you put it in the chat?
Yeah.
How do I keep missing that? Either that or it's not. Why would it not show up in StreamYard?
It's right after Speak Radio.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I don't have it set to all to live chat. Maybe that's the problem. What's it called?
It is Knight's Lair 510.
Okay.
Yeah, see, I got a big mouth.
There we go. All right, so is that a video?
Yeah, that's a little short I put up. I just put up a minute ago.
Real hard. Ain't no soft landing nowhere in here. You either catch on quick, or this place chew on you slow. This life don't hand out directions. Just
That
wait.
stupid ass shit I be
This
talking
pressure
about,
sitting
man.
on your chest every morning.
Thank you, CK.
Folks think trouble kicked the door in.
How to give a fuck about that goddamn
Trouble slick. Trouble got perfume on. Smiling at you like it already know your name, already in the room
Why do
when you
you
walk
feel
in.
the need to talk right now?
That's the slings and arrows.
He came over here begging for subscribers. Why can't he
my
build it
God,
up from the
dude.
ground?
That's the
Okay, this
that's
is
the
not
purpose of having
Mike.
friends.
Mike, this is not your channel.
I know
If
that,
I
fucking
let him
Stanley.
up,
I know
if
that.
I let him up, then it's on me.
And Mike, I'll come to your channel and ask for subscribers.
Nah, you ain't coming nowhere near me.
Yeah, for
Fucking
sure.
leprechaun, something bitch.
I'll come right over there.
Now,
Nah,
see,
you ain't
Chuck,
coming nowhere
why
near
you
me,
think
pimp.
he's funny, I have no idea.
See,
Oh, he's
Stanley,
funnier when
but
he's
you
drunk.
fucking up, Stanley. When you, why did you feel the need to call out Speak Radio? Another thing I want to ask you, if he wanted people
Okay,
to know
I
what,
have no clue what you're talking
well,
about.
you said, oh, Speak Radio was mad at me because 777. Why did you feel out the need
Okay,
to call?
I've never mentioned Speak Radio. What the fuck are you talking
So
about?
you didn't mention him, Stanley?
No, I did not.
So you didn't just say he was mad because he thought you were friends with
No,
777?
Entwine is who I was talking about.
Oh, well, you need to put a name on
If
this
I
shit.
said Speak Radio, I
Well,
misspoke. It's
put a name on
Entwine.
this shit when you're talking about
Speak
it.
Radio was informing us that Antwine
Look
wanted
here,
something.
puppet boy.
Slow Mike.
Look here, puppet
he's
boy. I
drunk.
didn't ask you nothing.
It's very obvious now. He's just
I didn't
blurring
ask you nothing,
he's
puppet boy.
mushing everything together. So let's finish
So
this.
when you
this
speak
song.
on something,
Whole
well,
layer wrapped
Stanley,
in
it's
dark
stupid.
mystery.
Stanley, come on, man. This
Old
shit's
magic in the
stupid.
walls. Wizards whispering deals they don't keep.
These AI
Dragons
shit
watching
is
from the
getting
shadows,
ridiculous.
counting
God,
bodies like
what
the
is
layer's a
wrong with this
hard place
boy?
to live.
I'm
Real
just saying
hard.
this AI shit is getting out of hand, Stanley.
You know
Thank you,
what?
Shara.
Can you do it?
Oh, Shar.
Hey,
Since
If you
Shar.
got to come up
Shar.
with something AI, it just means you can't get it on your own. That's how I feel about it.
Okay, let me tell you something. Can you play an instrument?
I can. I used to play the trombone in high school.
There's
Shout
no
out to
doubt.
Anton.
There's no doubt you got your jollies by putting something in your mouth and blowing
See,
on
your
it.
gay ass always come up with something queer, Stanley. See, your
It was
queer
too-
ass, you
that
always
was-
got to make
that
something
was
out of
too
a queer
easy,
joke.
and it was a low blow.
You got to make something out of a queer joke every fucking
What
time.
valid points is
Play
this?
your boyfriend
Oh my
90s
God,
video.
Chuck, you're driving me crazy here. What
Play your
valid?
boyfriend
Name me
90s
one
video.
valid point he's made. What's up, Anton? How you doing?
Chalk loves me. Hey, Chalk.
Oh, okay. She's talking about your valid point.
CKJ3
No, she's
is
talking
in
about
the
Mike.
mix. CKJ3 is
If
You
in
know
the
Mike
mix.
is
what?
talking crazy,
As sane as Chalk is, I think she's just
listen, Mike is talking about me, and that's her job. So she's thanking him
is
for
that what it
doing her
is?
job up here.
See, I don't
Oh,
respond to stupid
AI.
shit like that. Only
You know, I
Stanley gets
look
a
at
chuckle out of
AI
gay
as
shit.
just like another musical instrument. You either play
Only
it well.
Stanley, you get a chuckle out of gay shit.
Out
When
his
you
headpiece.
I'm
Hey,
sorry.
play
What,
your
Mike?
boyfriend video, Stanley, so we can get this shit over with.
I did, Mike.
Yeah, we did. It's just a
You
little.
wanna play
What
it
I'm going to
again so
do
you-
is every now and again I'll play it. With
Yeah,
your
no, he's
permission.
lying. He ain't gonna play this shit.
You know, it'll
while I'm up
basically
here.
be like a
I'm gonna
commercial.
overtalk this shit every time I hear it.
Thank you.
All the goddamn bullshit. Why you can't write a song on your own and do it? Why you using the goddamn
Okay,
machine? to
writing
write the-
a song in AI.
You're
it's
using the
just
fucking
another
AI to write your
instrument.
songs.
Okay, bitch, for someone who hasn't blown on brass since high school, you got a lot of shit talking in you. Go relearn to blow on your brass and then come back and talk about
son.
You see how queer talk you do?
You know what? Is a tuba not a brass instrument? You
Mm-hmm.
fool.
Call me what you want, G, but my mind don't resort to gay shit
Hey,
like you
hey,
and
is
Nightish.
your mouthpiece wet?
You and Nightish, everything y'all say is queer. Y'all might as well go live together.
How you know we don't already?
Well, see, and that was some queer shit that you just said. See, that's why I don't rock with you. I don't rock with you, Nightish. You a queer.
You done drove him away, Mike.
He's a leprechaun queer.
Yeah.
Hey, you gotta be real.
Well,
Why would you tell somebody
let's
that?
get back to what we were doing. Nightish hopefully will come back. So this was philosophical, and I was gonna ask Nightish about philosophical. Oh, that's interesting. So all monies earned prior to demonetization remain yours. Okay, well that's cool. At least he'll get some birthday money, I guess. So let's get back to this John Galt thing. Like I said, I didn't get much out of it. It was interesting, but you know, there was more heat than light. I'll just put it that way.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So now, hold
That's why
on.
black people is a hell of a lot different from renting white people. I rent to both, but
so basically
they're gonna live the same.
What you're saying is black people are a mess, and you know they are like. I mean, you're saying it, but you're not. Just like you're saying it in a roundabout way. It's like, yeah, I rent to blacks, but you know they fuck my shit up. But you know, I ain't gonna say no man. That's about
like black white men tend to be incels. Okay, they come home, they watch TV, get drunk, do it all over again. I ain't never met a black incel, right?
They exist. They all on the internet.
You said they don't. I said I've never met one. Right? So if you're into drugs, who you want to rent to? A white guy incel or a black guy who's a player? Give me the white incel. Right?
Wow.
So because he's not gonna have anybody in the house.
So
there's gonna be nobody.
Hold on. So are you saying that makes him a better tenant?
Yeah. I mean, because the potential. Listen, if it's just me in my house, only I can cause a problem. If I bring my girlfriend over, both of us may get arguing, and then cause a problem in the house.
But that's some. But hold on, bro.
One person versus two, right?
Yeah, but hold on. You're talking about mate choosing. That's not a matter of.
No, I'm talking about.
No. I heard you talk. Hold on. What you're talking about is mate choosing, because having company doesn't make you a bad tenant. Having stupid people around you makes you a bad tenant.
Well, I'm just playing the odds.
I heard you talk. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
When you have people in your, like, people have company all the time. So I'm just trying to make the logic of what you're saying. You basically saying an incel is better than someone who's a player because he has company. Is it the company that's the problem or the type of company? Because everybody should have company. Well, who the fuck want to be by themselves? I have company all the time. Does that mean I'm a bad tenant? Like, how are you equating company with being a bad tenant? Please explain that.
I mean, just use your common sense. If I got a friend, okay, all right, hold on.
You smoking a blunt on the internet talking about black people.
I ain't saying you won't, but I'm just saying use your common sense. If I got a toilet, right? A toilet, let's say, gets 500 flushes. If I have two people in the house all day, well, they both using the toilet. They're both coming out the front door. They both own the refrigerator. I got the incel white guy who goes in his house and drink beer all night and get up and do it all over again. He's less footprints on your property. It's just common sense. Less doors open.
Yeah, but I know what you're trying to say, bro. But I'm gonna keep it. I hear what you're saying, but it sounds like you trying to shame a black person and saying because they got like just saying as a just. Hold on, let me talk. If you're speaking from the perspective of like just on some business shit, it's probably easier to have one tenant than two tenants. Okay, that's fine. But you're saying you're making it a black and white thing. That's what you're losing.
Well, you know, on the extremes, yeah.
Let's not talk in extremes. This ain't one of the channels. Let's be real.
See, these guys don't know how to handle John Galt. Dude, don't attack the rhetoric because it stereotypes. You're not going to be able to pin him down. Go after his he literally made the comment about playing the odds. That's where you attack this argument. Okay.
Well, no, that's not true.
Okay, who gives a fuck? You're interrupting me. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, because you're talking dumb
Okay,
shit.
why
Stanley.
are you interrupting me mid-sentence?
But when I hear something dumb, I gotta interject.
Okay, enough. Attack the statistics. Most white males are not incels. Most black, what did he say? Most black men are gonna have. I don't even understand the point. Like most black men who have girlfriends, if they're just visiting, how is that a problem? His point actually just doesn't really hold water. And these guys are not very good at actually trying to figure out what he's saying, because having someone over for a few hours isn't going to be. John is assuming these two people are going to cohabitate. That's not necessarily the case. And then John living in the hood, you know, he's basically got the Last Chance Motel. That's his properties in Southeast. So he's not dealing with a lot of, you know, high value, quote, how high value males or females or whatever. They're just, you know, maybe they don't know John very well. I would know where to attack the argument. Maybe they don't. I'll just give them that credit. Who is Rango? Rango?
Talking general. Okay,
You older than me. You smoking a blunt on the internet.
All right, you want me to come camera so you don't see it?
No, you can do what you want. This your life. You represent yourself. You ain't reflecting shit on me. You talking about black people smoking a blunt on the internet.
Okay, all right. Just yesterday, I rented a room to a black lady, and she said,
"Get over it, dog. Stand down."
No, I care. She said because the Africans will not rent to black people. They won't rent to them. And I'm in Chocolate City. It's on my screen. She said that Africans will not rent to this lady. And I said, what kind of African? When she said Ghanaian, those are some of the more friendlier Africans. It's not like the Nigerians or the Ethiopians. They really don't fool with the blacks at all, period, here in DC.
So basically, so let's just get to the bottom. So basically, you here to tell people, hey man, blacks ain't black. These blacks is out. I can't fuck with them.
I didn't say that. Point. No, I didn't say that because I rent the blacks every day.
But you hate it, so stop doing it.
Have I used the word hate?
It's annoying you.
If it was annoying me, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't.
So why you talking about it?
I'm just telling you. I'm telling you some of the differences, distinctions. No big deal. It's business.
Anybody else got something? Anybody want to jump in there and respond to his rhetoric? Go ahead, Picasso.
I'm just being objective. I think he was just stating some
Rango is
commonalities that might happen. You know, if you got foot traffic, you might have more damages.
But he made it a black and white thing.
But yes, people have different lifestyles. That man smoking, he black, and he rent to black people, and he smoking a blunt. He black. You get what I'm saying? So he is who he talking about.
I'm in the ghetto too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
what other panel are you talking about, Brooklyn? This one or another one? Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you know what? Speak Radio, it is annoying. And I don't know.
Put that cigarette down, Stanley.
I'm not smoking a cigarette. I actually do have another panel that I want to look at. And look, let's see, I'm at 338. I'm not going to be up here much longer because I got a pizza to make. But they're
Pizza
gonna
don't
get
take
me
that goddamn long to make.
if you make it from scratch. It does.
Well, according to you, what happened? Did you eat all the sourdough bread you had already?
Okay, well, the sourdough bread is made.
Did you eat it?
Okay, what does sourdough bread have to
Well,
do with
if
making a
you have a
pizza?
starter, you can make you a sourdough pizza.
Oh, I'm not doing. No, 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 no. I'm not going all the way from there. You can basically start with the dry flour.
All right, that's enough of the
Um,
cooking shit. Let's move on.
So I'm trying to figure out what panel that Kimmy's talking about, but she'll chime in when she's ready.
I don't think.
So you talking about the ghetto niggas, and you trying to
No, I guess what I could do is just skip to the part that I don't understand. Philosophical keeps talking about this change in 1975. I think he's talking about when the wealth gap started widening. It was closing from, I think it was the mid 60s to the mid 70s. And then the wealth gap started widening again. But that really has more to do with, Reagan didn't get into office till around 1980. But when Reagan got into office, this trickle down thing where there was a wealth transfer upward, that's, in my opinion, what really accelerated any widening that was happening. You get these massive tax cuts for the wealthy, and wealth just starts transferring up. So it really, philosophical. I would love to know what books he got this information from, and there's probably no way to know. And apparently, Sin isn't going to allow me to subscribe to his channel to find out.
Say that. He didn't say that. He just said,
your property's not in the ghetto?
Some of them.
Look at this weirdo. So John charmed and disarmed Pearlie. Oh, Jesus. I'm trying to figure out why Deacon Dave, are they getting together or what? Why does that matter?
See, and this is stupid shit that you talk, Stanley. Well, how did you get that from what he said?
From what who said?
Well, then Deacon Dave said John charmed and disarmed Pearlie, and then now you're saying, oh, did they get together? How did you fucking get that?
Pearlie strikes me as a pick-me. That's why I asked.
You so fucking stupid, but
okay, Mike.
But my thing is this. I get it from a personal perspective. One is always going to be less than two. But you're taking it.
Hey, Ruthless, what's up? How you doing?
Personal.
The feminist supporter.
You're defensive. And what I said to you was, listen.
Hey, let me put it to you this way, Ruthless. And I say this, people want to say, well, Stanley, or ask me the question, are you pro-black? And my response is, I'm not anti-black. If that makes me pro-black, then I'm pro-black. I don't think everything black people do is right, but I'm not, I don't hate. Okay, I need to finish what I'm saying because I'm talking to Ruthless.
You said enough.
Okay, dude. So, same thing with feminism. I like women. I don't hate women. If that makes me a feminist, then I'm a feminist. I don't think everything women do is correct or right, but I don't hate
bullshit.
Them.
Bullshit.
I don't automatically assume that women are one way or another. I just wasn't raised that way. And I think part of it is I was raised with a strong black mother, Hurricane Dolores, but I was also raised by a strong black father. So I don't fear women with strong personalities unless they're assholes. Then everybody fears assholes, but a woman a woman with a personality, especially if she's smart, doesn't bother me. I don't feel threatened by a woman who actually knows how to support herself, like some of these manosphere and MAGA blacks. They're often kind of existing in the same body. So I don't hate
A woman
women.
can come up here and say anything she fucking wants, and Stanley, he'll put a
Yes,
man
women,
down quick.
women
Shut your
are
stupid
equal.
ass up, dude. Well, Mike.
Yes, Mike. I'm sorry, Ruthless. Women are equal to men, mainly under the law, is where I was going with it. They are different, but e pluribus unum. No two men are equal, if you really wanted to, get all philosophical with it. So, again, I think you have to kind of approach the person you meet individually. There are group dynamics, there are group traits, but just assuming a woman, is one way or the other. Same thing with a man, or black or white. You really sometimes shortchange yourself if you go with stereotypes.
Stop the cap, Stanley.
Okay, Mike, you got something to say?
I just told you to stop that fucking cap.
I actually think some of these MAGA blacks and some of these manosphere types actually hate women. They either hate women or fear them. And sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between hate and fear. Maybe you can hit the link and teach me the difference. But
What the
I think
fuck side of the fence are you
I think
on,
a
Stanley?
lot of these motherfuckers either fear or hate strong women. And look, if a woman's an asshole, nobody's going to want to be around her. But, if she has an opinion, that does not make her a feminist. That's what some of these MAGA blacks and some of these, manosphere types don't understand.
So are
At
you
least in
saying
my
the
opinion.
man's opinions don't matter, Stanley? What the fuck side of the fence are you on?
Dumb people's opinions don't matter
What the
overall.
fuck
Whether
side of
they're
the
men
fence?
or it doesn't matter. Whether you're a man or a woman or indifferent, if you're stupid, your opinion doesn't matter, at least to me. Does that clear it up for you there, Mikey?
Well, vice versa. I think you're stupid and your opinion doesn't matter to me.
And Ruthless Truth says the inequality of men and women is what makes the dynamic special. I have no idea what that means. Is that even English, Ruthless?
Yes, actually, if you just listen or you read it right or read with
No, I
understanding,
don't.
it makes
Dude, if I can't pick,
Shout out to Deacon
I can't
Dave. What's
pick it
up,
up,
bro?
if I
what's
can't
happening, fam?
understand your sentence, if I can't understand your sentence, something's wrong with the sentence, because I speak English fairly well. Or
Well,
read
I
it
didn't come
even
up.
better.
I didn't come up to pick on you, Stanley. I really wanted to just answer the
Oh,
question.
it wouldn't matter. I'm in your buddy Mikey, Christy Noam's puppy,
Hey,
is
Stanley, that's not
got
my
me in a
motherfucking
little
name,
bit
dude. What
of
the fuck is
a little
wrong
bit
with
of
you, dude?
an annoyed state.
My motherfucking name, not Mikey. You clearly see it say Mike 123, nigga. Get it
Well,
correct.
isn't that what Christy Noam's puppy was named?
Get it correct, my nigga. Stanley,
The
you
one she
bullshitting, dude.
shot?
No, you gonna dress me. You gonna stop calling me
I
motherfucking
will,
Mikey. And my name is Mike
it's too
123.
late to claim your masculine pride. You
Say,
lost
my
it
nigga
about 2
Stanley, what
hours
you don't
ago.
understand, Stanley, it
You
ain't never too
lost
late. Just
your
because you don't
as a
claim your
man
masculinity,
card.
Stanley.
You
Just
lost
because you
your
don't claim
as a
your
man
masculinity,
card
Stanley,
2
don't
hours
mean
ago.
Mike 123 ain't about that,
Does
Stanley.
it sound like, has anyone ever told you sound like Festus
Has
from Ghost?
anyone ever told you sound like a fucking fool, Stanley?
Say Matt Dillon or Marshall Dillon.
I don't respond to
And
stupid shit, Stanley. You gotta
you
learn. You
sound
gonna
like
respect me,
Festus.
Stanley. I don't give a fuck how you treat anybody else. You gonna respect Mike
Say
123.
Matthew.
All that queer shit you talking, dude.
What's up, Deacon Dave?
Man, I'm chilling, man. How are you?
Pretty good. Just
Yeah,
lamenting
How
loss
long
of,
have I been sick? I swear I've been sick for the month of January. It's just not going nowhere.
well, sometimes when you have kids, that'll
See,
happen.
I keep trying to tell y'all need to take y'all a shot of whiskey. You put your peppermint in the bottom of the cup. Get you a shot of whiskey poured in there. Get you a lime or a lemon, whatever you got close by. We call it a hottie toddy where I'm from.
Mike, you
But
might be right, bro. I haven't drank all year. That might be
yeah,
why I'm sick.
when
I
you
need to thin the
get
blood
you
out a
some
little
hot
bit.
boiling water and put it in there, hey, you'll be
Really?
good. I'm trying to tell you.
That damn New Year's resolutions got me sick. Stanley, I just want to understand. All right. When you say not liking women, disliking women, or hating women, what does it mean to like women?
Well, I think it basically means don't prejudge them. I mean, and I'm talking about women you don't know, like you might meet, just randomly. Don't make assumptions about them. You're
Wait.
silent.
What? Yeah, because that doesn't answer my question. What does it mean to like them?
If you meet some woman you don't know, say on a YouTube panel, don't make assumptions. Don't think, oh, you're a woman, you're emotional. Oh, you're a woman, you're just being all emotional and can't think as well as a man. I hear that a lot on some of these YouTube panels.
Okay, wait. So if
I
you're on
mean, women you don't know, like other than the panel, there's so many assumptions that get made on some of these panels. It sometimes it's funny, sometimes it's just weird.
do you owe a woman on a YouTube panel the same respect that you would owe them in real life?
Let me rephrase that and see if this helps. I don't think I owe a woman on a YouTube panel any more or less respect than I owe
Well,
a
that's what you
man.
do, goddamn it.
Okay, I don't know why you have to interrupt, Mike.
But he's right. You do it. But
I don't care if he's right.
that's
I
neither here
didn't
nor
hear
there.
him. Did you hear what I said? Because I was the one who answered the question or tried to reframe it.
Say it again one more time. Help me out. I got
More
this stupid
respect
headphone in my ear.
than
Hold
a
on, let me
man.
take this headphone out.
As far as I'm concerned, on a YouTube panel, if I don't know them or have never interacted with them, they might as well be the same. They might as well be unisex until I know them better.
That's
Okay.
bullshit, Stanley. Every woman that come on here on your
Yeah,
panel,
well,
at least,
Mike, we don't
is a
have your
perfect
level of
example right here.
sophistication
This
on
is a
these
perfect
sorts of
example,
matters,
but
so
I'm gonna let
maybe
Deacon
we
Dave
just
finish
don't
what
meet
he
your
was trying to say.
standard.
It is two different things. What he says and what he does is two different things. But I agree with what he said.
You have no clue. Ooh, okay, I
No,
stopped listening to Mike
I
about
agree
2
with what you
hours
said.
ago. What I need you to do, Deacon Dave, if the way I reframed it doesn't answer your question, then ask the question again. What I am saying is if I meet some random woman on a panel, I don't make a judgment just because she's a woman. Um, she is equal to a man if I don't know a man. If I have an unknown male and an unknown female up on a YouTube panel, I kind of don't. They're just people.
Well, what's the fuck is the unknown male?
Someone I don't know, a stranger. Is that a better word?
I get what he's saying. Like if
Okay,
say two
you
people.
seem to fucking get what the moron is saying, but the person who's trying to answer your question, you keep avoiding. The answer to your question is I don't make assumptions.
I was
I
referring to
don't make
you.
assumptions
I wasn't
until I
referring
have
to
an
Mike. I
He was
was
idea
agreeing
of
referring
who
with
to
the
you,
you.
you
person
fucking
is.
idiot.
This is how you kill so
Mike,
much time. But I
your
understand
time
what
on
you're
this
saying.
panel is getting very short. You're being more disruptive
It
than
is what it is,
entertaining.
G. You can't get mad because I'm
Okay,
speaking.
bitch, you're being more disruptive than entertaining. Yeah, I'm sitting here drinking a beer or two, and you're not entertaining me. So do a better job, or you will be gone.
I'm not trying
So
to entertain you,
Deacon
Stanley. I'm
Dave,
just speaking the truth.
did the way I frame it help any, or do you need to re-ask the question?
No, it helped, but that's still like you put your own context on it. That's fine. Whatever.
Well, you could re-ask it. The bottom line is I don't make judgments until I have an idea of who the person is. Whether you're man or woman, you might as well just be the same sex.
I know. Although you did kind of sidestep it because I asked.
What did I sidestep, Dave?
What does it mean to like a woman? That's the real question.
It means that I don't make a judgment till I have a sense of what kind of person she is.
Okay, so if you judge a woman, that means you hate women.
For the purposes of some of these MAGA Black manosphere panels, yeah. They just assume that, oh, hey, some woman I don't know is emotional, or all these stereotypical characteristics just because she's a woman before they might even know her. And I think that means you don't like women. If you are prejudging women just because they're women, to me, that's disliking women.
Based on their interactions on a YouTube panel?
Yes.
That is stupid as hell.
No, you just
That
don't get it.
that does not draw a straight line to that
I am
conclusion.
literally not going to sit here and have you call something stupid that you obviously don't understand.
Well, it was stupid, Stanley. I gotta agree with Dave.
You have ceased to be useful.
But it was dumb. Because
Okay,
first of all,
you'll go in the back too. If you're prejudging someone, whether in person or on a panel, by their sex, it essentially means you don't like them.
the whole sex, the whole gender.
Yes.
No.
Oh, no. Listen to
you're
what I'm
microing
saying,
to the
Dave.
macro.
I'm
That's
not
what you're
talking
doing.
about the whole sex. I'm talking about the person who is making the
Oh.
prejudgment. If all you do, every woman you meet, you're prejudging them, it means you don't like women.
I don't know. There's a lot of familiar faces in these spaces, and you could see Mello on one panel, and you could be
I'm
Mello on this
literally
panel.
talking
It's such a great
about
example.
someone you have never met. If you're prejudging them, you don't prejudge people that you know. Generally, you already
It's the
know
same
them.
shit you're doing now,
Okay,
Stanley.
your ass is going back in the back, Mike.
Do what
if
you
you
gotta
can't
do.
be amusing, I need you to be amusing, an amusing drunk, not a belligerent one.
Dude, I'm not fucking drunk, but you judging, you doing the same
Oh,
shit
Mike,
you talking
we
about.
know you're drunk, Mike. Stop the cape.
Wait, if that's what you
Oh,
want
I'm
to
sorry.
think,
Is it
Stanley,
stop
it's
the cape
okay.
or stop the cap?
It's okay, but you talking stupid.
Mike, I have no hope
And
you'll
I know
even
I say a lot of
understand what I'm
stupid
trying
shit,
to get,
Stanley,
but
but when I hear
I
stupid
have
shit,
hopes for Deacon Dave, but I'm kind of
I got
losing it with
respect for
you.
Deacon Dave. I'm gonna let him
No.
speak.
I didn't say I respected him. I said I have
I'm
hope
telling
for
you,
him.
Mike 123 got respect for Deacon Dave.
It's pinned at the top, Ruthless.
I think
I'm
you're
tired of
taking
these
a
goddamn
mountain to the
Democrats.
molehill approach to that
It
judgment.
could very well be that I'm doing that. Sometimes you got to do it to make a point.
But then there's holes that could be poked into that, Stanley.
Okay,
Just because you
well
don't
then
like a person, you might have seen them
see,
on.
this is what I
If
want
you
you
let
to
if
do,
you let
Dave.
me make
Poke
my
a hole
point,
in it.
Stanley,
Poke
I'm
a
trying.
hole, Dave. Poke a
Let
hole
me
in
get
it.
it off. Let me try, bro. You got to slow me down and stop me and all this shit. And people lose track of what
Well,
they're trying to
the
say.
only thing that's slowing you down right now is your buddy Mike.
He's not even speaking. That's you. I hear your voice.
That's just because he's taken another sip or had to step away to get another beer.
Nah, that's just because I respect certain people when they speak, you dumb nigger.
Oh, wait, hold it. What, dude, you know I don't want the N-word used up here, right?
Hey, that's my bad, Stan.
Okay, so was it an intentional violation? You know what? You have been up here disrespecting me for hours now. if you piss me off again, I'm gonna drop you. And if they want to hear your dumb ass more, they can pay for it. I've been trying to avoid it, but you know what? Maybe you need to pay for the 6-pack. I'm going to need to tolerate you.
No, I couldn't own up to my mistake. It was a mistake, Stanley. I
Well,
Mike
it's a habit
123 don't get that
apparently.
too far off going where he can't own up to his mistake. That was a mistake, but I did
Okay,
have to
Mike,
call it.
try and contain yourself and don't use the N word.
See, he's a man. He owned up to his mistakes. See that?
Yeah, he's such a man that he needs you to talk for him, Dave.
I'm not talking
See,
for him.
Stanley,
I'm just
see,
saying,
I don't like that stupid shit you do, Stanley, where you think Mike 123 gotta have somebody else to co-sign. I don't need nobody. Dude, I'm my own person, Stanley. What the fuck you don't understand, dude? Something fucking mentally wrong with you, Stanley. The books going to your fucking head and you can't comprehend what the fuck people are trying to tell you. You rather just blabber off and you want to put it back on somebody else.
You know what? I am trying to be as patient as possible with
But
this
I'm
food.
done. Y'all go ahead. I'm done, man. You call it what you want, Stanley.
So what were you saying, Dave? You said you could poke holes.
Yeah, because you scoped it out to just because he treats one woman a certain way, then he doesn't like all women. I just don't know how you
Yeah,
draw
well,
that
I
straight
guess
line.
it was just an example, but I think if you hop up on a panel and you were just, hey, shawty, just like some woman you just met,
Sugarfoot.
like Sugarfoot's another good example.
Sugarfoot. Yeah,
I think you don't. I think if you don't know how to respect a woman you don't know, then you don't like women. And hey, I could be prejudging too. I'm not above it.
Well, that's prejudging. My bad, Dinky Dave, to cut you off, but that's prejudging, Stanley, because I do it all the time. I know you see it. That's why you put me down. But I don't. It's not
Yeah,
that I
and
hate these
I
women.
prejudge you to be
It's
low
not that I
class
hate
when you
these
do
women,
that.
Stanley. It's
How
just
about them apples?
well, it's not that I hate these
Did you hear
women.
what
It's
I
just
said? Did you hear what I
well,
said?
whatever you said don't mean nothing. But
See,
what I do it. I do it.
that's the kind of disrespect that when I
See, when I get up here and call woman,
as I'm sucking down a beer, those are the sorts of comments that I don't enjoy. I don't think they're funny, Mike.
see, when I
What's
get
up,
up here and I
Ruthless?
call these ladies Sugarfoot, Stanley, you get all uptight. That don't mean
I think you don't like
That
women,
don't mean
Mike.
I dislike these
I
women.
think you don't
You
like
know a
women,
ghetto
Mike.
woman from somebody that's not
I
ghetto.
think
Yeah,
that you
Mike, aren't you
don't
married?
respect women. I think
I
you
got
just
divorced,
don't
Dinky
like
Dave.
them.
Yeah, got divorced,
Now,
so he liked women at
it
one
could
point.
just
He
be
just don't have a wife right
see,
now. It's fine.
what are you, his divorce lawyer?
No, I'm
See,
just saying,
Stanley,
like,
you
you
need
can't
to
say he
Then why
don't
Stanley,
the
like
you
fuck
gotta
are you
women.
talking
understand.
about his divorce?
No, you trying
He
to say
asked
he
me a
don't like
question
women.
and
He
I
had a wife.
responded.
Okay, hey, if you don't respect women, I have no choice but to think you don't like them
It's
either.
not disrespecting the women, Stanley. I know
Okay, well,
I've been
you can
dealing with women
say
my whole
what you
fucking
want to
life. I'm
say.
not
If
gay
you
like
don't
you.
think it's disrespect, my home training is just different than yours.
Well, you could call it that. You could call it that if that's how you feel.
That's what
But
I'm calling it, Mike.
well, I
You
don't think
have
it's
no home
different. Your home
training.
training is no different than.
You have no home training. That's why you act
Well,
like you act.
I know in the day and age we live in now, I know a ghetto baboon when I hear one.
I don't even know how to respond to that. Ruthless, what you got?
So you said that you made a
That
statement.
should be a show title.
Yeah, Ruthless, you're gonna have to put up with this dude. He's just being a disruptive drunk right now. I don't know
Man, I'm
what's
not
gotten
fucking
into
drunk,
him.
Stanley. You just
The
don't like what I'm
Jose
saying, dude.
Cuervo has taken over his body.
You don't like what I'm saying, and it's okay.
I do not like what you're saying, Mike. I admit that.
And Ruthless Truths, before you get up here talking, you need to address the people on the panel.
Dude, we know
What up,
who
what
each
up,
other
Rufus?
are, Mike.
Fuck you.
What up,
Yeah,
Rufus?
that's exactly, Ruthless.
Stand down, G.
We on Gangster Stanley platform. Fuck everybody. Fuck the world.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know about all that, but you had a point you were about to make.
What?
You were going to make a point, I think.
Oh,
Man,
you
he don't
said
know
that-
whether he coming and going, Stanley.
You
Oh,
said
jeez, Mike, let the man speak.
you made a statement. You said that if a man is judging a woman, he don't like women.
Prejudging.
Yeah, prejudging, right?
And that's assuming that it's an actual prejudgment where you have never met the woman anywhere in your life.
Well, it's just part of human nature, though, right? We all do it.
Oh, see, you and I disagree on that.
Now we all do it. Like there's a prejudgment to whether, I think you're a cool person or I think you're a bad person, because prejudgment could be positive or it could be negative.
It
So you
could
can't
be,
say-
but on these MAGA black panels, it's generally not.
But the panels pretty much just stress the inadequacies and the behavior of women. So it's not really
Okay, well, see,
prejudgment.
I don't say I'm not willing to just meet someone I don't know who's a woman and say she's inadequate.
Well, no, what they're speaking in general. So it's a conversation.
Okay, well, when I meet a specific person, I don't judge her by some generality. That's prejudice. That's prejudging.
You have to.
No,
and I'm
you
gonna
do
tell
not have to. I can
I'm
tell
gonna
you
tell you
right
what-
now, ruthless truth, you do not have to.
I'm gonna tell you why it's natural, right? Because most people equate their experience and they take some of them experiences with them, which causes them to prejudge. But it doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to be with the person. It's just something they have
Okay,
to.
you look, some woman I meet on a panel, I make no assumption that I'm going to be with her.
Yeah,
But I
you
make
just
no
start dogging out your friends for that woman. You just dive in the mud puddle.
That's
Mud
why
puddle food.
man, Deacon Dave, I was gonna say something like that, but
Do I detect some bitterness there, Dave?
You know
Stanley,
what?
you a simp. Get over it.
Yeah,
You a
that's
simp.
all it is. You trying to like make us simps and it ain't gonna work. There's some resistance here.
I think that you just I was just raised differently. You
Hey,
just
Stanley,
unless
I think
there's a reason, like she shows up and she's got like a bruised face or something, then maybe I'll start making some assumptions or prejudging. But just some random person, some random woman I meet on a panel, I'm not gonna start thinking about her inadequacies or whether she's all emotional. I'm not raised or even trained to do that.
So-
You take
so Stan, I
you
think
gotta don't judge a book by its cover, I guess is
I
the
think
best
it's- but the
way to
better-
put it.
But I think the better word we could use here is people have their guards up, right? People have been hurt. People have been played.
Well, none of that should
other
play
people can play.
into
It's
the
kind
first
of a-
meeting.
It's kind of just a, how you say it? It's just kind of, you're right. Stanley, you're absolutely right, Stanley. I'm not saying you're wrong because it is, you should go in with a clean slate, right? When you meet a new person.
Yeah, well, I mean, like you said, we are human.
Right.
It's never gonna be, just totally clean, a totally clean slate. But
Right.
sometimes you have to work on this sort of stuff. Okay. And
hey, hold on.
I made and this is somewhat unrelated, ruthless, but the example might kind of, convey what I'm trying to say. Look, America is a racist country. To not be racist in America, you have to work on
Bullshit.
yourself. You literally have to work on yourself. And it doesn't matter whether you're black, white, Hispanic, it doesn't matter. You watch TV, look at a video game, all these, any sort of media, there is a racial tinge to almost every part of American culture. And you have to work on yourself not to prejudge, in a racial context. I think you kind of have to do the same thing with sex.
But I
You
think also-
can't just be you're going to form opinions, but maybe just don't voice them.
but it's kind of hard not to, because once again, most people are bringing their experiences into this. And this is women and men. This is on both sides, right? The women got all men are dogs,
That's
right?
true.
So they have prejudgments too. We both have the same thing for each other. It's attraction and desire that ends up bringing us together, though. Anyway.
Okay, well, I'm assuming this is a panel and there's no sexual tension or anything like that.
So why should there be a higher heightened level of respect? They're just personalities who pop up and
Because
talk.
they're human.
That's the part I don't get. Like what
Because
Ruthless said that
women
there's
are
behavior.
humans too, Dave. That's why.
But what Ruthless said,
Maybe
like
it's
he
the
said,
Christianity that you profess to be a devout one.
we're
It's
not
just
talking about that
Christian.
right now.
It's just Christian values. You treat all people with respect.
You don't do that.
Well, I know you, Mike. That's why.
You don't know me. You think you know me.
Oh, I know you from these panels.
Well, what panels? You said these.
This
what
one
panel?
right here, like for the past couple hours.
That don't mean you know me, Stanley.
You have been Christy. No, if you were Christy Gnome's puppy, she would not be tolerating this behavior.
Christy Gnome, that's my sugarfoot, Stanley.
You know what happens to disobedient puppies.
Well, Stanley, now you try to make a joke out of something that's serious, and then you get mad when I get to talking to you.
All I have to say is flushing you like a turd off this panel. Let me make
if that's
jokes.
what you want to do, G, quit threatening me and do it, motherfuckers. Goddamn.
It's gonna happen at this rate.
Why you keep threatening me, throwing me off the panel? Just do it,
I'm
G.
trying. This is exactly
You
what
threatened me. I didn't say nothing.
You are prejudging.
You mad because I'm talking back.
But what I'm doing is trying to exercise.
You mad
patience.
because I'm not a woman and I'm talking back.
Mike.
You mad because I'm not a woman. There's somebody you can't agree with, and you want to throw me down. This is the same shit
I'm
we're
mad
talking
because
about
you're
right
not
now.
a woman. Did you just say that?
You mad because I'm not one of these women, and you let them
Okay.
blather on.
You know what?
bamboo
Do they
on,
still
but
say
you want to put
pause on
Mike
YouTube?
123 down. This is
Do
the same
they
shit we're
still say
talking about right
pause?
now.
Do you want to be a woman, Mike?
This is the same shit we're talking about right now, Stanley.
This motherfucker's drunk off his ass.
You wanna put a man down because you disagree, but if it was a woman, let her blather on.
I don't know about that one, Mike, because the way he treated Lindy Lou.
Ruth, stand down for a second.
No, it's Deacon.
I haven't seen
Go
Lindy
ahead,
Lou
go
in
ahead.
months, years.
But Stan, I heard a short of your stand. You said that your woman could be eye to eye. You see women as eye to eye. And
which short was this? I don't have many of them.
Yeah, it was one. It was recent. It was on my thing, and I couldn't believe. I said, "Damn!"
Hold on one sec. Let's have a look. No, go ahead and keep going. I'll look them up because I don't recall that specific statement.
Yeah, you was talking to somebody, I guess, from your panel, and then you let them know that a woman, you look at your woman as eye to eye, basically saying they're equal, and you agree to it already. And this is a feminist ideology, right? Women think they're equal with men. And
okay, let me tell you something. And
he is a feminist. He admitted it.
Okay, I've already heard what he said and understood it. Look,
no, you admitted it. Just say you admitted it already. It's simple.
Look, one of the traps. Okay, god damn it, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? One of the traps that people fall into is you take everything literally word for word. You'll Google what feminism is and you'll look up the waves of feminism and you will literally hold people to the letter of it. Okay, all this information, you folks, and when I say you folks, I mean you three folks and folks like you. Y'all are chained.
What's wrong with being like
y'all
us?
are chained to every single letter in the definition of feminism, and like everything else in our human nature, it's a spectrum.
They not like us.
I appreciate you recognizing our divine understanding of what feminism is. That's all you said.
Okay, there is no such thing as a divine understanding of what feminism is. Feminism isn't in the goddamn Bible. What the fuck are
Divine.
you talking about?
Divine understanding.
Do you really think God gives a damn about what feminism is?
Stanley,
You
you
know
need
what I'm
divine
Why
trying to
are
say.
intervention.
you bringing divine into
You
this?
know what I'm trying to say, goddammit. I
I
appreciate you
have no
recognizing that
idea
we
what you're
understand
trying
what
to
feminism
say.
is. And when we
Dave,
see it, we just call it out. It makes you
Dave,
tick as a feminist, you know?
Dave, I have
Just say
no
you're a
idea.
feminist and this
I have
conversation will be over.
no idea what you're trying to say if you don't say it.
Well, you're
Use
trying
your
to beat
words.
all around the bush,
Use your
Stanley, is what he's
words.
saying. You're
Yeah, he
beating all
does
around the fucking bush and you're not
he does
making your point.
that gift gallop bullshit. Stop doing that.
All I have to say, if I don't have to compete with Mike for every single syllable.
You're beating all around the bush and you're not making the point,
God
Stanley.
damn it, dude. As soon as I
Do what you gotta do, G.
finish this, damn, what is wrong with this little chipmunk? Stop being trapped. Stop being trapped by strict definitions. Okay. The way ideas work, and feminism is an idea. You can
It's a
read
religion.
the definition in the dictionary, but at root, it's a description of an idea or a concept.
Or an
Don't
ideology.
be trapped. Don't be trapped by strict definitions.
So, but feminism is an ideology. We can agree with that.
Okay, no, I don't.
Huh?
It can be, but it doesn't have to be.
I didn't say it has to be.
Can
I
just
said
be.
it is.
It can just be an orientation.
No, women will live and
You
die
can
about
be ruthless. Can you raise a girl to be independent and be able to do for herself and not be a feminist?
You have to be a feminist.
Okay, well, see, you and I would disagree on that. I think you can raise a woman, a girl. Let me finish, please. I think you can raise a girl to hammer a nail or fix a car or weld, or you raise her to go to the Naval Academy, but she may have some of the traits that one might call feminist. It could possibly be that she has no clue what the strict definition of a feminist is. I have seen people on these YouTube screeds. If a woman has a definite opinion and is comfortable going fuck you, they automatically call her a feminist. A strong personality is not necessarily a quote feminist personality. Okay, some of what Man of Tomorrow calls Delta Novembers, they are trapped in their dictionaries because they
Man
really
of
don't
Tomorrow is
understand.
a fool.
Okay, I do not fucking know why you have to chime in right now, Mike. Some of these guys are trapped in their dictionary definitions.
So
being able to think means you can think outside of a dictionary definition. Sometimes sometimes you will add definitions to terms like feminism.
So for the record though, right? I'm cool with feminism. I just have a problem when it comes with challenging the man that they picked to be their husband or boyfriend or whatever, right? And then when they're using that feminism as a weapon, then that what makes it diabolical.
Is it feminism? How do you know?
So, for example, right, if I am the leader, I'm the man, and my woman keeps
see,
challenging
this
me.
is another, and I hate to cut you off here, but this is a bad habit in these manosphere MAGA black.
Well, let them get it out.
Motherfucker, it's my panel. Stop putting yourself into the middle of every hypothetical.
Wait, just because you disagree, let them get it out.
The minute you start describing your personal experience in a hypothetical, then it's no longer a hypothetical. It has happened. It's life experience.
Don't do hypotheticals with personal experience. It doesn't work that way.
Can I say something, Stanley?
Not a good argument anyway.
Stanley, can I say something?
Please.
I'm cool with feminism. I'm cool with it. As long as you listen, if you want to be independent and all that stuff, and you think you're equal to man and all these stuff, I'm not going to sit here and fight you on it. But what I will say is this. Don't expect me as a man to give you the traditional values that we once gave you. I'm gonna treat you just like you demanded to be treated. So therefore,
let me ask you a question. Yeah. How do you think I'm going to react to that? Just curious.
As a feminist,
okay, what I need you to do, Deacon Dave. I'm actually talking to a thinking man. So why don't you two just observe?
See, Stanley, you're so fucking stupid, man.
I know, like I'm sitting up here observing the strings that are getting plucked, and as you reply, I'm just naming which string it was. The feminist in you is what's being plucked.
Dude, I'm refreshed.
That's what caused that kind of a reaction.
Who can think and articulate up on this panel. Thank you for being here.
Go for it.
How do you think my reaction is going to be to your statement? And by the way, let me give you a hint. You know what? Let's just not even. I think you're right. For every orientation, hey, if she chooses to be independent or whatever, there are consequences. For every action, there is a reaction. If you are not, quote, turned on by the way she carries herself, that's your right.
Yeah.
I see nothing wrong. I see nothing wrong with your response to that.
Yeah. Because I look at it like a kid, right? If you want to act like you're grown, okay, then I'm going to treat you
there
like you're
is absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's your right.
Yeah. But to my last statement I made on I think you read my little comment when I said the inequality of men and women and what makes the dynamic special is the fact that we're all the attributes we have, which makes us, the men, unequal to the women. What makes a dynamic so special because, we're the strength, we're the foundation.
I would use different. Equality's not the same thing as difference. Difference is something that's unmeasurable. Equal is pretty much a mathematical term. How do you measure spirit? How do you measure the value of a woman versus the value of a man, what they bring to the table in a relationship? It's really not something you can quantify, not easily.
Well, you can't quantify it. The value is the men and the women, we give each other the value which we value each other for, correct?
I have no idea what that means.
So that means when I look at the woman, the value I place on her is what makes her value to me.
Right, but you can't quantify that. How you value her is not something you can easily quantify. That's my point. I can quantify
because I value her in the things I need her to be for me, right? So let's, for example.
Okay,
right?
when I say quantify, I mean measure. You can't measure it with a yardstick. You can't measure it in dollars and cents. But that's what I mean.
But that's textbook. But when we were speaking in theory, when you look at a woman, right, the value you give to her is what she's valuable to you. So
right. Well,
how many women
now what's happening? But let me propose this. You're confusing, and maybe I did too, but when I say you can't quantify it, that doesn't mean there's not quality. I mean, don't confuse the two. Her quality, how you value her. Value doesn't have to be quantity. It can be quality.
Yeah, and it's measured.
Okay, I don't think quality versus quantity, they're two different concepts. How you value her quality wise is going to, I don't think you can quantify how a woman is valuable to you as a mate or whatever, but you can't qualify it.
Well, you can quantify it by, I mean, you can measure it by what you're willing to do for her and around her, right?
Yeah, but
The
that's not
sacrifices.
something you can put a dollar value
No, I'm
or
not putting it. Yeah,
like a
not the money.
yardstick. So we're
Yeah, it's not
talking
the money.
quality versus
But-
quantity. When I say quantify, I mean you can't put dollars and cents on that. It's a quality argument.
Yeah, but I could put a percentage on it, right? I like her
Can
80%
you tell
more
me
than I do
how
those
you
other.
do that? Tell me how
I
you
could,
put a percentage on it.
so I have, let's say I'm dating 5 women, right?
Oh, by the way,
And
let me also mention when we're talking quantify, it means that someone that you don't even know could walk in and reproduce the quantity. You know, kind of
Did
like a
you just
lab
Google
experiment.
that?
Okay, I don't know. I don't need to. I actually have a brain. Um, the quantity part is an objective measurement. Quality is not necessarily objective.
a woman could lack quality, right? But I can place value on her to make her still my woman, right? So let's, like a guy saying he's marrying a hoe,
Well,
right?
she's your woman, but another man might go, I'm not dealing with that. So
Right,
again,
exactly.
it's a quality issue, not a quantity.
Well, no, what? Okay, so what I'm quantifying is the way I feel, or the way I look at her, not the way she looks for me, and then I place that value on her, what she will be for my life.
That is a quality argument, not a
It's
quantity
like, yeah,
argument.
yeah. No, but I'm quantifying in my mind, though. Is what I'm saying, right? Or what? How far am I willing to
Right.
go?
So
Place
it's personal.
right. That's what I'm
I
saying.
get what you're saying,
Yeah, it's
but
personal.
what you value might not be what another man values.
Right, and that's why we're right. We're not a monolith. I understand that. I'm not disputing that part at all. Right there, you're absolutely right about that. But another man's trash is one another man's treasure, though. So that from that outlook, right, that's what makes a difference. Like you're right. This guy, she's a own, but me, I might think she's the woman of my life, the woman of my dreams, and she's valuable to me in the things I think she's valuable to me for, and I am the judge of that, and I'm going to take the risk, roll the dice, and try to make it work.
Love at first sight.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
This is how we get to these relationships.
Right. There's nothing you said that I particularly disagree with. I will say to Deacon Dave, though, he, besides being a troublemaker, I think sometimes, if I value a woman who has a strong personality or, just what I, in Deacon Dave's words, simp for, might not be the same thing he simps for, and vice versa. And it's always guys, these MAGA blacks, who
Hey, here you
want
go with
to
this
just
shit.
they want to judge another man's judgment. And Ruthless, you said it perfectly. What I value, say, in a woman might not be the same thing someone like a Deacon Dave or Mike 123 values. But they're mighty judgmental about it.
And this is why body counts is a stupid ass argument, right? It's a stupid argument.
Within reason. I've heard you talk about that before.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to think about that. I agree with you up to an extent. If your woman has done that, what's that lady's name who slept with like 100 men in like 24 hours or something? I probably have. She would not be someone that I would seek as a mate. It's just I can't do that. the sloppy 200th.
Yeah, it's a see the body count. Reason why the body count argument is, to me, a frivolous argument because one, beauty is an eye of the beholder. That's one. Two, women lie. Three, people have emotional connection is very unpredictable. So therefore, you can't really control who you love. People fall in love with the most things that they never expect
I
they're going to
don't
fall in love with.
know. Not once you've met them. I would actually kind of dispute that argument too. And the reason
Which
I
one?
say this, when I was married, one of the things I was always careful to do is not ever put myself in, a position where I'm tempted. I didn't always go to the Friday afternoon, after work
Well, when you know how to
happy hour
control yourself, you
gathering.
wouldn't have to do that.
Okay, I don't know why you're interrupting when I'm
I'm just
talking
saying,
to a
if you
thing.
could control
Why?
yourself, you wouldn't have to
What
do that.
is it? Are you?
Well,
Do
I'm
you
trying to tell
want
you,
to
Stanley,
be?
if
Do
a
you?
person can
Don't
control
tell me
themselves, they
anything.
wouldn't have to put themselves in that type of situation.
What I'm trying to say, I don't even remember what the fuck, Mike. You really
Well, I'm trying to
digging.
see. You don't remember because you knew I was telling you the truth. You wouldn't
was
put yourself
something.
in those type of predicaments
It
if
was
you couldn't
something.
control yourself.
It was something about body count. So we went from body count to
It was gonna be stupid anyway.
But
you know
I
what?
said that body count doesn't
Now
matter
I'm
to me.
annoyed.
Yeah, body count doesn't matter to me because beauty is an eye of the beholder, and also emotional connection. You say you had to disagree with the emotional attachment part, and you didn't put yourself in those positions.
Well, I'll think of it in just a minute. Hey, I'm 60. Sometimes I have senior moments. And
Hey,
actually,
I
while I'm thinking
apologize if I
about it,
made you lose your train of thought, Stanley.
everybody, please make sure that you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to it. Bless this mess
If I made you lose your train of
with
thought, I apologize,
subscribing to the
Stanley.
channel. It gets random, but every now and again we have a good conversation before we
Must
get
mean you didn't have a thought.
we get rudely interrupted. I think what I'll have to just do it on the fly because I don't remember, but it had to do with body count. Look,
Let me
you
refresh
don't
you.
put
Let me say my
you
statement again,
don't
Stanley.
put yourself in it's kind of a military idea, but you don't put yourself in harm's way because men are men. And okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Don. That's right. Don, thank you. You don't control who you love. And I think once you've met the person you might love, that's when kind of nature takes its course. But you can control who you meet, which is like the precursor to who you love. So, it's kind of an offhand way of looking at it, but you can control who you love, but not once you've met. Does that make sense?
So
I mean, you're not going to fall in love. You're not going to fall in love with whores if you don't go to the whorehouse.
But
does that make sense?
the thing about it, Stanley, is you can't control who you meet because most people
actually you can.
Most people fall in love with
I literally just said you can't fall in love with a whore if you never go to the whorehouse.
So yeah, but now desire and attraction changes the game though.
I don't know that I agree with that. That's after you've met.
This is where context matters, right? So
right.
Let's go with,
no,
let's
actually
start with the first step.
Listen to what I'm saying. You can't desire someone you've never met.
Yes, you
The
can.
Beatles song,
Yes, you
the
can.
Beatles songs
That's why,
aside.
Stanley, yes, you can. There's so
Well,
many
tell me
guys
how.
have
Tell me
desired
how.
Beyonce who they never ever met. They desire her. So
Well,
don't tell
have
me that
you?
you can't tell
Okay.
me that's what,
Well,
and you can't tell me men haven't had crushes. So once again, right? Desire
okay. Well, let me
can happen
refine my argument, and that's a good point.
Mhm.
Someone you don't know about. Most times, like celebrities aren't like normal people. You know, everybody knows who Beyonce is, but you don't necessarily know who your blind date is going to be that your friend is setting you up with. I don't know that Beyonce is the best example of your point. Everybody knows who Beyonce is.
Yeah, people have crushes on people at their school, people at their jobs. Crushes,
Right.
men and women,
But
right? So you can't
but
control that.
listen to you've met them. I'm talking about people you've never met. And a better way of putting it, people you don't know about.
So let me help you out.
Met isn't the right word. Let me
Let me
say people
yeah.
you don't know about.
So let me help you out. In my junior high year, right? This is a funny story. There's this one pretty girl. I never
Mhm.
met her. I know who she
Mhm.
was, but I just
Mhm.
saw her and she was so beautiful, Stanley. I had this big crush on her. And every
Mhm.
day for like a few months, I just kept trying to build my confidence up. Because she was a popular girl. I wasn't that popular at the time. And
Mhm.
so I wrote a poem. I
Oh,
wrote a
really?
poem, Stanley.
Now
And I didn't
that's
even know.
interesting.
Yeah, I was building my confidence. I wrote this poem because I could never bring myself to probably say it, right?
Mhm.
And we were in this hallway, we were walking past each other. I handed her the poem. She took it.
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
she took that poem and read it to like some other dudes and they made fun of it.
Oh no. Oh no.
Right?
Oh, that
But
oh my
so
God. That is
yeah, that was
horrible. What a horrible
yeah,
person.
Stan, that she damn near broke my heart, man.
Now,
But
how old? You said middle school? What,
this is
11?
middle school. So I was probably 10, 11,
Mhm.
12.
Mhm.
So my point I'm making, the reason why I brought that point in is you can desire someone that you don't know nothing about. You can. It's possible. I've done it. Crushes. That's what mostly, and it happens a lot more with younger kids. So I will give you that, Stanley. Not
Okay,
so much.
again, my language has failed me. You've never met and you know nothing about. You had met her, you knew about her. You
I
didn't
never
know
met
her
her.
personality, but you know about her.
I just saw her face and her body. That's it.
Right.
And that's the figment of my imagination. I had a crush with someone that I didn't even know who the first thing about them. Now, of course, I can have a crush with
Right,
somebody
but
that
you knew what she looked like, so you did
yeah.
know the first thing about her.
Wait,
You knew what she
wait.
looked like. That's the first
Yeah.
thing.
Also, you're saying that you can't have a crush on nobody you never seen? Of course not. Of course.
Well,
Duh.
again, it's I'm doing what I'm saying you shouldn't do, but I had no clue who my wife was. I met her totally by accident. To be honest, I didn't know I wanted her literally until I had met her.
Yes,
I didn't know what she looked like. I knew her brother, who was a neighbor of mine, but that's all I knew. As a matter of fact, I knew her brother. And he said he didn't even mention his sister. I think I knew he had a sister, but I met her at an Easter dinner and he didn't mention his sister that I know of, that I can recall. But once I got down there, ooh, you got a sister. That was how we met.
Yeah, and right then and there, when you saw her, so yeah, you can't have a crush on somebody you never ever seen before, of course. But once you see them, you can see and this
But
is the
I'm
part.
also saying if I'd said, hey, look, I don't want to go to dinner because I don't like going into the city for dinner. I never would have met her, etc. You
So I
can
would say this,
control.
Stanley.
You can
So
control who you meet.
so so
But
so so I was so what I'm saying, Stanley, is the emotional part, right? The connection. You can see 20 women. You didn't see you as a military, so you see hundreds of thousands of women. But this one
I
woman,
have stories about those too.
but I'm saying this one woman, Stanley, right? Your homeboy sister, who you knew of, but you didn't never seen her or nothing. Then you finally went to a place where she was at, and everything made sense.
No,
This
I
is
did not know of her.
no,
I'm not
right.
even sure. I'm pretty sure I knew he had a sister, but it wasn't something we talked about. I had no clue.
Right. So that makes my point. You're making my point, Stanley. Is
Am
when
I?
you went to that party, you had no intentions
It
on
wasn't a party. It was an Easter dinner.
right. But you said you had no intentions on going in there. Oh, I'm going to meet her, and no, you didn't even know what to expect, right?
Didn't know
And
she
you saw her,
existed.
right? And you saw her, and everything made sense for you.
No, it wasn't. Wasn't love at first sight. It was love at second
No, I didn't
sight.
say love. I said made sense. I said made sense, meaning okay,
Not
my interest.
particularly.
She sparked your
Because
interest.
I didn't know anything about her. I knew I was attracted. As a matter of fact, she had a good sense of humor, and she was pretty, and that was it. However, let's get back to let's get away from the anecdotal, back to
All
the
right.
hypothetical.
Okay.
I
So
think you can control who you meet, especially once you're an adult. I think you can control who you meet when you're married, when you're not married. If you're an adult, you actually can control. Now, sometimes it's accidental. It's not like total control. Nobody totally controls their life. There are forces that, kind of like being on the ocean. Sometimes the winds will blow you one way or the other. But I think people have more control of their lives than they think they do, but they also have less control. It just depends on the day.
So Stanley, I
And
disagree with
in
you.
the end, I think if you don't respect women in general, you don't like women.
And that's not true.
Well,
Because you
tell
got
me
to
why you disagree.
and that statement you make, right, is not really because you say if you don't respect women, right?
Mhm.
That's like somebody got a mom, so you can't say I don't respect women. You
Is
got to
it
say they
often
respect
that
women.
you like people you don't respect?
Do I like people I don't respect?
Well, if you can think of a time in your life, my idea is
I listen. I respect people I don't like.
really.
Yes, remember I told you I did prison time, right?
Mhm.
So walking in them hallways, a lot of dudes I didn't like their style, I didn't like how they carried themselves, but I still gave them their respect. I didn't walk up to them and slap them upside the head till I don't like your shit. You know what I mean? So I still
But
gave them
did
the
you
respect
like
as
them as
men.
people?
Yes, because I still didn't
Ah.
have a right. I didn't feel it was right for me to go up there and tell them how to live their lives. This is not my prerogative. So I gave them the respect that I'm
Well,
not the
just
bad.
jokes aside, you know how they're going to live their lives in prison.
Well, no, people change. Sometimes people change in prison. Some people get worse. Sometimes
Well,
people get
in
better.
the prison, I mean.
Well, in the prison, there's most
You know
inmates
what
live
time
in
they're
a
going to be in the cafeteria. You know what time they're going to be.
well,
You
but
know what
how
time
they live it.
lockup is.
Yeah, but everybody lives their life different in prison.
Interesting.
Some dudes
We
are
ought to talk
troublemakers. They
about
stay.
that one time because I've
Yeah,
never been. Be interested in your
yeah. I can break it down to you.
experiences.
Yeah, it's so much going on in prison more than you think. Right? It's just not a
Mhm.
black and white place. It's a lot of different things going on. But that's another time. The point I'm making is you can't control who you meet because you meet people by accident sometimes, right? Like you
That
said,
is
I
true.
met. So you can't control. All you can do is
You
try
can.
to you can
I
try
gave you
to
the example
you can try to
of, hey,
mitigate.
you know what? I'm not going to the Friday after work meetup because I'm married and I don't want to sit around doing, drinking drinks with good-looking women from work. That's putting yourself in harm's way.
Well, now that's a different conversation.
So
That's
I get to no, but my point is I get to control who I meet. Now I've known a lot of these, but you know what? I could meet somebody at the bar that I don't know who doesn't work with me, but I can control whether I go or not.
Well, honestly, that's another conversation. What we're speaking of is body count, right? Why I say body count doesn't matter is because typically beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and you can't control how you might feel about somebody, right? You might not. This might not be your type of woman, right?
Right.
But yet you develop some strange feelings for her that you're not, oh man, I really want to give her a chance, right? And this is how things go. This is how you get into these.
But what's your point? You and I agree on that.
Yeah. So my point
beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But what I think we were trying to establish is that's a qualitative sort of judgment. It's not a quantitative.
Yeah,
because
you can't
another man may not value her as much as you do.
Right. You can't quantify her beauty.
Right.
I agree with that. But you can quantify within yourself how much you want to make this woman yours. Right. You can do that.
Right.
And that's where a man like you, Stanley, who seemed like to me you're the man that like to you plan things out. You know what I mean? So as soon as you saw
not anymore.
Well, used to, right? So because you had a format.
I'm retired. I don't really, I mean, it's a habit to plan, but no. I'm sorry.
Usually men are strategical about something they go after.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Back in when I was younger. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, you got to go after what you want. But in the end, the whole thing started, and Deacon Dave just kind of chickened out and ran. But I'm still of the mind that if you just women as a class of human being is females of the the female sex, if you don't respect them, and individually you may not respect an individual woman for good reasons, but if you meet some random person, and YouTube panels are my example because I do tend to meet women on YouTube that I don't interact with or have never seen before. I don't prejudge them. Now, maybe the way I judge them is fairly shallow because it's YouTube. A pithy comment, may just attract my attention. I'm like, holy shit, that's funny. Who is this person? But that's, my criteria.
But when I think the problem though in a lot of these interactions is with men. The way we value women is different than the way they value us. It's two different. Well,
yeah, of course. That's kind of nature.
Yeah. So that's where I think that's where the men are kind of delusional, right? And not saying you, but most men. They think that the woman values.
Well, don't give me grace. So don't give me grace. I'm curious to know how men judge women.
Well, because you agreed with me, so I said not you. Men think women value the way we value them. You know what I mean? Like,
well, see, that is a mistake.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, we agree. That's why I knew we agreed. That's why I knew we agreed. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's a big mistake, and this is how men get in these manosphere, red pill. You know what I mean? And all these different ideologies, trying to figure out how to make a woman value the same way we value.
Let me ask you a question. What is the cutoff age that men should know shit? Like,
That man should
you know
what?
what? Should just know shit. Like, look, in my personal experience, and it's anecdotal, so don't think I'm making some overarching point. But I honestly pretty much learned, what I was looking for by the time I was, say, 30. Definitely about 35, but 30, I pretty much knew which direction I was gonna go. And I was also like, I knew I wanted to have a family, that sort of stuff. You know, nope, I don't wanna, I'll have to make the party scene every, weekend. Um, so what age, and I know it'll vary depending on the person, but if I were going to make a rule of thumb, if you don't know, if you're not already paired up, married or whatever your pair bonding style is, by the time, if you don't already know by the time you're 30, 30's that cutoff. I'd be willing to make the bold statement, if you don't know after 30, if you still want to be a playboy and go to the club, every
Well, see
weekend
now,
after 30, then you might be a lost soul.
So I think this is not a problem you should too much worry about with men. Men, if they're not degenerates, right? They're pretty much after age 19, they already know they got to get to it. With the exception of
And I
degenerates,
think,
right?
oh wow.
With the exception of degenerates, men by the age of 19, 20 know they got to get to it economically. They know. Men figure it out real quick because they get dumped by their girlfriend out of high school because they have a lot of money problems. They know that they see that the girls are chasing economic stability. So men, we get to it. So
Now,
by
you
age,
think this is a rule of thumb, or is this just
yes,
your
rule of thumbs up.
experience?
Rule of thumbs up.
Okay, then you
Rule.
and I will definitely disagree.
Yes, men. Listen, at 8 in high school, we
Black
see
men,
this, right?
white men,
All
hood,
every man
middle
knows.
class, rich.
Yes, every man knows that men, we understand our value
No,
is
I don't think. I think some of the most confused motherfuckers I've ever met are like 19. And I was in the
no,
Navy, I would know.
no. Well,
Plus,
what
plus my son is 19.
so I would say this: if they're in the Navy, they have a direction, sir.
Not necessarily.
So,
Oh, that's not guaranteed.
especially the Navy, you got to be smart to get in the Navy. Number one.
No. Oh, I've met
Yeah.
some doozies.
No, I'm just saying. What I mean by if he signed up for the Navy, he at least has a starting point. Then, of course, people have to go out. You know what I mean? But
Well,
they're
let
getting
me quantify it. I will
Yeah.
say 90% have at least an idea. But there's always that 10% who will find a way to fuck up. And I
Yeah, that's
know
the degenerate.
this. I don't know the degenerate.
Yeah,
Just
most of those are
lost.
degenerates.
Just kind of lost.
So let's say this, Stanley. I would say once again, I exclude the degenerates, the dudes, and then there's some guys that's also quantify the
Well,
guys that catch
define
bad.
degenerate. You're using that word a lot.
Well, I'm talking about far as we all degenerate in some way, right? But I'm talking about the
I
ones
hope
who
not.
more
I'm
they're
not going to admit to it.
they morph
well, see, this is the
into the
shit
life
that
of rebellion, right? Let's say these people, right?
Right.
These people those are the exception, not the rule. They're the guys who will be considered the bad apples, right? And then everybody else is average after that. Everybody else is average. And then you got the rich people. So most average Americans are going to become average. So therefore, age 18, 19 men already know that they got to figure out a way to provide a lifestyle for themselves. And if they want to put a woman in there, they know what they need to stack up and create value to bring another person in, including a family. So men know
And
this
see,
right off the
you
top.
and I would disagree, and not for horrible reasons. I don't think they're mature enough.
Oh, they're mature enough. Believe that. See, and I'm gonna tell you why my argument's right. Because a man can go in the military and excel, right? It's possible, very possible. A lot of men go in there and
Well,
that's
shoot,
why
you know what? I wouldn't be where I am now if my father, way back in the early 60s, from Podunk, South Georgia, hadn't gone into the Air Force. So, yeah, no, I'm a firm believer that the military can make the man. There are
You wasn't
always
gonna
going to
be
be
shit anyway,
exceptions to
Stanley.
that rule. However, most 19-year-old males don't go into the military. Never have.
right, because
Even
then we got other things, Stanley. You can't count, and we can't count out. Some dudes are going into sports, some dudes are going into law,
no,
dudes are going
disagree
into
with
accounting.
that.
No, I mean there's different
It's
things.
minuscule. Like college sports, dude,
Yeah.
you're in the single digits. Like people, like say football players from high school into college, you're in the single digits that
No,
actually wind up.
I'm not saying that's majority. What I'm saying is I'm naming a bunch of
Well,
things.
it's not even
So some people go to
average.
military, just like a minority people go to military. Minority people going to go to sports. Minority, it's all trickle down. It's different. Some dudes are going to maybe a little bit more than the minority go to college, right?
But let me ask you a
bigger number.
question, and let's just stay right here.
Yeah.
Which is the better bet, going into the military or a college football into NFL career? And
I'll say,
we'll just talk about football, but it's kind of the same thing for the other major league sports. What's the better
I'll say it's
bet?
equal. I say it's equal.
Okay, then you would be wrong.
I'll be right.
No, don't think so.
Okay, let's talk about it.
Okay. I looked it up the other day and I can relook it up. It's like literally the low single digits college into the NFL. And I think it's single digits going from high school football into college football.
So
And then
here's where I would.
if you want to separate out D1 schools, nope, don't bet. It's easier to get into the military.
So let me help you out. But still, the military counts as the minority, so they all go together, right?
Okay,
Yes.
you're
So,
not understanding my point.
I understand your point. I was just
The
bringing a minority
minority,
versus
the,
minority.
the minority of the
So-
population winds up in the
So let me-
military, but I'm talking the odds of getting in.
Yes,
You
let me-
have a better chance of getting into the military than you do into a college football program. And
if
let me
you're-
also do one other little thing. I'm talking scholarship. Okay, if you go into the military, you're not going to have to, you'll make a salary. Okay, if you go to a football program and don't get a scholarship, you're taking a huge risk.
So what I'm saying is this, right? So we're talking once again, we're talking about minority versus minority. So what I'm saying is
No, don't
even
do
though-
minority versus
even
minority.
though-
Take them one
even
at a,
though-
don't make the comparison. Do it one
are.
at a time.
minority
and
versus
then
minority.
make the comparison. You got
They're
to do it in
minority versus
stages.
minority. There's a bunch of walk-on
Okay,
people walk
that's
on.
not how.
You can
You go ahead and
you
do
can
your
walk-
do your thing, and then I'll just deal with it.
Okay, so the comparison, reason why I say that it's equal, because even though you might not make it to the pros from college, you still develop your education. You still be
Okay,
able-
no, most
you
kids
can-
don't
you
make it to college. Most kids
just saying,
don't make
I'm
it
just talking
into
about the
a
people-
college
most people-
football
And most
program.
people don't go to the military, Stan. So I understand
Okay,
that. Most people, and
you
everybody
are
don't make it to the military
you're
when they go in there.
literally
Some
confusing
people
the
get
points.
discharged. Some
Oh
people
my
get
God.
discharged, right? Some people get discharged.
Ruthless,
Some people can't stand it.
ruthless.
Yeah.
Most people coming out of high school on a football program want to go to a college, but they will
Look.
not get in.
That don't want to go where?
more into any sort of college football program. Junior college, it doesn't matter. Most seniors coming out of high school will not get into any sort of college program.
That's not true. You could be a walk-on. It's
Okay.
almost impossible.
And
You can go to
again,
junior college. You can start at a junior college, right? So it's impossible. Going to college is easy. Anybody can get in there.
Okay, we've had this conversation, and I forgot to mention, if you are paying to get into college, to walk onto a football team, that's not getting on the football team. If you're not a scholarship student, you're not going to the NFL.
Yeah, but
it's an even smaller percentage.
But they got Pell
actually
Grants,
make it
and
into the NFL.
They got programs and Pell Grants that'll pay for your education.
How much money? Pell Grants are going to pay for college.
That'll pay for all your classes, full time.
Okay, guess what though? If you get a Pell Grant to go to classes and your biggest commitment is to football, you're going to fail.
No, you're not. Because for you to play football, you got to be eligible. Come on, man. Got to be eligible. So you're going to pass.
I'm sorry, son. You are literally and if you do not come out of high school with a full ass scholarship going to a D1 team, the odds are overwhelmingly against you that you will ever make it to the NFL.
I'm not even going to dispute you.
The chance, the wish upon a star logic, the odds are overwhelmingly against you. If you don't come out of high school with a full ride to a D1, you're probably not going to make the NFL. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm saying 99% of the time you won't.
Okay, I'm not disputing that. But what I will say this. You could
why risk the injury?
Well, let me get a chance to respond, Stanley.
Okay.
A lot of people go to junior college, right? Which is free, pretty much. And go try for them, they make the football team. And let's say they do fail at football. They still gain the education.
Let's do something called quantify it, not qualify, because we've had this conversation. What are the chances that you make it to a D1? Because you're probably not. There's a lesser chance you make the NFL from junior college. You won't have the coaching.
So can I quantify something real quick or clarify something? Let me clarify something. Yes, you may not go to the NFL, but you can gain value from college other than sports, such as networking, degrees, and become CEOs and become, there's other things. So yeah, you may play sports.
Name one CEO that went to CEO that went to JC.
They transfer the D1s. You can still transfer the D1.
Okay, yeah. You have a better chance if you make it to a D1. You and I will agree on that.
Stan, you got Division 1, 2, and 3 colleges. Let's
but
make that
the number of people that go from JC to D1, that's got to be in the single digits too.
But there's Division 2 too.
Right.
Then there's Division 3. So yeah, come on, we got to be understanding. There's so many ways to make it in college. It's not just about the sports. Yeah, you may want to play sports. If you fail,
so you would literally tell your child to bet on JC. You'll probably
yes, yeah.
I don't know.
Because let me tell you something.
Wow.
You know what I would tell my kid though, Stanley? Even though you're going to chase your dream, make sure you get your education and have a backup plan.
Right.
Simple. That's it. They tell you that.
But I'm telling you right now, I would advise the kid against it because you're one compound fracture away from just being totally fucked up. and then you got insurance and stuff. That's a huge risk.
But here's the upside of it, though, right?
Hey, I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Okay, here's the upside.
I'm listening. 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Right. Here's the upside: is you still once you get your kid in that college setting to network with the types of people you want them. If they don't make it in sports, he now has another life that he's transpiring while he's playing sports. He's now around other college students, networking, and also creating an education and create a value for himself for a company one day, or get a job coming out of college. So therefore, that's what makes college very valuable other than sports, right? You can get an education, and at least if you just say you fail in sports, you can continue your education and that's the greater part about college, right? Just because you don't make it in football don't mean you got to stop going to college. And then you can continue your education.
Who's going to pay for it? Pell Grants do not pay. Let me break it down to you, Stanley. Pell Grants do not pay full tuition for.
So once again, right? They got programs. Stanley, they got programs. This is what you call student loans.
Oh, you mean those college loan programs?
Stanley, I know you heard of student loan debts. I mean, come on.
I literally never had, and hopefully my son won't either.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we not. What I'm saying is there's a way. If there's a way, there's a will. There's a way. So therefore, if you don't have the financial capability, there are student loans, there are scholarships that you can continue to get.
Yeah, and the student. Oh, okay. Well, you're right about about that. But dude, student loans. Have you been listening to the horror stories?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But hey, it's.
I mean, that's like one of the things. Anyway, I'm not going to get too knee deep into it, but my approach is just different. Sports, unless you are like a superstar in high school, you'll know what might happen by the time you go to college, depending on where you go to college. But I don't know. I don't have a huge problem with your plan. It's just not a plan I would do.
Well, I'm just saying is I think college is more valuable than NFL, in my opinion. It's more valuable because once again, if you break a leg in college, you can
given CTE it is.
They're not going to kick you out of school. You know what I mean? They're not going to kick you out of school.
Look at Shiesty. You see this shit?
What's that?
Shiesty says your daughter is more likely to succeed. It's best to put resources into her.
Yeah, Shicey's gold digger thing. That's the gold digger.
You know what? I am so glad. Let's see, that's the kind of shit that just makes me laugh.
But we would have to agree that college is a standard, not the military. Military is something the minority people go in.
Yeah, but I tell you what, everybody. It just so depends, though. I mean, I know a guy or knew a guy years ago. He was prior enlisted, got into the Naval Academy, and lost track of him decades ago now. There are a lot of ways you can be successful. Maybe that's the point.
Well, once again, right? The military,
but you gotta work. There's no way you can freeload it. You gotta work.
One thing about it, there are so many ways and variables to make a life for yourself. You know what I mean? Ain't necessarily. Some people go to the military. I mean, there's so many things you can do. Some people, a lot of my homies right now, my homie's a truck driver, right? He drives around the fucking country. I got another homeboy, he's an accountant. You know what I mean? So, and he was a baseball. He played baseball in high school. And the other homie, he was just regular. So, once again, there are so many different ways. Most Americans will become average, no matter how you look at the numbers. Tell the story. Most Americans will live an average life and have an average lifestyle. So when we talk about,
Wow.
oh, well, so would you, Rufus? I don't think go to minority for this. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if he break his leg in college, he can continue his education and go in and be network and become a marketing executive, or he could become a music executive, or he could become a or he could become a lawyer. I mean, just so much sky's the limit. Obama
Now, see,
went to college.
Yeti has something I didn't know you could do this. He says he played college football full ride, half academic, half football. You still have to make the team every year to keep the scholarship. There's about 30 kids that get cut, and that scholarship is 1 year. Wow.
Yeah, but there's always ways to. There's so many programs they got in there. But listen. Let's be real. Most college students are going to have to go in debt. They're just going to have to go in debt, and that's fine. I'd rather them do that than take a chance that I took. You know what I mean, Stanley?
Right.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'd rather my son go into debt than go try to rob a bank. So, I don't.
Well, here's my thinking. You get. I think, my big deal with my son was front loaded in high school, and I had a lot of material to work with. So, but my goal is to get his ass out of college without debt. And he's kind of lucky, but I don't want his grandpas involved. He needs to do it on his own steam, and I'll help, but mostly on his own steam. And when he gets out, at least it will be debt free, and at least he'll be able to get a house, even if it's just some cabin somewhere. I do not want, any debt. I didn't owe money when I got out of college. You just don't want it if you can avoid it. And if that means you study a little harder, then study a little harder.
But yeah, once again, we all are not a monolith. We all don't desire. You went to the military stand and you was able to, and the Navy's
Well, no, I went into the military after college.
Yeah, but you went to the high level.
I wasn't. By the way, I had an Army ROTC scholarship in college, but wound up giving it up because I wasn't an Army guy. But I still had my college degree. So I had a cousin, kind of go, hey, you'll like the Navy. So I went to OCS.
Okay. But and military is beneficial for some people, right? It's because they pay for
it was for me.
After a lot of people go to military, and then the military has, I think they give you so I think they help you pay for your school.
No, the GI Bill, but I didn't.
You didn't go that route, but I'm saying you didn't go that route, but for other military people, right? They pay for your schooling, housing. They help you house. They got a lot of programs in there. But the thing about the military is pro college.
No, I wouldn't say now, unless it's changed, and maybe it did. No, it's not pro college. It's pro mission.
It is. That's why they give you to pay for your college. That's why they offer you to pay for your college.
No, that college gets paid for more times than not after you get out.
That's what I'm saying. That's why they offer the money.
Now there are programs where you can take courses. They'll have like college professors teaching some basic stuff on a deployment. I would not say the military is pro college.
They're pro education.
The military is pro military. Whatever you need to do to get the mission done. If it's college, great. if it's not college grade, they're not,
But they're pro education then.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a lot of schools in the military that you take, like, in the Navy, it's A schools, B schools, C schools. I'm sorry, A and C schools. So, I mean, there are plenty of, those schools tend to be more like technical schools. Like if you're an electrician in the Navy, there are schools that will teach you how to be an electrician.
Because the thing about going to the military and college, military and college is similar, right?
No,
you go
nothing,
in,
nothing. No,
not
even close. Not even close.
You gotta let me finish, Stanley.
I've been to both. Let me.
You know what I'm going to say.
Have you been in the military, sir?
You don't know what I'm going to say, Stanley.
Okay,
military.
Let's stop. Let's no. The military is nothing like college. Okay, if you don't have, what could you possibly say to change my mind?
You gotta let me finish.
Do I really have to let you finish?
Yeah, because then if you hear it, then you say, okay, you might be right. And then you
okay. Well, I know you won't be right, so go ahead and finish. Okay.
If you go military and college is similar in the fact that when you enter each of these institutions, it's almost like you're cut off from society. So when you get out of those places, you have to recertify yourself or get experience to work, to be an impact in the workforce as a citizen. So the college is the same thing. That's why when college students graduate, they got to get experience, right? They need 2 years or 3 years experience to get the job. So just a degree alone ain't gonna get you a job, right? You got to have experience. Same with college, getting out the military, you got to go to school and then get experience in the workforce on the outside for you to get the bigger jobs. It's the same. So in that format, they're very similar, even though they're two different worlds, but you're entering two different worlds, which is apart from society.
I'm afraid I don't agree with any of it.
Oh, you got to.
No, I don't got to anything. I heard you out.
Yeah.
Now, I will give you that it could happen that way, but probably not. I've known people, like years ago, I worked corporate, and there was a 1-star general that retired from the Air Force and went to I don't know if it was the C-suite, but he had no actual work experience. They just wanted the prestige of saying, oh, hey, we have a 1-star general in the C-suite. He had no experience at all. It just depends. But more, college is 0% like the military. And I can tell you, when I was in college, I was in Army ROTC. No, I'm sorry. Army ROTC in college is nothing like a military academy. There are different roads to get to the same goal, but no, college is 0%. Unless you go to a military academy. Listen, now let me finish, because this is direct experience. College, like a civilian college, I went to the University of Georgia. Nothing like the military, nothing like the Naval Academy. 0% like the Naval Academy. Totally different experience.
So here's why I win this. This is easy money. So, I know I have a lot of military friends, right?
Okay, I don't care.
I'm putting it. Oh, you've been a smart ass now, huh?
No, I'm literally saying, if you haven't experienced it, your friends are not going to be able to transfer. Bring one of your friends on to talk about it, and I will listen. Some civilian giving me secondhand experience is not something I need to take seriously.
So when a lot of military men get out, they have programs to help them reinsert in society. Now, there are some.
Are these military men getting out after 2 years, 4 years, 20 years, 30 years? There's different levels of experience. That's my
What I'm
point.
saying is the things you learn in the military does not say
It depends
outside
on what
business.
your job was in the
Yeah.
military.
And I'm going to say that there's some jobs, like if you're like a cop, a correction officer, something like that, you can transition right into paramilitary, military to paramilitary, right? You can transition. They just train you a little different. But if you want to be a lawyer or you want to go into dentistry or whatever, right? You have to you got to be recertified because the military
Okay,
does not
you're not
translate.
going define dentistry, dental technician
Yeah,
or
dental
dentist.
technician or.
We're all finished now.
Okay.
The water's back on.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
That was a plumber. Excuse me, Stanley.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, me dental technician, even a dentist, whatever, right? The thing about military life, it does not, the stuff you learn in the military does not, a lot of society doesn't value it. Unless I name the jobs I did, like police officers, correction officers, stuff like that, they value it. But like the regular, they don't look at you got experience, we're going to hire you. You have to be recertified to get those jobs. And then you need experience all over. It's like you're starting all over again. It's like you're starting fresh from
I
the
don't know.
bottom.
It depends on what your rate or MOS was. Not necessarily.
Oh, like I said, it depends on what field you're. If you're going into the police field, yeah, you're good. But if you're going, let's say you do 6 years in the military and you want to get out and you want to chase being a real estate agent, right? You have to recertify it all because nothing in the military is going to
Well,
apply.
I can tell you right now, you're not going to just have to recertify. You're going to have to go back to school.
And
I mean,
thank
there's
you, Stanley.
now, unless if you were in the civil, in the Navy, it's the Civil Engineering Corps. In the Army, it's Corps of Engineers. But a real estate license, that's not generally, unless you did it on your own time, that's generally not something that the military is going to, there are no real estate agents in the
that's what
Navy on a
right.
ship.
Or if you want to be, if you want to be, let's say you want to be a school teacher, or let's say you want to, right, you still have to go back to school. Same with now. And this is where I'm saying that college is similar. A lot of dudes get out of college thinking that, oh, I got my degree, but college does not train you up for the companies. So now you got the companies won't hire you just a degree.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to tell you right now, and I know kind of the IT world, you could graduate from MIT. Companies are going to train you the way they want you to be trained to their software or hardware, whatever it is. So college and the military are quite, they're
similar.
in techno. No, they're not similar at all. The environment.
They are similar.
Look, just Navy schools, for instance, they used to compare it to putting a fire hose to your mouth because, what might take, I don't know, 6 months in a civilian school, you're going to learn it in half the time and they're going to force it on you. Like nuke school, for instance, which, by the way, I did not do. Dude, they're going to basically do a bachelor's degree or something close to that for nuclear engineering in 9 months versus 4 years.
I agree.
Nothing like a civilian school. A schools, C schools, nope, afraid not. The experiences are different. And I'm telling you from personal experience, you will be tired half the time. Some of this is my OCS experience. Dude, you might get 2 hours of sleep because you were on watch, but they expect you to go to 8 hours of school and you can barely stay awake, but you best be passing these courses. Nothing like, you can skip a class in college. You know, this morning, this morning around 10 o'clock, I hear the Xbox in the living room turn on. And I'm like, the fuck? I didn't say anything, but why the hell are you playing, video games at 10 o'clock in the morning? Don't you have class? I didn't even bother asking, but no, it's nothing. There, the similarities are you need to know shit and pass tests. That's where the comparisons end. And you may get a different answer from somebody else, but I doubt it. Not anyone who's
I do
been in
agree.
the military.
I do agree with you that that's why a lot of men, the enrollment in college is down because they're going into ITT, MIT, and these trade.
MIT is a college.
I'm sorry, ITT. Like a lot of men are going into trade schools, right? Because it translates you right into the workforce when you graduate. You don't have to have so much experience, right? Where college, you have to get out of college. You might go to college 8 years, and then you got to have another 2 years to get experience. So
You should never go 8 years to college unless you're getting a PhD.
Yeah,
And by the way, just to let me make a point here. Some of these engineering schools are a bit different. I had a friend of mine from high school, black guy, as a matter of fact, super smart. He went to Georgia Tech, and Georgia Tech has like a 5-year program, where you're doing classes, but you're also actually doing internships. So you might work for, I don't know, a semester or two, probably 2 semesters, for some company doing whatever your major is. If you're computers, you might be working because Cisco, Coca-Cola, it amazes me. All these major companies are literally right across the street from campus. So there are ways to do it. And this is why I'm talking about how important the high school experience is for black kids in particular. Like, parents got to be involved in it because there's so many options, so many things you can do. And I know, look, in my opinion, success is made in high school these days, not college. It's high school.
Well, you're not going to go down that rabbit hole again.
Hey, go down the rabbit hole. I have time. Hey, Shiesty, can you post that stat that trade school enrollment is down to?
It's down now. It was up for a minute. But
okay, well, then what if it's down now? So if black men, is it men? Is it black men? Is it total enrollment?
A lot of
but
people.
What you're saying doesn't quite jibe right now.
Yeah. I wasn't. I was making a point of a lot of more women go to college, are more enrolled in college than men.
Okay, can you refine that? Is it men in general, black men, white men? Can you refine it?
So, men in general.
Okay. So why do we care about men in general?
Let me say that. No, I'm gonna say. Let me rephrase that. Let me restate that. Black men, Latino men, right? College enrollment is down because a lot of them are going into trade schools, like construction, ITT, or different. And so they're not going to college. A lot of women and white men, majority of women and a majority of white men are still going to college, and Asian. So, because Asians the ones got that that thing. Trent, what's that? All that Trent. What was that special thing they have for the minorities? What was that? Stan, what they had that you would be eligible for minorities?
In affirmative action?
Yes. The Asians, the one.
Oh yeah, that ended a few years ago. It was Asians for fair. I'm sorry, students for fair admissions. They had ultimately two Supreme Court cases, one for UNC representing public schools, elite public schools, by the way, and one for Harvard representing elite private schools. And I could go on for days about how stupid these suits were. Asians kind of fucked themselves in a way. Well, here's how they fucked themselves. They literally took white supremacy. Black kids, say in Harvard, weren't taking slots for Asian kids. Not the way they were saying. It was really just an astounding piece of racism. If you follow the story, and I did, because it been this one particular, the Students for Fair Admissions was kind of an organization. And the first time they tried with a young white woman trying to get rid of affirmative action, and it failed. So they found Asians to be a perfect case. And it was just, America's just so fucking racist. It was amazing. So anyway, I'm just bitter, and it didn't affect me at all. It was just astounding that the Supreme Court just, Clarence Thomas, oh my God, some of the shit this motherfucker was quoting Thomas Sowell in his concurring opinion that affirmative action should go away. Like Thomas Sowell is some legal scholar. This motherfucker was literally quoting Thomas Sowell, who never attended a day of law school. It was truly astounding. And Clarence Thomas, and it just made me so sad.
So Clarence Thomas is a fake, ain't he?
No, I think he is Clarence Thomas. Well, no, believe this. You will never believe this, but he grew up in the same Catholic parish in Savannah, Georgia that I did. I know people who knew him. My mother knew him slightly. So, there are connections there. I understand some of his ideas. It's complicated to go into, but I don't, it's understandable how you can be a black radical from the 60s and wind up being a Republican. Oddly enough, there's similarities. However, I don't understand how far to the right he's wound up. It makes no sense to me. And again, I've done shows about this. He's got a documentary that I've shown a couple times over the last year and a half. I've read a biography and his kind of his memoir. So, I've done my due diligence.
Is he the one that got caught smoking crack?
No.
Clarence Thomas?
He is not.
Who was that got smoking crack in the White House?
Was in the White House? No one got caught. No one got caught. No one got caught smoking crack in the White House.
Well, somewhere. It was somewhere. Let me see who it was. I'm gonna Google it.
You thinking of Marion Barry?
That who it was?
He was the mayor of DC, but it wasn't in the White House.
I think that's who it is. I think that's who it might have been.
Yeah. Well, what's where's the connection?
No, I thought it was Clarence Thomas. That's why.
In South Florida is not the South. South Florida is Latin America. Brooklyn.
It is. Literally, it is Latin America. Literally, I went vacation down there a couple months ago.
Oh, did you?
Man, yeah. I go to Disney World once a year.
Well, Disney World isn't in South Florida; it's in Orlando.
I know, but when I'm there, I stay there for a week. So I'm going to Disney World, but I'm traveling to Miami. I'm going everywhere. You know what I mean?
I got you.
Yeah.
So you summer in Florida.
Pretty much.
I see.
But I'm agreeing with you that it is like Latin America for real.
Oh, and that's not a bad thing, by the way.
I don't really like Cubans, but it's all right.
Oh, I don't know. They're okay. Let's see. You were given authority you couldn't handle. You know what? Let's watch the rest of this this John Galt thing. And by the way, John Galt is not the worst problem on this panel. And if you haven't heard, we've kind of at least buried the hatchet. So this isn't going to be bashing John Galt. But it is interesting to me for several reasons. Because the people who are opposed to John Galt don't know shit either.
John Galt is on. Oh, yeah.
I would even say the non-black men.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, yeah, John Galt's all right.
Okay, yeah, he all right.
Right, non-black men. They just ain't got no game. They go work, they come home. Not all of them, but a black man. I don't give a damn if he's down and out.
Okay.
He's gonna have a woman of some sort, some layabout woman at least. Maybe go to the liquor store, you bump into a woman, and now they palling around for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And this is real. And if you don't like it, okay, I can't help you there.
No,
but this is what I see, right? Like, I don't see many black men going through long stretches where they just can't find a woman.
That's
Even if
fine,
they're down and out, bro.
but that's cool.
Okay, so now I'm going to take it a step further. Okay, now I'm going to take it a step further. Okay,
I'm listening.
So now you got someone who's on the margins, down and out, and now he's trying to have a relationship. Can you see how things can go sideways there? Can you see that? Money's tight, everything's tight, and then they're trying to maintain a relationship. You can see how things can go sideways there. They can get the argument with, damn, you smoked up the last joint. You drank up the last beer. Anything can happen when money's tight and you added another person into the situation. Things go sideways real quick. You know these things. I agree. And so this is what I'm saying, right? So when you're dealing with black people, money's tight, things are tight, then somebody eats up the last cookie, the last.
Yeah, I have to say this music is not. They don't fucking need it. And this is Philosophical's channel. You know who he is? Ruthless? King Picks, and I have a question for you, King Picks. Are you black manosphere? Some of these notions, many women don't take relationships, and you mean black women don't take relationships and marriage seriously like they did before, unless they're with a white woman. Are you talking black women or just women in general?
Can I respond to that?
Yeah. You probably know more about what he means than I do.
Well, women are emotionally charged creatures, so of course, marriage to them is
Okay, I'm sorry. Women are what?
emotionally charged creatures.
Okay, let's stop. Can you just hold that statement? Because this is the perfect example of what I'm talking about. Now, are you talking about all women or women you've met?
All women.
Okay, so you're not prejudging? You're not
No.
just making a blanket statement?
Yes, I'm making a blanket statement because women.
Okay, but
are-
you think you're right with the blanket statement, correct?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
100%.
Now I'm going to say citation needed. Give me the study where it says women are more emotional, because I've never seen that study. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I hear a lot of Delta Novembers, not you, of course. Where's this information quantified?
Women.
Okay, no. I don't want to know your opinion. I want you to prove why you think
I have 7 sisters.
Okay, nope, that's anecdotal. I'm talking data. I'm talking epistemology. No. 7 sisters. We can move on. If your proof is you grew up with 7 sisters, we actually can move on. But I need you to understand that you have not given me a data-driven point. It's anecdotal. Can we just go with I'm basing it on my experience. Can we just stop
the
there?
women will tell you this though. The women will tell you they're more.
Okay, I don't give a fuck with the women. There are no women on this panel. Stop. All of a sudden, the women that you're calling emotional are your proof. Where are these women? Where is the data? As a man, I would love to have a data-driven argument. Just because we're more rational than the women, right?
We lean more on
Okay, then show me the data. If men are more logical and we do data-driven arguments, where is your proof that women are more emotional?
And I'm gonna give it to you right now. Now you might disagree, but of course that's
excellent. No, drop the link in the back. Drop the link in the back.
No,
I'm drop it into the chat either way.
I'm gonna give it to you raw like this, right? The military.
You're gonna give me a raw link?
Yes, the military.
No. I want data. Give me data, not your opinion.
No, this is your opinion. Oh, this is your life, right?
No, don't give me my opinion, because my opinion is no more valid than yours.
So in the military, it's why the
Army, no, don't give me. I want a link. I want data in a table.
98% men, because everybody knows.
Okay, drop the link so everyone in the chat can see it.
No, everybody knows that. Nobody wants
everybody does not know. Look, I look to be a full service channel. We talk news, politics, and culture. And we got, 15 people in the chat. Let's educate.
Studies showing women are more emotional.
And in the meantime, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you are not. I know this is just, look, this channel tends to be not everyone's cup of tea. It just, bobs and weaves and, meanders too often, but it's our channel. It's a little channel. So while our professor of womanology is getting his data, let's go ahead and listen to the rest of this.
Fuck you, Stan.
What's wrong with calling you a professor of womanology? Wait,
oh shit,
professor, your professor, our professor, Dave. Don't just drop the link. Let's see here. Where does it say he dropped? This is what the other womanologist has done. PubMed Central, National Library of Medicine, just dropped a link. Am I supposed to dig through this bullshit, or can you help me? Let's see here. The title of the paper, Gender and Emotion Expression a developmental contextual perspective. Psychosocial model of gender differences in emotion expression in childhood. Okay, let me help the womanologist here. Dave, Dr. Dave, I said women and men, not boys and girls, but I'll do you the courtesy of going through it. We're talking women and men. They are not the same as boys and girls. Let's see. Women show greater rates of clinical depression. Is depression an emotion or a condition? So that's that. I don't think that proves the point. Theories of gender in child development. Nope, that's got nothing to do with my point. Where in this paper does it say females? Let's just do the biology part. Where does it say? The present article focuses on emotional expression, which is what you show externally in form of facial, vocal, and postural expressions to communicate. But we're talking children's actual regulation strategies as youth. Not about men and women, girls and boys, not about men and women. Yes. Disrespect my intelligence as if I won't go through it and just trash it. Also, this is from 1987, 2002, 2000, 1999, 2008, 2000. There's boys have higher activity and arousal levels and lower language ability. Nothing in here is proving the point. Biopsychosocial model. Nothing there. Social context influence. Nothing there. Where does it's a culture and ethnicity as context? So is this where they say black women are more emotional than white women? Dave, help me out here. I did a quick speed read through. I'm glad you're here.
Hey, good evening. Good evening, Dr. Stanley.
Oh, I'm not a doctor. I just asked a question in
Yes, you fucking are.
our two Black Manosphere womanologists are here to help to direct us through the maze.
No, you're a speed reader, and you did that thing that you do. But
I'm not a speed reader.
Paragraph in the article
not a
says
speed reader.
small but significant gender differences in emotion expressions have been reported for adults.
Then let me help you out. If it says
adults
small,
with women showing greater emotional expressivity, especially for positive emotions and internalizing negative emotions.
Okay, well, let me help you out here since you have such a fascination with words. Small but significant, I'm sorry, that is literally an oxymoron. It's either small or significant, but it can't be both. Gender differences. Gender is not biology, by the way, but I'll just stop there. In emotional expressions,
whenever you're done, just let me know when I can continue reading.
Let me finish reading.
You didn't read it. You read everything but where it said that.
Oh, no. Let me read this whole first paragraph.
Oh God!
But I will put you. I will know. Let me read it.
But you want to drop me because I got it? Like it says it right here in the first paragraph.
Okay. The article describes a developmental psychosocial.
No, we're starting from the paragraph that says it. Exactly what he said.
Okay. Is what I got highlighted what you want me to read?
I'm not looking at your screen. I'm looking at the actual article in the first paragraph.
I'm looking at the first paragraph of the article where it
What
says
does it
small
say?
but significant. Where it says small but significant.
Gender differences.
Gender is not biology, but I'll
Jesus Christ.
allow it. Why don't you go ahead and read it?
I was. Small but
Then go
significant
ahead.
gender differences in emotion expressions have been reported for adults, with women showing greater emotional expressivity, especially for positive emotions and internalizing negative emotions, such as sadness. But when developmentally do these gender differences emerge? Well,
We're
the
not
first,
reading the same. We're not reading the same. I'm looking at the abstract.
yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, it's not reading there. It doesn't mention.
It doesn't say that on yours because it's the same link I
No, it
dropped.
does not. It does
Let me
not.
see. Let me zoom in on the big screen. Hold on.
What I'm looking at, the keywords are childhood, emotion, gender, sex differences.
What does that got to do with what the paragraph said?
Okay, I clicked the link you dropped. Did you
All right.
drop the second link?
This is how you do it, right? This is the Stanley mixer.
All I have to say is what is on the screen I have highlighted. It's the first paragraph. It says abstract above it.
All right.
Not the link, the actual paragraph. If you look at the screen, it's highlighted in gray.
Okay. You got it. Since your article is different than mine, what does it say?
Dude, you dropped the link. How can it be different?
So I'm reading the same thing. I'm reading the same thing, and it says the same thing you just read. Not what you read, Stanley. You read something. Stanley, you went down further.
Yeah, he was skimming through it instead of reading what it said. I get it.
So I can read it again if you want me to read it, Stanley.
Now he's doing this bad connection bullshit. I get it. I see you, Stanley.
But it's just no study argument.
Sorry, I stepped away, but I'm back now. Then go ahead and read it, because apparently I'm literally looking at the StreamYard screen with you said first paragraph. This is the first paragraph I have highlighted.
Yeah, and word for word, it says what Ruthless just said. You challenged it. Here goes the challenge.
It literally doesn't say it word for word. There are all kinds of problems with this.
Okay, it actually says it's a lot closer
Y'all
than.
go ahead and read it.
He said it's small but subtle.
I need you to understand something here. Look at what I'm looking at, which is literally what's on the YouTube screen.
Okay. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do with it right now?
I want you to read it.
Small but significant gender differences in emotion expressions have been reported for adults, with women showing greater emotional expressivity, especially for positive emotions and internalizing negative emotions such as sadness. But when developmentally do these gender differences emerge? And what developmental and contextual factors influence their emergence? This article describes a development biopsychosocial model of gender differences in emotion expressions in childhood. But it did say that at the beginning. It said in adults. Small but significant gender differences
let me
in
point you
emotion
out because
expressions have been reported for adults. That's all I need. That's exactly what he just said.
Adult.
No, I need that first sentence.
I need you to understand this oxymoron. Excuse me.
Ruthless, you were correct.
Pardon me.
Ruthless gets the point.
Small but significant. How can it be small but significant?
You get caught up on the strangest shit.
Yes, I get caught up because I pay attention to detail.
Small but significant gender differences.
Small but significant. It can't be both. It's an oxymoron.
Well, ask the person who wrote the article.
It can be okay. Well, you know what? That person's probably dead because this shit was written back in the 90s.
Yeah, we all know this is a fact.
And you know what? My darling Shiesty Bum dropped a link to from, let's see, Stanford. Oh, I can only imagine what she's put up here. Let's see. Let me go back. Well, this is what Shiesty Bum said. The cognitive differences between men and women. Who knows?
Read it.
And I'm not reading. Let's hope there's an auto reader. And there's probably not. But you know what? This is 2017. How our brains differ, but they're probably going to be more taxonomy. These are slightly different articles. Neural circuits. Now, this is more neuroscience. What Dave has given us is more feelings versus facts.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced by the
to be
argument.
wrong. You killed 20 minutes on
I
trying
don't
to
think I'm
prove
wrong.
his point wrong, and says it right here. But that's cool.
Okay. It says small but significant. It mentions men and women. But
So that cancels the whole
I
page. I get
scanned
it.
through the whole thing, and it's talking about developmental in boys and girls. I don't think women.
Let me go and find you one on adult.
I don't think women are more emotional than men. I don't.
Really? That's interesting.
I don't.
Fascinating.
It could be fascinating. Have you ever been on a DJ Hamp channel?
You
Or
talking
John
about
Galt
you
channel?
talking about millennials? If you're talking about the zillennials,
Okay,
any
so
of these
all of a
people,
sudden,
they're new.
it's not just about sex or gender. It's
You're
about
talking about
generation.
YN. You're talking about YNs versus when they said men were men. You're talking about all these different
So
factors
it's
that go
okay.
into
Well, can I ask
the
you?
development
Can I ask you a
process.
question? Where's the data? Where's the objectivity?
Well, we don't have any data. This isn't data on the screen. None of
it's
it. We
not
don't have
data.
data. No, it's not.
No.
It's not. We don't have data. But you would say when you watch these YouTube channels that these YNs this, these YNs that, and they say these boomers this
Did
and
you
boomers
not
that.
hear what I said? I said I wanted data.
I said we don't have data.
Okay, then I win.
You don't win shit.
I win everything. I win all the goddamn data marbles.
All right. You didn't say one damn thing, present one piece of data. You win, Stanley, you're right. That's why I like this show. This shit is so
Where's the beef?
subjective. It's not funny.
Where's the beef?
You and your subjective data. Your opinion-based subjective data. I get it.
Well,
I
the thing is not all opinions are equal.
You're right. If you're the channel holder, you're right. 90% more often.
Well, God damn it. Let's go back to
Stanley.
So
Stanley.
Yes, sir.
So you said you're more emotional than your wife?
Depends. Sometimes yes, sometimes no.
So sometimes she's a leader, sometimes you're not.
Well, my wife's dead, so
That's
it's
where
been
we're
about
going.
13 years since I've had the, the. I don't have any recent anecdotal experience.
Oh, your wife? You said your wife's dead?
Deceased, yes.
Yes,
Oh.
Pat.
But there
I
were
thought
some
you-
things. There were some things.
The
Men
freedom
tend.
bag.
If I'm going to do anecdotes, men tend to be more angry or happy.
So I think
But it just depends. I mean, when she died, I was all fucking emotional.
That's
So look, I just don't. I don't think they're. I don't think they're. We go back to quantifying who's more emotional or not. It's really all subjective.
Have you ever been in a situation where a woman around you panicked and you had to remain calm? And I think
I
it's
have
more
been in situations where men panicked.
well, men panicked, but it's more about how you control it. Like,
Okay, Dave, I must disagree with you.
all right,
I mean, have you ever been in a real emergency? Like, we're gonna die?
yes, several times. One time, I was on my motorcycle, and I was
Oh
a I
hell.
was a I was a fresh rider, and I hit the corner so quick, and I almost ran into the wall, and I kicked the wall, but it was like it was in slow motion, and the bike kind of buzzed off the wall. And yeah, I remained calm. I didn't panic. If I would have panicked, I would have slammed square into it and flipped over the bridge. But yeah, you got to remain calm. You got to have some. I don't know. I don't
Well,
know how to explain it.
let me tell you a story. And it may be more of a male trait. But this is my brother is let's see, I think he's probably 48 by now. So years ago, he was probably he might have been in school. He was either in kindergarten or first grade. So he's running back during the summer from around the house, and he was probably more in probably more. He was either 4 or 5, so he might not have been in first grade yet. But he had this fucking thing about never tying his shoes. And we all used to fuss at him about it. So one day, running back from around the corner, motherfucker falls and fucking just breaks the shit out of some part of his shoulder. So all his little friends come running and knocking on the door. He's in trouble. He hurt himself. So you know what? And I think I was still in high school at the time. You know what? My sister, my mother, and I are like, oh shit. So I go, over to the corner and I see what's going on. So I tell my mother what needs to be done. I tell my sister what needs to be done. And I had to pick him up, which might not have been the wrong move or the right move. I know that there are blood vessels there, and you can literally cut something. But I'm like, fuck it, I can't leave him here. So I pick him up. I tell my mother, I need you to bring the car around. My sister, I need you to be in the back seat and open the door. We're just gonna fucking take him to the hospital. My father's a policeman. So I have my mother or my sister, I can't remember, call him and tell him to meet us at this hospital at the emergency room ASAP. So it's orchestrated. No one's emotional. No one's fucking, just losing it. It was done. That's the family I came from. My sister wasn't over emotional. My mother was not over emotional. I was not over emotional. The only one who was emotional was my brother, who's crying his ass off because he was hurting. But you know what? No one was emotional. There was shit to do, and it is a real emergency. I grew up with women when it was time to goddamn perform, save the emotions for later.
That's
I've
the
known
man.
women.
That's the man part
Same
about
thing.
it.
Same thing with my wife. No, we'll cry later. But the shit needs to be done now. It's an actual emergency. Stop acting like all women are fucking gonna burst into tears if you say a mean word to them. These black manosphere fucks are literally ruining the black reputation. And I don't think, I don't think the black community's that sort of thing where, one panel is going to ruin it. But honestly, I don't even listen to a lot of these panels anymore unless it was on Night Just channel or something like that. Dude, you got to judge the woman by the woman she is. You cannot make these fucking idiotic blanket statements. It's a mistake.
What kind of a man panics in those situations?
Oh, motherfucker, I was
You're
in the
looked to. You're
military.
looked to as leadership in those situations.
I've had I can tell you another story. Dude, this guy who was junior to me, Naval Academy graduate, who just fucking hated the Navy and just biding his time. So one day we're at a bar and we're doing what sailors do. And this motherfucker starts talking about how much he misses his girlfriend. I'm like, dude, we're in fucking Palma de Mallorca. There are women who are topless on this beach, and your dumbass Naval Academy graduate is gonna sit here and fucking bawl. Dude, go meet a girl. You are wrong.
Who's wrong?
You are.
No, I'm not.
Dude, why the fuck would a Naval Academy graduate be bawling about how much he misses his girlfriend on a beach? I'm drinking a strawberry daiquiri. I don't remember what he's drinking, but he's crying about how much he misses his girlfriend. Is that not emotion?
Why? First of all, why are you drinking a strawberry daiquiri? What's wrong with you?
Because motherfucking Hemingway drank strawberry daiquiris. I'm sorry. When I was young, in my early 20s, I was under the influence. No, let me tell you, dude, I went, hey, in Spain, I got me some goddamn rope-soled espadrilles, bought like 5 pairs of them because they were cheap. And hey, if Hemingway can drink a fucking strawberry daiquiri, so can I. Now, I haven't had a strawberry daiquiri in decades. However, let me have my 22-year-old time in Spain in my fucking espadrilles, which are comfortable as hell, by the way. And you know what? I just don't agree with this whole men and women. How do you quantify that?
I'm not
What's
saying
up,
you
MOT?
approach every situation like, oh, I'm more
Look
emotionally
at
in
John.
control.
I think it's a fool's errand. And you know what, John? I reckon I am drunk enough. I still have a pizza I need to goddamn make. Luckily, I know how to do it by rote. What's up, MOT?
Hey, what's up, MOT?
What's going on?
Oh, apparently we have lost all semblance of respectability on this panel. So excuse us.
I mean, I wish I could talk shit about what you were drinking, man, but my drinking career started off with like Wild Irish Rose, Night Train, and like Mad Dog 2020. So I can't.
Well, Wild Irish Rose isn't that bad, is it? It's bourbon, right?
There was alcohol.
Wild Irish Rose? That's like
That's some rock gut, but it'll get you
Yeah,
going.
yeah,
Every
yeah.
time you drink it, there's a story to tell.
Yes. I mean, it was that, or Slits Malt Liquor Bull, or Hurricane, or some other god awful thing that you could drink. So,
You ever put the Kool-Aid in the Thunderbird?
yes,
Oh
it did
my
work
God!
actually.
What?
Yes.
Oh, dude, you want a hole in your stomach?
Yeah.
That's prison liquor.
Yeah.
Horrible.
That's like citric acid and some. Oh, dude, that's like all kinds of shit.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure that my livers and kidneys got quite the workout.
Let me tell you something. You know what? I didn't start drinking until I was like 20, and my parents weren't drinkers, so it was just a college thing. But I just never felt the urge to do it. Didn't drink in high school, um, so I got a couple of extra years left on my liver, I guess.
Oh yeah.
All that
Like a
drinking
contract
stopped.
extension.
All that drinking
So
stopped when I had
MOT.
Arbor Mist, man. That was just the worst.
Oh my
Arbor
God!
Mist?
I've
Yeah.
never. Oh shit!
I had my hands on a bottle of that,
Ooh,
man,
boy,
and it tasted better
that's
coming
malt
up.
liquor, right?
No, it's a
Tasted
wine,
better
but
coming
in
up.
it tasted better coming up, man.
Oh wow!
I mean, because like overseas in Germany was like the 151 days. That was my shit for a while. There was a guy, Stanley, drank the whole
Yeah.
bottle by himself,
Oh,
one city. That dude was passed
my
out for
lord!
3 days, and we thought he was dead in the fucking door. And we didn't know what to do. He was still breathing.
Holy
That's
shit!
crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. We left it in the freezer for about a week. I mean, because this guy right here was like the cop mess up. So this dude had like 3 DUIs, so he couldn't drive. So, and he always wanted to borrow somebody else's car, even though he didn't have any, license or anything like that. But yeah, the guy was like, "Yeah, man, if you drink it," and the dude drank the whole thing, like opened it up, and we thought that dude was dead, man. We thought we was gonna be in so much trouble, man. That dude was out for 3 days. 3 days.
Wow! I've never seen anything like that. That's
Oh no, there's way worse stories than that. But yeah, that's one that we thought that dude was out of here.
I mean, you would think he would turn over or get up to use the bathroom.
No, no, that dude was out in the day room on the couch.
Holy cow!
I mean, because nobody knew where his room was because he couldn't technically be in the dorm, and it was during the
Yeah.
Christmas break. So
Yeah. Let me do this one commercial here, and then we'll move on. Nightish, for folks who don't know, this is Nightish's new channel. Look up at the top. It's
what happened to the last one?
I don't know exactly. But we do know that he is starting from scratch. So it's called Knight's Lair 510, all one word. I'll drop it into the chat. So I have no clue. It was his birthday weekend. He and Savage, and apparently, because Sunday was the birthday, and I was on the morning show for a while, and then I caught like maybe an hour of the evening show that he decided to do. But I was tired, and I woke up the next morning, and You know, it's like whatever it was, I have no clue, but goddamn, they
Oh,
hit. It was bad, whatever it was. I don't know whether. I don't know. And you know, maybe someone in the chat does, but I probably don't. I probably don't need to know, to be honest. So anyway, come sub please is the message, and we'll listen to this, and then we'll move on.
The layer's a hard place to live. Real hard. Ain't no soft landing nowhere in here. You either catch on quick, or this place chew on you slow. This life don't hand out directions. Just wait. Just pressure sitting on your chest every morning. Folks think trouble kicked the door in. Nah. Trouble slick. Trouble got perfume on. Smiling at you like it already know your name, already in the room when you walk in. That's the slings and arrows, you don't hear them fly, you just feel that sting and wonder where it came from. Whole layer wrapped in dark mystery. Old magic in the walls. Wizards whispering deals they don't keep. Dragons watching from the shadows, counting bodies like the layer's a hard place to live. Real.
Are you on mute?
Yeah.
Dr. Stanley?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was on mute. MOT, this is John Galt, the lower left. Don't want to play much more of this because the music is just fucking annoying, you know. But some of this argument might be interesting. You might know some of these characters. DJ Witch Doctor, I'm sure you know. But
yes, I've seen him one time.
yeah, not my favorite character, but
He was talking to, maybe it was Candy Cane or maybe it was T, about a national story about an inappropriately dressed pastor's wife, and this guy was the one who said she was dressed okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Who, DJ Witch Doctor?
Yes,
He said she was dressed okay.
yes.
Oh.
Well, see,
What did you think about that?
Okay.
See, I didn't want you to say nothing, Stanley. I wanted to know what MOT thinks.
For a pastor's wife and how they actually live off the public, I don't think she should have done that. But at the end of the day, most women feel entitled to a whole bunch of Delta November free offenses. So I can see why she did it. You know.
Well, here's what I think. It wasn't in church. It was at like some Hollywood-ish sort of thing. And no, apparently the pastor himself was kind of behind it. He might have encouraged it. If he had a
social experiment type thing?
I don't know, but from what I heard, he was kind of, I don't know. All I have to say is the people who are talking about it, like the manosphere types, if the husband was okay with it, if you really want to go down that route, she did not expose any flesh. It was very suggestive. And you know, the pastor, and apparently she's a pastor too. Would I have done it? Would have let my wife do it? The woman has a great body for her.
Oh my God.
I might have just said, I'm sorry. I might have just said, let's make them all jealous. At least it was. I know y'all are going to look down on me. At least it wasn't church.
I'm not going to preach at you, but it's inappropriate. You want to be An
In
example
your
to young.
opinion. But see,
In
we
my
were talking
opinion, it's
about this earlier.
inappropriate.
It's
In my opinion, it's
inappropriate for
inappropriate,
people like
and you
you.
can't be an example
No,
to young
no.
women by
These
dressing like that.
look,
You got to stop
look,
doing that.
look. You need to stop thinking that your opinion everyone gives a fuck about. It would
Didn't
be
you give your
inappropriate
opinion? Did
for
MOT give
you.
his opinion?
It
I'm
would
giving
be
mine.
inappropriate for you or MOT. I might think about it. I might just go, nah, let's not tempt it. But you know what? I might just go, well, goddamn, you got an awesome body. Let's see what happens.
Yeah,
Depends
that's
on the
really
day.
the thoughts a pastor should have. That's really
Hey,
appropriate.
so it goes back to the male pastor or the female pastor? Which
If
one?
he's the one that said that he put her up
They
to wear a
prayed on
dress,
it.
then that's
They
on him.
prayed on it as pastors.
Hey, she's representing him. She's representing him.
Hey, I swear they prayed on it. I bet they did.
Why didn't she just stop at the tattoo parlor and get a tattoo before they did it? Why didn't she do that?
Hey, MOT, I've had a couple too many apparently, but all I have to say, I might have to just go, damn, the woman looked awesome.
What does that
And
matter?
it wasn't in church. They weren't there to preach.
You're such a gooner. It's not funny.
Whatever, Dave. No inappropriate flesh was exposed. Was there, Dave?
Was you satisfied with her dress, Stanley?
Oh, you know what? Like I said, I would be on the edge. I'd be like, you know what? If you're okay with it, I'm okay with it. Let's just see what happens. But that's just me, Dave.
I bet she can't cook.
Look.
And you know what? It's always that way. Once you have a body like that, once you're gifted in one area, things are lacking in other areas.
Look, if I had a wife, is she in her 50s or something like that?
Oh, no. 50s? Her?
Yeah, 40s, 50s?
Probably 40s.
Yeah, probably 40s.
Look, I'm sorry to say this. If my wife was like 45 and it might come down to a flip of the coin.
Should the first lady of the church get a BBL?
That's why, man.
Wait, hold it. Does she have a BBL?
Yeah.
How do you know this?
I look at arms. I'm an arm guy. I already told you this before.
Okay, I need you to tell me why you're looking that closely to the first lady of the church.
Well,
maybe the problem is you.
I didn't look at her like that. You're the one over here stroking off to it. I don't know.
This is a secular channel, buddy.
I don't know what's on your mind. But
I never pretended that this was like, it's a secular channel, sir.
Yeah, I just noticed these things.
So you're just gonna project the BBL, but you don't know for sure?
I got a past. I got a history, right?
With her?
No, with women in BBLs. So I know them when I see them.
So you're gonna pull this manosphere bullshit? She looks like she probably
It's not even manosphere.
Okay,
it's like
Dave.
I'm tired of you always discounting me. Like, what's this about, man?
Is this? Women are more emotional, and they probably had a BBL epistemology.
When he said it, I said that there's proof for it. Let me drop something that says it, and the article I dropped said it.
This is not that kind of channel.
I didn't make the point. He made the point. I just supported his point.
Who brought up the BBL, Dave?
You were just talking about women's emotions. I was addressing that part of what you said. But I brought up the BBL because I know it when I see it.
Okay, Dave, that you answered my question. You don't need to go farther.
I think BBLs look like cartoonish.
I look, I totally agree with that. What unnecessary surgery? Joan Rivers, I think the best comedian of all times, and that is so controversial. She died getting cosmetic surgery, so it can be
Really?
dangerous.
Where?
Yeah,
At 70
it was in
something.
New York City. No. It was actually in the 2000s, I think.
No, she was 70, right? 70-ish.
Oh yeah. She had to have been. Probably older than that, actually, but not much older. But no, it was. I'm sure it was more complicated than the news, but she was going in for something on her face. It wasn't like heart surgery or anything.
Wow.
Kept pulling that skin back.
Yeah, but you got to be careful with those sedatives. You never really know how they're going to work.
I mean,
All
because you
surgery,
can have a heart attack under that type of stuff, that type of stress on your
exactly. Yeah.
body with those sedatives. Yeah, man, you could be straight up out there.
Well, it had to be deeper than just a sedative. It had to be. My impression, it was. Look, years ago, I've had a couple hip surgeries, and it's
So you
funny
had a
how that
BBL?
worked. No, I've had a hip replacement, and then I had a hip revision. So
Revision? Is that like a resurgery or something?
yeah, it's basically a replacing the replacement.
Oh,
What did
hell
it good for like 10
Oh,
years or something like that?
dude, I don't recommend it. First one I had, I think I was 33. No
A
one
hip
knows. It was,
replacement at 33? What were you doing? Playing football or something?
dude. As it turns out, it makes kind of sense. And I'm fully ambulatory. I don't really have any issues. But they didn't want to do it. Like they're like, no, they don't like doing surgeries like that early, because back then and even now, those replacements have a shelf life. This one was like 20 years, and almost to the year, it needed to be revised. And there were some complications which I won't go into, that could have been life-threatening, actually. But anyway, my point is that all surgeries are risky. And for the second surgery, and I don't know whether it was age or what, but I woke up from the surgery and I literally thought, is this heaven? It knocked me the fuck out. And I tend to kind of pride myself on like cognitive ability. It took me about 5 minutes to figure out what had happened. That's how far under I was. They literally bring you these drugs now. They literally take you like right to the edge. It's like, I woke up and I was like, is this heaven? Are the walls beige in heaven? It took me a minute to orient myself. So that Joan Rivers dies of who knows, what sedative or they were giving her. I couldn't imagine doing it at 70.
Yeah, Kanye West's mother died trying to get a BBL.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
That's the surgery she was trying to get?
Wow. Yeah, ain't that wild?
Are you sure about this, or are you slandering?
I don't like to slander anybody.
Well, no one likes to. No, they like to be slandered less.
Well, let me look it up.
Why would a woman, that's weird. Why would an older woman even care?
I mean, how thirsty these dudes are. They would do anything. I don't think that's even required or necessary.
Sorry, I meant to mute up.
Well, John, those surgeries. My father had a hip replacement.
Oh,
Probably
breast
maybe
lift.
it's
It was a breast lift and tummy tuck. I'm sorry.
wow.
Really?
Yeah. So it was cosmetic. It was cosmetic.
Wow.
Because I
John,
know they
let me
came
tell you
out with a
something.
bill in California because of her death. Schwarzenegger signed a bill about having additional checks because she bypassed a lot of doctors in order to get that surgery.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something, John. The surgeries today, the hip surgeries, dude, they barely have to break the skin. Like I have a
What?
back.
Oh yeah,
No,
I got a coworker that just had one.
had one about 5 years ago, and it was like nothing.
Yeah, I got a
What, they're
coworker that
like,
just had one. He's already walking around and running, and he
Well, no,
had
they
it
have you.
mid last
The
year or
weird thing
something.
about the hip surgeries is they have you up on your walking around on a walker the next morning. It's kind of weird. As a matter of fact, with knee surgeries, you have to like learn how to walk again. With hip surgeries, they won't let you stay in bed because of the danger of clotting. You got to get your ass up. They will make it hurt.
Yeah, it's not as bad like you said. They don't slice you open and peel your back. They just they cut they cut, they get to the bone, they pull that bone out, and they put in the special hinges with some screws, and off you go.
Well, I can tell you right now, the old fashioned way, dude. My first one was in St. Joseph's in Savannah, Georgia. It's a Catholic hospital. And the next morning, the fucking priest comes in, because, it was actually kind of neat because Catholic family. I went to the Catholic schools. So somehow or another, my chemistry teacher, who was a nun, got wind. So, oh shit, he's in the hospital. So, I mean, it was like former teachers of mine, couple priests, couple, nuns, just to check on me. Dude, I was almost in tears. That shit hurt. Dude, talk about being emotional. It was like the priest comes in and starts praying. And I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, I tried not to. I was like, Daddy, I'm gonna have to cry. He was like, it's okay. But I'm 32 and but dude, that shit hurt. It was actually better the second time. It was somewhat less invasive, but I don't recommend it. Just don't fucking do it. Unless you're 80.
80,
Yeah,
you might not
way
heal.
less invasive.
yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. Do you have avascular necrosis, uh, Mackenzie? And here's the weird part. The doctor said you have it in both hips. So back in this is like 1998. So he's like, well, let's see, a month after you have one hip replaced, we're going to schedule you for another. My left
What?
hip was not my left hip was not hurting. And you know what I told the doctor? I'm not getting this shit replaced until it hurts. Here I am at 60, almost 61, left hip. It hurts occasionally. I still have it. That's how weird it is. Supposedly, my left hip was as bad as the right hip. 30 years later, it's okay. And I'm not goddamn having it replaced. They will fucking, there's, I'm going to die with this hip. That shit hurts. So, medical science is not, sometimes it's more art than science. Here we are, same avascular necrosis, same condition, 30 years later, I've had 2 surgeries on my right, 0 surgeries on my left. So who knows? Mackenzie, you're still young. Just, I had the orthopedist say the cure is the surgery. So just bear that in mind. You will want the surgery. It will get that bad. Anyway, who cares about all that? This is the introduction. Do you know who philosophical is, MOT?
No.
Okay. Well, this will be, and this is actually something I'm glad you're here. I'd love to talk about. And the music, please forgive it.
Something.
I mean, you can always run to black people or lawyers or doctors.
Okay, but black people and lawyers and doctors ain't rent.
Yeah,
but not the overwhelming. The ones that are, they don't have these problems.
So what kind of property do you own? Like, you don't own high quality like apartments where
I don't own rich property. I don't own luxury property. I'm just a regular guy that owns a few properties, man. Just a regular guy.
Let me ask you this: you saying poor white people and between a poor white person and a poor black person, you prefer to rent to a poor white person?
Well, see, that's the thing. In DC, there aren't many poor white people. So
what?
So you don't get that poor white, I've rented to.
So your tenants is mostly like middle class.
I would say it like this, and this is, you take it how you like. I think, and when I say the blacks, I say it for a fact because I know it triggers some black people with the low IQ black. It really highlights the low IQ of blacks. That words can really trigger them. But what I will say is this, like,
that is John Galt. Any comment there, MOT?
No. I mean, it's just easier to dodge these people in society, and they go get the type of property that attracts the type of people he inevitably wants to complain about. So the problem is his. I mean, you can easily leverage your actual property to buy better shit, but if you don't want to buy better things, then you're going to keep ending up buying the type of property that's going to attract certain types of people. That's on purpose.
Well, John has had this property a while, but he, the stuff he wants to talk about is in Southeast DC. And look, he literally, his content is basically, people that are kind of down on their luck or, maybe at their last rung on the ladder. And he does YouTube shows about it.
And the thing is that I can give him ideas on how to get better clientele. I'm just not going to.
Oh, no. He doesn't want better clientele.
Of course not. I know who these people are.
He would lose his content. How's he going to make shows with black people who don't need him? But look, here's the deal. It is what it is. I have made ample comments about, what I think. And I used to be on his channel, by the way. So, that is the John Galt, you hear bandied about this channel every now and again. We kind of buried the hatchet, so I don't want to go too far with it. Nothing, my opinion of him hasn't changed. It's just, it is what it is. 50-year-old baby daddy with 2 baby mamas, and it is.
But he's talking about other low IQ blacks. I don't understand that.
Yes, it is. Hey, it's like I said, this dude is weird, and he will talk about, he literally says, well, he talks about the blacks because it triggers people, but no, he actually believes it. It's not to trigger people. That's kind of the feature. The bug is he believes it. He actually believes he is different than other black people, apparently. You know, he's a Steven. I've called him Steven, you know, the Django Steven.
Oh yeah.
Plenty of times. He is literally the modern iteration of it.
I mean, he's a Washington. He's accepted.
Well, he's from Alabama, and look, he's got properties in New York. You know, he is fine. He will be fine. You know, he can afford his depravity.
Yeah.
So, you know, what can I say? You know, if you can afford being a fucking degenerate, what are you gonna do? You know, I feel sorry for his kids, but other than that, you know, they'll be fine. And he's a smart guy.
You're a funny guy.
I'm not trying to be funny. Employment-wise, it seems to me, and I've been doing this 30 years, blacks have a harder time maintaining consistent employment. And if you have a problem with consistent employment, well, your biggest bill typically is your rent. That's gonna cause a problem.
When I require correction.
Your next biggest bill will be your car note. You even hear Anton Daniel say he had 3 repossessions of his cars. That's not unusual for blacks. That they'll, when good times are rolling, they'll overspend, thinking that things are going to be like this forever. Anton Daniel's, you're probably an extreme example.
Yeah, so this is the part about reparations. I think, oh shit, you know what? I don't even remember if it was about reparations. It's just, why not just be white? is my question. And
I don't get this chocolate racial type of talking about the very group that you're in, but somehow you're separate from that group. I don't understand.
He's not the only one though. I'm gonna be honest with you. Probably all these people, and I don't know the lady, so I'm not gonna speak on her. But I'm gonna be willing to bet all these people are to a certain degree MAGA blacks, for starters, and to a certain degree manosphere. DJ Witch Doctor, not a favorite of mine. All these men think that women are different or like stereotypical. You know, women need to be subservient. And I know a lot of people do. I just don't. I think every relationship is different. You just can't learn relationships from a YouTube panel. And I would never send my son, you know, like listen to DJ Hamp to learn how relationships work.
I mean, you know, but you got a lot of Delta No members who think that, you know, the only way they can talk is relationships. It's the only thing that they have in common with other people is their inability to deal with other women outside of the lowest common denominator. If any woman with sense would not want to deal with dudes of this type of ilk. So, and they're only attracted to low-hanging fruit anyway. So I think it's a win-win. You know, they go to learn how to be socially awkward with these type of men, so that way they won't appeal to women at all ever. So I think it's a win-win.
Brooklyn, I'll remind you that I read some comment that, you know, if Tom Holman is like the person you need to clean up the fuck ups in Minnesota, we're all fucked. Tom Holman is literally a claymation potato head. But, you know, can it get worse? Probably. I don't think this brutality is over.
No.
And then when things, you know, they hit a little rocky waters, They
Yeah.
have nowhere to go, and they have no family.
And I know I'm stopping a lot, but so Kimmy says apparently there is Armenian fraud happening in LA that is about to get cracked open. Do these people understand that part of the American Revolution was brutality and fraud? One of the reasons the American Revolution happened was people like George Washington were pissed off that they couldn't land speculate and displace Indians. America, you've heard America runs on Duncan. Well, it runs on fraud. And all of a sudden, these idiots want to act like, ooh, the Armenians or the Somalis invented fraud. Dude, Trump is literally bilking the American taxpayer who voted him into office. Dude, the dude has made $1.4 billion between him and his family in a year. Brooklyn, who gives a fuck about the Armenians? The president does more fraud than any Somali or Armenian combined.
They always want to push it on another group of people, though. Like, and it's like tax cuts are called 1,000 different things. They don't even know what those things are, nor do they care.
One of them. Okay, and then the response from Juan is behind every great American family is great American crime. Yeah, yuck, yuck, yuck. What does that? You know what? Behind every great American family is a great American crime. And you, Juan, and you, Brooklyn Watson, elected a president that agrees with you. You deserve the man you voted for.
Oh yeah, you deserve what you get. Yeah.
These guys have a fucking dumbass quote for everything. Your president is corrupt, and the best you can do is a Chris Rock quote. Ooh boy.
Did they forget about the trial of him stealing from charities? Did they forget about the trial from him over speculating on his buildings to get those felonies?
This dumb fuck is, man, every president has gotten richer in being in office. No, that's actually not true. Speak Radio. Do read a history book, sir. Obama didn't. Clinton didn't. The Clintons made all their money after they got out of office. You are literally incorrect, Speak, even within your little lifetime. It's just amazing how people would just spout out platitudes without any understanding that they're wrong.
I mean, Obama got rich because he's $1 million a speech.
Well, as a matter of fact, he wrote books actually before he ever got in office.
Oh,
yeah. Actually, there's no president who actually made money off of being president. They were either rich before they got there, or they made a lot of money on the lecture circuit or whatever. No, Trump's the only one who's gotten rich the way he has. Now, I'm not going to go out on a limb and say he's like the original grifter, but within my lifetime, nah, you're actually more wrong than I thought you were. Now that I think of it, Speak. You need to go do your homework, or if I'm wrong, hey, prove me wrong.
I have a call on my channel just from the other day. A black man called me. He was checking out of his Airbnb at 11 o'clock. He called me 9:30. He says, I have no money, nowhere to go. And And I said, well, you don't have any family? He said, yeah, but they just paid their rent, which means that they have a place to live, but they won't allow him to come live there. That is the experience of many, many blacks, and that they are solo rappers in a world where the band wins. Every man is out here swimming by himself. They may be going in the same direction. They could get in the boat and roll together, but they don't seem to have the capacity to do it.
So basically, you like to use words to trigger black people because you think they have a low IQ.
Some of them do.
So basically, you're saying it just seemed like you talking out of both sides of your mouth. Like, I understand your perspective. You like basically making an observation that basically black people don't know how to pay their rent. They're horrible tenants.
I didn't say though. You don't put words in my mouth.
I'm just a straight up person. Like that.
Now,
That's
this
what I
is
am.
where the
I'm saying,
disingenuous MAGA black part comes in. No. And you know what? This young lady here actually gets close to describing John's shell game, the mental shell game. The problem is philosophical, whose channel this is. I just don't see that he's any better. He's just, it's different politics, but it's about the same thing.
Saying that, you're right, but you're kind of alluding to that. You're not saying it, but you're alluding to that. Hold on, you're putting it in your word, bro. Can I talk? You're very smart. You're very articulate, so you know how to say things where you can allude to it enough to emphasize it, but not enough so someone can say you said that. Very slick, real smooth. I get it, but you're alluding to that black tenants are not good tenants, and it's also a reflection of their lifestyle choices in comparison to their white counterparts. Now, to the panel, am I reaching with that statement or no? And if I am, please check me. The floor is yours.
You're not reaching. You're not reaching.
You're not reaching. What is implied is to be understood. He just doesn't want to make a direct statement. So instead, he just implies it by making offhanded comments. Oh, well, they don't get to their
And I'm not I'm just listening to the conversation.
And I apologize for just jumping in. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me up.
No problem.
Respect to the panel. But I think when someone doesn't want to just state the thing to state it, but imply it, they think the implication the implication takes away what they're trying. How can I say it? To imply a thing doesn't make the thing real, because, well, I didn't say that. Makes it say, well, you implied it, and words matter. You imply things by stating things about a community of people that, by the way, is very stereotypical, and has been ran the gamut throughout generations at this point to make those statements. Black people don't know how to pay their bills. They spend money. They buy Jordan.
Let me make and I'm again sorry to interrupt here, but this is what MAGA blacks do. I criticize the current president, and all these people want to go back and talk about Nancy Pelosi. They want to go back and talk about Biden. Dude, y'all are sad. This is what I do. I criticize your president who is currently in office, and y'all want to do the golden oldies of presidents. This is why I always win. Nancy Pelosi, her husband, is the major investor. Don't be jealous because she's married to some guy, and there are all kinds of problems with the corruption there. But the bottom line is, anytime I criticize Trump, y'all want to do the whataboutism, and I smack you down and mock you every time. It is funny. This is what I do. I say Trump, y'all say Biden. It is predictable, it is weak, and it is childish. Criticize the current president, folks.
So I mean, I'm not, because I didn't come up here for that. And
I do win,
no
Kimmy.
disrespect to Mr. Galt, but
I'm not
what's
screaming
implied
now,
is understood.
Kimmy.
Yeah, you
So-
said that before.
Excuse me?
My thing is this with people who
I know, because I just wanted you to. I restated it so you'll understand. If you're
Yeah, I
gonna
got
say
you,
something,
but,
just say it.
I've heard
That's
that
how I
statement
feel
before.
about it.
I've heard that statement
Okay.
before.
I mean, we heard the statements make people, and I'm not mad. I'm not tripping. You got the right to say what you want to say. My thing is this, because I'm from the ghetto and I'm from all of that. We do spend our money fucked up. We do be making horrible decisions, but I know that we didn't always do that. So I hate when people act like we've just always been this way. That's my issue. I have no problem holding us to task. But when we act like we've always been this way, then you're like, you're when you talk that way so conclusively about our people.
MOT, this is the part I want to talk with you about. I have no clue what he's talking about, unless he's talking about the wealth gap in the mid 70s. I think it was the mid 70s where it was closing for about 10 years. Then all of a sudden it widened. So let's listen to this. I think he is. I want to know what books he's written. I'm sorry, books he's read, and I didn't check the show notes. Maybe he put them there. Nope, nothing added. But he keeps.
I doubt
keeps.
it. Right.
Do you have any clue what changed in the mid 70s he's talking about?
He doesn't know anything about any time period of history.
Well, come on now.
Oh,
I do know that the generational wealth gap was closing, and it wasn't like a dramatic close, but it started widening. And it's maybe 5 years before Reagan got into office, but
it wasn't Reagan.
Roundabout.
It wasn't Reagan. There was a population explosion among black people, where the actual outcomes of the children that was being born, there was nothing like the children that was birthed before them.
Okay, well, help me understand that, because in this mid 70s.
Yes. And especially
But how does that? But that.
Well, let's go from mid 70s to mid 80s.
So that's the change that, he said the culture changed. So that's what he's talking about?
No, I'm explaining what actually happened. He doesn't know what happened. That's why he's not articulating what happened.
Okay, well, yeah, please explain it. I don't know the history.
Okay, do you remember the Bill Moyer special about the black family?
Yeah.
And how those women had no idea who they were sleeping with or why? That was in the late 70s. And those women had even more kids who were just as lost as they were. And that's how we got here. At this point, like, there was an actual just, I want to do whatever I want to on some sexual freedom stuff. And that's how we got to where we are now.
Mm-hmm.
So
is babies having babies? I remember that trope.
Yes. Yes.
So, I mean, do you think that's a credible? Because I mean, if that's the way it happened, he is right. That would change a culture.
It does. I mean, because there was a limitation to sexual access by fathers and homes and stuff before that. Mm-hmm. And then, like, once you got to that level and it was being broadcasted out to the world, those women who sounded as lost as they sound on that Bill Moyer special, there was a whole culture of people who thought like that and operated like that. Like, I have boomer aunts and I have silent generation aunts. That's exactly how my boomer aunts actually sounded. What's like those women in those actual Bill Moyer special. And the outcome of their kids were nearly the same. Silent generation aunts, their kids were quite different. Some of them, like, within 5 or 6 years of my actual boomer aunts, but they still have better outcomes and created better children and all that kind of stuff. But, like, once the 1980s came around, everybody just kind of dumped off into the lower IQ spectrum of family creation and outcome. So
Well, I'm gonna have to go back and try and figure out how to deal with that, because I don't think that's most black people, even back in the 80s, didn't grow up urban. And maybe it happened across the spectrum, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. I'm gonna have to go
those
back
people
and research.
were rapidly producing kids while people cared about their future and
Because I mean,
outcome.
I was 10. I was 10 in
75.
1975 and graduated in 1983. And maybe it's my little isolated pocket, my little, being sheltered, but I honestly, that's why I was just kind of confused. Because
Okay,
I don't
but you're
know.
sheltered
I
from it.
honestly
Like,
don't. I didn't feel anything, and I was there, but I wasn't in an urban, like a big city urban environment. I mean, I didn't feel a cultural change, but my upbringing, it wasn't typical.
yeah, but I kind of had like the same thing. Like I was isolated from it, but we knew about it, and then like once people started dying off, we were put in in front of it, and then we couldn't do anything.
Well, I guess that's going to be something for me to go back and research. Uh, Feel free to tell me what to read. Um, but anyway, we'll finish this out, and then actually after this, I'll probably wrap this up because I got a pizza I still need to make.
Your dog whistling us to be disposable. Because my thing is, if you can go back 40, 50, I know that seems like a long time, but it's not. That's why this country is always referring to things that happened 100. Every year we celebrate the 4th of July. That shit happened mad long ago. 1776, but it's still relevant today. So let's not act like history don't matter. And I'm not saying we shall overcome someday. Like niggas on some bullshit, they need to get their shit together. Absolutely. I'm from Newark, New Jersey. I've seen poverty all my fucking life. I'll never excuse no nigga shit. I hate that my brothers got to go to jail before they start reading. I hate that my homies got to get shot before they realize they like. I hate that shit. It's annoying. I hate the gangster rap. I hate all of that shit. But what I do hate is grown ass black people who know better, who seen our community get totally fucking railroaded, act like that has nothing to do with what we've become. And
So
you're
can I
old
ask a
enough to
question right
know.
quick before you go, Picasso?
You're old enough to know that you've seen the shift. So, Mr. Goeth, I'm not gonna ask your age. At what point did you see the change in the black community?
I'm 50. To be honest with you, and I'm from Alabama, some small town in Alabama. I've lived in New York and DC the last 30 years, it's 25 years or so. To be quite honest with you, from Alabama to here to DC, to New York to DC, I've seen the same shit. I'm not old enough to have seen any change. I've seen more of the same. Honestly, I would probably say, to be honest with you, as a landlord dealing with, mostly people like myself.
So what year you was born?
75. Yeah, 75.
That's like smack dab in the middle of the change, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I would have been young, right? Yeah, I'd have been young.
10, but you was born on the tail at the beginning of the decline, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
It's a small town, so it may not have been as
bro, I'm just
I wouldn't have seen it. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I wouldn't have seen it.
At the year you was born, can you admit that was kind of like the beginning of the social decline in black community?
I don't know what the 60s were like. I wasn't here.
So you don't have a book. You don't have the ability to read and look shit up.
I haven't really paid much attention to it.
Bingo.
Yeah.
So now we getting somewhere. Hold on. Now we getting somewhere because it ain't about me or Mr. Goeth. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, grown ass men make conclusive statements and sit there and admit to you that I haven't read anything. I've been alive, but I just don't read shit. then what the fuck is you talking about, brother? If you haven't taken the time to understand how your community has declined, that's extremely ignorant. And I hate to be stereotypical because you just made a lot of stereotypical statements, but a little stereotype that I hate to say, and shout out to my people from the South, but y'all niggas be saying a lot of shit that don't make no sense. A lot of y'all live in a bubble down there and you only understand black folk and white folk, and you don't read nothing, and you get on the internet and get on a podcast, y'all make these conclusive statements when you can Google, you can read, you can understand, instead of just sitting here and just saying, our people ain't shit. Why don't you take the time to figure out what happened? Because obviously something happened to us. We wasn't always like this. We were more accomplished right after slavery, right after Jim Crow. Like, we were way united. And and most of our atrocities that happened with the greater society was not behavior-based. So you're talking about behaviors, you're talking about decision-making. But when we made the best decisions, we were treated the worst. But at your age, brother, I think it'll be advantageous for you not to just throw your opinions out, because you got the right to talk about your experiences. Like, if you went through bullshit, then that's what you get to talk about. Like, I grew up in the 80s. So, I mean, I not grew up in the 80s, I was born in the 80s. So I seen nothing but the worst. But as a black man, I thought it would be more intelligent for me to realize, I know this ain't who we are. So I went out my way to learn what happened. So I feel like if you're going to make them conclusive statements to see the decline, then you as a grown-ass man should do your due diligence to find out why. And if you didn't do that, I think speaking on it is extremely ignorant. Now you can talk.
I mean, I've read books, don't get me wrong.
You just said you didn't read nothing, so now you did read books. So what did you read?
Man, I read plenty of books.
Like what? Like what?
You put me on the spot.
Of course I am.
I read Malcolm X.
Brother, welcome. This is how we get down. So what's up?
Let's talk. Malcolm X. I read Malcolm X book. I read.
Okay, that's not a history book. That's a book about a person. Keep going.
Okay, but I mean, if you start naming books, I'd say yeah. But yeah, I've been smoking with the drink.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah. So who else want to jump in there? You got. Go ahead, sister.
Hopefully to redeem my southern brother here. I was born and raised in the South. I was born and raised in the South. Both of my parents, my father was from Mississippi, my mother Alabama. I reverse migrated, as I like to say, and I now live in the North. And what I will say is that my lived experiences with my parents being, from the South and showing me how it was, teaching me about what they went through in the Jim Crow times. I know my mother's parents were sharecroppers and all of that stuff coming from North Carolina. So, proximity, when you put yourself in proximity of certain people, you're going to create a certain bias towards them because you're in proximity to them. But, if you put yourself in proximity of a different type of people, or you choose to look at your people in a different light, you're going to view them differently. I will never get on a panel and say all Black people are this or all Black people are like that, because I've seen different versions of Black people. I've seen the worst of my people and I've seen the best of my people, in many forms and facets. So I just think, maybe he's trying to have his 15 minutes. I don't know, but I just think that's just, and what's sad to say is that I'm not that far behind in age as Mr. Gall is, and to know that I've been able to see the best and the worst of my people. And then I would like to say this too, is that I understand the worst of my people. You just, like you were saying, philosophical, you just can't look at things in such a narrow perspective. You have to understand the why. If we're on the precipice of being born in the years right before the crack epidemic, and you don't understand how that impacted the Black community and broke up Black homes and took a lot of these parts and pieces that made a strong Black community and broke them in a very intentional way, then you get people that come on here and say stuff like that, right? You get oh, well, black people always do this and black men always do that and black women always do this, you'll always get that stereotype because you're only looking at things from a narrow perspective instead of expanding your outlook and expanding your horizons and going and experiencing different things. So if you always put yourself around Negroes, and I'm just saying that out of respect for your platform and not really understanding a whole lot of these YouTube streets. But if you always put yourself around Negroes, you'll always look at black people like that. You won't know that they're educated, well-rounded, financially savvy, and black people that earn at a certain socioeconomic level because you always put yourself in the proximity of Negroes. Because I personally can tell you, I've lived in the ghetto and I've lived in the burbs, and I can tell you, I've seen just as many of other communities poorly represent their people that will never get this kind of backlash from them, you know.
Well, I got absolutely nothing out of that.
Yeah, me too. I don't see why they're even trying to convince that guy.
Well, I don't know. I got nothing. It was a draw. I think there are better ways. This weird thing about the change in 75 and the change in culture. I don't buy that argument. Even with a demographic increase, I think it's more wealth. Because, and it's not like I'm that much into economics and stuff, but I'm gonna have to do some reading. I think the crack epidemic had more a cultural impact. And then, from the 80s crack into the 1994 crime bill, that sort of stuff. I think that had more of a culture impact, but it wasn't just on the black
For some
community.
people. For some people.
Well, for some people, but I'm kind of taking a 30,000-foot view.
Yeah, but this is how I judge it. This is how I judge it, and this is how I've made it easier to judge over time. Because I came in with no understanding, because I've never ran into these type of, outside of my family of excuse makers and all that kind of stuff. But once they left Mississippi, they were fine. But if they stayed in Mississippi, they thought just like the people, like John Galt on the panel, right? So what I've seen in nearly all cases is that what are your individual outcomes and where did you come from? Because most of this stuff is people just not maximizing the opportunities that they have in life, while simultaneously wanting better things to be handed down to them. And because they wasn't,
oh boy,
they have an excuse for failing. A built-in excuse for failing. Because, okay, I have a lot of people
that's
in my
what
family.
we're seeing now.
Yes. Because I have a lot of people in my family who are 10 to 16 years older than I am right now. Mm-hmm. And they talk just like John Galt. Even though they had two-parent households, they had cars at 15 and 16 years old, their mother was a nurse, father was a union person, or mother was a union person, and father was a military person, and guess what? They still had bad outcomes because of decisions that they made in their life. And rather than taking responsibility for that, they want to dump it off on other people. And then they have kids that they neglect. And then the cycle keeps going over and over.
So that's probably the best thing you can learn in the military.
Yeah.
You can work in a team, but still hold yourself accountable for stuff. I honestly don't get, the boomers ruin the country.
No. White boomers ruined the country. They're right. But like black boomers didn't have a 150-year head start. Black boomers didn't have like the Homestead Act.
But that's my point. How can someone who's like, say, 40 blame the boomers when it's look.
They have the assumption that all boomers are created equal. And when you're
Yes,
dealing with somebody that fucking
yes,
ignorant, why
yes,
even have a conversation?
yes. It's like, dude, that is the absence of knowledge. It's the absence of critical thinking. Dude, you want to be white when you start making those sorts of arguments. Okay, and MOT, there are black people. I had a whole debate where they demanded I get on camera and all this shit. And they just wanted to go back and forth about how the boomers this and the boomers that. Dude, it's like literally there's a guy, and I can't remember his name, who wrote a whole book on how the boomers ruined America. The author is white. He literally says the exception are the black people in that age range.
But they would never know that. They would never know that.
Economic power. They weren't in Congress. They didn't have the political power. But all these oh God, it makes me so sad to see black men in their 40s get so much wrong and then do YouTube shows about it.
And guess what? It's easy. Why? It pushes the responsibility on somebody else other than them. And I don't even bother talking to these people.
Some of them seem on the surface to be successful. It's not like they're starving. Shit, they're rich enough to afford the electricity and the computer to do a YouTube show.
But the thing is, they're spreading misinformation and disinterest in solving problems.
Yep. No, it's truly, dude, thank God I can turn this shit off. There's nothing worse. This is going to sound horrible. And, there's some people in this chat that will eat it up. Black people should know better. Okay. If you want to look at it generationally and all this stuff, there's the history out there. Black people know America probably better than white people do. At least
way better.
The smart black people do. We know shit. We know, dude, you can feel some of this stuff in your bones. Okay. And to see a 45-year-old Delta November talking about the boomers without refining the argument, honing the argument, being very specific about the argument, bringing the data to support the argument. It's just, you're no better than some motherfucking incel feeling bad in a basement eating a Twinkie. But when I say this stuff, people just want to and Dave, dude, y'all need to do better in that age range. Y'all are talking shit you don't know. And I don't mean to beat up on you, but I'm actually thinking of Cellulite. He could do so much better. He likes politics. He just needs to, I don't know, he needs to fucking do better. He has potential. And
what I used to do to people was go to them on a weekly basis. Did you read this? Did you read that? Oh, okay, you didn't. Have a nice day. Show up again. Did you read this? Did you read that? Okay, why are you having this conversation again? Okay, all right, you didn't read it. Okay, come back again. Did you read this? Did you read that? Do you even know what's going on? Like, most of these people have actually stopped their method of learning to maintain their complaints. They want to maintain the complaints of yesteryear. That's what they want to do.
Well, you should always have, in Mikey, Puppy Mike, Christy Noam's puppy. He knows the joke that I'm making. Look, I'm trying to brush up on capital L liberalism. I'm literally trying to kind of do, because some of the stuff I read in school, but I need to come back up through John Rawls. I'm actually looking at the philosophy of capital L liberalism, and then trying to read some American history just to brush up, because at some point on this show, I'm gonna have to come up and extol the beauties of liberal democracies, because I got too many MAGA blacks who actually think Trump is doing a good job, and he's not. Trump is literally destroying this country. He's destroying it.
He is.
The warmth and the weft of the American fabric, he is literally at war with it, wanting to take us all the way back to the days of the robber barons. These billionaires like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, these are all modern day, in my opinion, equivalents of the Rockefellers and the Vanderbilts. Trump is literally trying to build something like a Vanderbilt where these people stay in power for like 100 years. The generational wealth. Dude, this Board of Peace thing, it's scary what this dude wants to do. But I have people in this chat going, Trump's the greatest president ever. Motherfucker, let me put it to you this way. That blood and soil argument, because I don't think they're actually competent enough to do it, who do you think ICE is going to deal with once all the immigrants are out? Okay.
Yeah. They're coming right after you.
If you honestly think that a vice president to paraphrase, you don't have to be afraid to be white again or something like that. Dude, if you actually believe the argument about the legacy Black Americans or the heritage Black Americans, the people who fought in the Civil War, yes, Black people will be here because Black people fought in that Civil War. But what were Black people fighting for? They were basically fighting against what MAGA wants to do. Dude, they want heritage Black Americans or heritage Americans to assume the roles they had back then. Okay, Blacks were not in the government. They had zero political power. That's what Trump wants. That's especially what JD Vance wants. They want Blacks in a subservient role. You can stay here because you're heritage, but your heritage is subservience. And I don't know this for sure, but I read shit. Okay, I listen to these political speeches and it's chilling. Y'all need Mike, you need to get up off your dumb ass and read a book. Trump's going to be great until he's not great. He likes his martinis dry and you're going to be mixing them. You'll look good in that white jacket. So, enough of this rant. Any last words, MOT?
No, like it's their responsibility to do better and actually have better outcomes. Like, as I said before, your life experience and the path that you choose is supposed to be an indictment on things that went right and things that went wrong. Your life is supposed to be the newest example of where things should have been headed. The moment you start pointing back or pointing outward, you are putting yourself at a significant disadvantage. Like I said, these people are not dumb. They are working class. And this is what most of the working class people want to do. And to them, The real struggle is not having anybody coming through and do all the work. That's why it doesn't make any sense to bring them up to speed on what actually happened before. Because to them, the job's done when they don't have to do any work. So there's no real reason to bring them up to speed on anything because they're just going to be like, well, that doesn't include everything. And because the Democratic Party didn't do everything, I don't need to know what happened. All I need to know is I got to do some work. And I'm not doing that. And it's like, okay, all right, great. Just move away from them, have better outcomes, and not hire their kids. Ignore them. And don't do any business with them at all. Let them have their complaints. That's the reparations. They're enjoying the reparations right now, having their complaints without responsibility. Let them have it.
Hey, by the way, the demographic of black males not going to college, you'll make good plumbers. And nothing wrong with that, but you got to be careful. I think that black people know America better than and actually one point that I made earlier, if America's in decline, it's a white people problem. If they let the plane crash, it's on them. Stop blaming shit on the immigrants. Immigrants aren't in Congress. Immigrants haven't been the president in quite some time, if ever.
It's almost like blaming like the LGBT community for shit when their numbers are not even that great to even affect anything.
Yep, that's pretty much it. So
Anyway, cool, thanks for having me on, man.
Oh no, it's always a pleasure. And Dave, by the way, I'll be back 2:30, probably more like 2:30 or 3 tomorrow. So everyone have a good night. I am actually gonna go over to Here for the Teas stream. So for those of you who want to go over there, please do. See y'all over there.